Hello and welcome. Today's reading is from Cato the Elder, who was born in 234 BC in Tusculum, a city in the Roman Republic. It is a work entitled On Agriculture, detailing everything you need to know about running a farm in the times of the Roman Republic. If you like this kind of content, like and subscribe, and you'll get plenty more of it. Let's begin. From On Agriculture by Cato the Elder. It is true that to obtain money by trade is sometimes more profitable, were it not so hazardous, and likewise money lending, if it were as honourable. Our ancestors held this view, and embodied it in their laws, which required the thief be mulcted double, and the usurer fourfold. How much less desirable a citizen they considered the usurer than the thief, one may judge from this. And when they praise a worthy man, their praise took this form: good husband, good farmer. One so praised that was thought to have received the greatest of commendation. The trader I consider to be an energetic man, and one bent on making money, but as I said above, it is a dangerous career and one subject to disaster. On the other hand, it is from farming class that the bravest and sturdiest of men come from. Their calling is most highly respected. Their livelihood is most assured and is looked on with the least hostility. And those who are engaged in that pursuit are least inclined to be disaffected. And now, to come back to my subject, the above will serve as an introduction to what I have undertaken. When you are thinking of acquiring a farm, keep in mind these points, that you not be over-eager in buying nor spare your pains in examining, and that you consider it sufficient to go over it once. However often you go, a good piece of land will please you more at each visit. Notice how the neighbors keep up their places. If the district is good, they should all be well kept. Go in and keep your eyes open, so that you may be able to find your way out. It should have a good climate, not subject to storms. The soil should be good and naturally strong. If possible, it should lie at the foot of a mountain and face south. The situation should be healthful. There should be a good supply of labourers. It should be well watered, and near it should be a flourishing town, or the sea, or a navigable stream, or a good and much-travelled road. It should lie among those farms which do not often change owners, where those who have sold farms are sorry to have done so. It should be well furnished with buildings. Do not be hasty in despising the methods of management adopted by others. It will be better to purchase it from an owner who is a good farmer and a good builder. When you reach the steading, observe whether there are numerous oil presses and wine vats. If there are not, you may infer that the amount of the yield is in proportion. The farm should be one of no great equipment, but should be well situated. See that it be equipped as economically as possible, and that the land be not extravagant. Remember that a farm is like a man. However great the income, if there is extravagance, but little is left. If you ask me what is the best kind of farm, I should say 100 jugera of land, comprising all sorts of soils, and in good situation. A vineyard comes first if it produces bountifully. Wine of good quality. Second, a watered garden. third an osier bed, fourth an olive yard, fifth the meadow, sixth grain land, seventh a wood lot, eighth an arbustum, ninth a mast grove. When the master arrives at the farmstead, after paying his respects to the household, let him go over the whole farm. If possible, on the same day, if not, at least on the next. When he has learned the condition of the farm, what work has been accomplished and what remains to be done, let him call in his overseer the next day and inquire of him what part of the work has been completed, what has been left undone, whether what has been finished was done betimes, and whether it is possible to complete the rest, and what was the yield of wine and grain and other products. Having gone into this, he should make a calculation of the laborers and the time consumed. If the amount of work does not seem satisfactory, the overseer claims that he has done his best, but the slaves have not been well. The weather has been bad, slaves have ran away, he has public work to do. When he has given these and many other excuses, call the overseer back to your estimate, and the work done at the hands of the employed. If it has been a rainy season, remind him of the work that could have been done on rainy days, scrubbing and pitching wine vats, cleaning the farmstead, shifting grain, hauling out manure, making a manure pit, cleaning the seed, mending old harness and making new, and that hands ought to have been mended their smocks and hoods. Remind him also that on feast days old ditches might have been cleaned, road work done, brambles cut, the garden spaded, a meadow cleared, faggots bundled, thorns rooted out, spelt ground, and general cleaning done. When the slaves were sick, such large rations should not have been issued. After this has been done, gone into calmly, give orders for the completion of whatever work remains. Run over the cash accounts, grain accounts, and purchase of fodder. Run over the wine accounts, the oil accounts, what has been sold, collected, balanced, due, and what is left that is saleable. What security for an account should be taken, let it be taken, and let the supplies on hand be checked over. Give orders that whatever may be lacking for the current year be supplied, and what is superfluous be sold, that whatever work should be let out be let. Give directions as to what work you want done on the place, and what you want let out, and leave the directions in writing. Look over the livestock and hold a sale. Sell your oil, if the price is satisfactory, and sell all the supplies of your wine and grain. Sell the worn-out oxen, blemished cattle, sheep, wool, hides, an old wagon, old tools, an old slave, a sickly slave, and whatever else is superfluous. The master should have the selling habit, not the buying habit. In his youth, the owner should devote his attention to planting. He should think a long time about building, but planting is a thing not ought to be thought about but done. When you reach the age of 36, you should build, if you have your land planted. In building, you should see that the steading does not lag behind the farm, nor the farm behind the steading. It is well for the master to have a well-built barn, if you have your land prepared for it, and storage room plenty of vats for oil and wine, so that he may hold his products for good prices. It will redound to his wealth, his self-respect, and his reputation. He should have good presses, so that the work may be done thoroughly, Let the olives be pressed immediately to prevent the oil from spoiling. Remember that high winds come every year and are apt to beat off the olives. If you gather them at once and the presses are ready, there will be no loss on account of the storm, and the oil will be greener and better. If the olives remain too long on the ground or the floor, they will spoil, and the oil will be rancid. Any sort of olive oil will produce a good, greener oil if it is pressed betimes. For an olive yard of 120 higuera, there should be 2 pressing equipments. If the trees are vigorous, thickly planted, well cultivated, the mill should be stout and of different sizes, so that if the stones become worn, you may change them. Each should have its own leather ropes, 6 sets of handbars, 6 double sets of pins and leather belts. Greek blocks run on double ropes of Spanish broom. You can work more rapidly with 8 pulleys above and 6 below. If you wish to use wheels, it will work more slowly, but with less effort. Have good stalls, stout pens, and latticed feed racks. The rack bars should be a foot apart. If you make them in this way, the cattle will not scatter their feed. Build your dwelling house in accordance with these means. If you build substantially on a good farm, placing the house in a good situation so that you can live comfortably in the country, you are likely to visit it, and will do so oftener. The farm will improve. There will be less wrongdoing, and you will receive greater returns. The forehead is better than the hindhead. Be a good neighbor, and do not let your people commit offenses. If you are popular in the neighborhood, it might be easier for you to sell your produce, easier to let your work, easier to secure extra hands. If you build, the neighbors will help you with the work, their teams and their materials, and if trouble comes upon you, which, God forbid, they will be glad to stand by you. The following are the duties of the overseer. He must show good management. The feast days must be observed. He must withhold his hands from another's goods and diligently preserve his own. He must settle disputes among the slaves, and if anyone commits an offense, he must punish him properly in proportion to the fault. He must see that the servants are well provided for, and that they do not suffer from cold or hunger. Let him keep them busy with their work. He will more easily keep them from wrongdoing and meddling. If the overseer sets his face against wrongdoing, they will not do it. If he allows it, the master must not let him go unpunished. He must express appreciation of good work, so that others may take pleasure in well-doing. The overseer must not be a gadabout, must always be sober, and must not go out to dine. He must keep the servants busy, and see that the master's orders are carried out. He must not assume that he knows more than the master. He must consider the master's friends his own friends. He must pay heed to anyone whom he has been bidden to listen. He must perform no religious rites, except on the occasion of compitalia, at the crossroads or before the hearth. He must extend credit to no one without orders from the master, and must collect the loans made by the master. He must lend no one seed grain, fodder, spelt, wine, or oil. He must have 2 or 3 households, no more, from whom he borrows and whom he lends. He must make up accounts with the master often. He must not hire the same-day laborer or servant or caretaker for longer than a day. He must not want to make any purchases without the knowledge of the master, nor want to keep anything hidden from the master. He He must have no hanger-on. He must not consult a fortune-teller, prophet, diviner, or astrologer. He must not stint for the seed of sowing that brings bad fortune. He must see to it that he already knows how to perform all the operations on the farm, and actually does not perform them often, but not to the point of becoming exhausted. By doing so, he will learn what is in his servants' minds, and they will perform their work more contently. Also, he will be less disposed to gad about, will be in better health, and will enjoy his sleep more. He must be the first out of bed, and the last to go to bed. Before then, he must see that the farmstead is closed, that each one is asleep in his proper place, and that the stock have fodder. See that the draft oxen are looked after, again with the greatest of care, and be somewhat indulgent to the teamsters to make them look after their stock with more pleasure. See that you keep your ploughs and ploughshares in good condition. Be careful not to plough land which is cariosa, or drive a cart over it, or turn cattle into it. If you are not careful about this, you will lose 3 years' crop of the land on which you have turned them. Litter the cattle and flocks carefully, and see that their hoofs are kept clean. Guard against the scab in flocks and herds. It is usually caused by underfeeding and exposure to wet weather. See that you carry out all farm operations betimes, for this is the way with farming. If you are late in doing one thing, you will be late in doing everything. If bedding runs short, gather oak leaves and use them for bedding down sheep and cattle. See that you have a large dunghill, save the manure carefully, and when you carry it out, clean it of foreign matter and break it up. Autumn is the time to haul it. During the autumn also dig trenches around the olive trees and manure them. Cut poplar, elm, and oak leaves betimes. Store them before they are entirely dry, as fodder for sheep. Second crop hay and aftermath should be stored dry. Sow turnips, forage crops, and lupines after the autumn rains. This rule should be observed as to what you should plant in what places. Grain should be sown in heavy, rich, treeless soil, and if this sort of soil is subject to fogs, it should be preferably sown with turnips, millet, and panic grass. In heavy, warm soil, plant olives. Plant olives, those for pickling, the long variety, the salentine, the orchids, posea, Sergian, and colminian, the waxy white, chose especially for the varieties which are commonly agreed to be the best for these districts. Plant this variety of olives at intervals of 25 or 30 feet. Land which is suitable for olive planting is that which faces the west and exposed to the sun. No other will be good. Plant the Licinian olive in colder and thinner soil. If you plant it in heavy or warm soil, the yield will be worthless. The tree will exhaust itself in bearing, and a reddish scale will injure it. Around the borders of the farm and along the roads, plant elms and some poplars, so that you have leaves for the sheep and cattle. And the timber will be available if you need that too. Wherever there is a river bank or wet ground, plant poplar cuttings and reed thicket. The method of planting is as follows. Turn the ground with the mattock, and then plant the eyes of the reed 3 feet apart. Plant there also wild asparagus, so that it may produce the asparagus, for a reed thicket goes well with wild asparagus, because it is worked and burned over, and furnishes a shade when shade is needed. Plant Greek willows along the border of the thicket, so that you may have withes for tying up vines. Choose soil for laying out a vineyard by the following rules. In soil which is thought to be best adapted for grapes, and which is exposed to the sun, plant the small Armenian, the double Eugenium, and the small parti-colored. In soil that is heavy or more subject to fogs, plant the large Armenian, the Murgentian, the Apician, and the Lucanian. The other varieties, especially the hybrids, grow well anywhere. It is especially desirable to have a plantation on a suburban farm, so that firewoods may be sold, and also may be furnished for the master's use. On the same farm should be planted anything adapted to the soil, and several varieties of grapes, such as the small and large Armenian and the Apician. Grapes are also preserved in grape pulp jars. They also keep well in boiled wine, or must, or after wine. You may hang up the hard, berried, and larger Armenian, and they will keep as well dried before the forge fire when spread in the sun. Plant or ingraft all kinds of fruits, sparrow apples, Scantian and Quirinian quinces. Also other varieties for preserving, must apples and pomegranates. The urine or dung of swine should be applied around the roots of these to serve as the food for the fruit. Or pears, the Velema, the Anician frost pears. These are excellent when preserved in boiled wine. The Tarentine, the must pear, the gourd pear, as many other varieties as possible of olives, the Orchite and Posea, which are excellent when preserved green in brine or bruised in mastic oil. When the orchites are black and dry, powder them with salt for 5 days, then shake off the salt and spread them in the sun for 2 days, or pack them in boiled must without salt. Preserve sorbs in boiled must, or you may dry them. Make them quite free from moisture. Preserve pears in the same way. If you are contracting for the building of a new steading from the ground up, the contractor should be responsible for the following. All walls are specified of quarry stone set in mortar, pillars of solid masonry, all necessary beams, sills, uprights, linlets, door framing, supports, winter stables, and summer feed racks for cattle, and so on. The roof will be reckoned as follows. On the basis of a whole tile, 1 which is 1/4 broken and counted 2, for 1 all gutter tiles and counted each as 2, and all joint tiles each as 4. In a steading of stone and mortar groundwork, carry the foundation 1 foot above the ground. The rest of the walls of brick. Add the necessary lintels and trimmings. The rest of the specifications for the house of rough stone set in mortar. The cost per tile will be 1 sesterce. The above prices are for a good owner in a healthy situation. The cost of workmanship will be dependent on the count. In an unwholesome situation where summer work is impossible, the generous owner will add 1/4 of the price. Construct the enclosure walls of mortar, rough stone, and rubble 5 feet high, 1½ feet thick, with a 1 foot coping, 14 feet long, and let out the plastering. If he lets the wall of the steading by 100 feet, that is 10 feet on every side, and 10 victoriati for a strip 1 foot by 10. The owner shall build the foundation 1½ feet thick, and will furnish 1 modius of lime and 2 modii of sand for each linear foot. The following are proper terms of a contract for burning lime on shares. The burner prepares the kiln, burns the lime, takes it from the kiln and cuts the wood for the kiln. The owner furnishes the necessary stone and wood for the kiln. Oak wood, and also wood for vine props, is always ripe for cutting at the time of the winter solstice. Other species which bear seed are ripe when the seeds are mature, while those are seedless are ripe when they shed bark. The pine, because it has both green and ripe seed, is ripe and ready at any season. The same tree has second-year cones from which the seed will fall, and the first-year cones, when the latter are just beginning to open, they are ready for gathering. They begin to ripen at seed time, and continue to ripen then for more than 8 months. The first-year cones are green. The elm is fit for cutting the second time when the leaves fall. If you want to build a pressing room with 4 vats facing each other, lay off the vats as follows. Anchor posts 2 feet thick, 9 feet high, including tenons, 2 openings hollowed out at 3.5 feet long, 6 fingers wide, the bottom of the opening 1.5 feet from the ground. Feet between anchor post and wall, 1 foot between the 2 anchor posts and 16 feet straight to the first guide posts. Guide posts 2 feet in diameter and 10 feet high, including the tenons. Windlass 9 feet high, exclusive of mortise. Press beams 25 feet long and the tongue on it 2.5 long. Allow 30 feet of floor space for each pair of vats with their conduits, and 20 feet for 4 mills right and left. Allow 22 feet between the guide posts of one press and those of the next for the levers. Allow 20 feet for the second set of vats facing them, from the last guide post to the wall behind the anchor posts. For a wine press, make the guide posts and anchor posts 2 feet higher, and above the holes in the anchor posts, which should be 1 foot apart. Make a place for 1 pin. Cut 6 openings, a half-foot square, in each of the windlass beams, placing it first half-foot from the tenon, and the others at equal intervals. Set a hook in the middle of the windlass. The center of the distance between the anchor posts should correspond with the middle of the windlass, where the hook should be set, in order to have the press beam exactly in the middle. When you set the tongue, measure from the center of the press beam, so that it may be exactly midway between the anchor posts. Allow 1 thumb width play. The longest levers are 18 feet, the second size 16, the third 15. The hand spikes at 12, 10, and 8 respectively. Method of mounting the mill. The iron pivot which stands on the post must stand upright in the center. It should be fastened firmly on all sides with the willow wedges, and lead should be poured over it to prevent it from shaking. If it moves, take it out and fasten it again in the same way so that it will not move. Make the sockets for the stones of orchite olive wood, and fasten them with lead, being careful to keep them tight. Fix them on the axle. Make 1-piece bushings, a thumb wide, flanged at both ends, and double nailed to keep them from falling out. Make a 10-foot bar as thick as the sockets require, the midpoint to fit between the stones. Drill a hole in the middle as large as the iron pivot, so that the latter may be inserted in it. Insert here an iron casing to fit in the pivot and the bar. Make a hole in the bar, 4 fingertips square and 3 fingertips deep, and on the lower side of the bar fasten an iron plate of the breadth of the middle of the bar, perforated to fit over the pivot. After piercing the holes, face them on both sides with metal plates, and bend back all 4 plates to the lower side of the bar. Under these plates fasten thin metal strips on both sides and fasten them together so that the holes in which the small handles are fitted may not spread. At the point where the bar enters the sockets, be careful to face them on both sides with 4 trough-shaped iron plates and fasten them in the middle with nails. Above these plates, pierce the bar on the outside for the bolt to fasten the stone. On top of the opening, place a 1-pound iron collar, 6 fingers wide, pierced on both sides to allow the bolt to enter. All this is for the purpose of preventing the bar from wearing on the stone. Make 4 rings to place around the stone to keep the bar and the bolt from wearing on the inside. Use elm or beech for the bar. The same smith should make the said necessary iron work at a cost of 60 sesterces. You can buy lead for the bar for about 4 sesterces. Wages of the workman who assembles and sets the sockets with lead at least 8 sesterces. And the same man should adjust the mill. Total cost 72 sesterces, with the exclusion of helpers. The mill should be adjusted as follows. Level it so that the stones are set at equal distances from the rims and clearing at the bottom of the mortar by a little finger's breadth, so that the stones do not rub at the basin at all. There should be a finger's breadth between the stone and the column. If the space is greater and the stones are too far distant, wind a cord around the column tightly several times so as to fill in the excessive space. If the stones are set too deep and rub the bottom of the basin too much, place perforated wooden discs over the pivot and on the column, and thus regulate the height. In the same way, adjust the spread with wooden discs or iron rings until the stones fit accurately. Have everything that is needed ready for the vintage. Let vats be cleaned, baskets mended and pitched, necessary jars be pitched on rainy days. Let hampers be made and mended, spelt be ground, salt fish be bought, and windfall olives be salted. Gather the inferior grapes for the sharp wine for the hands to drink. When the time comes, divide the grapes gathered each day, after cleaning and drying, equally between the jars. If necessary, add to the new wine a 40th part of must be boiled down from untrod grapes, or 1.5 pounds of salt to the colleus. If you use marble dust, add 1 pound to the colleus. Mix this with must in a vessel and then pour into the jar. If you use resin, pulverize it thoroughly. 3 pounds to the colleus of must, place in a basket, and suspend it in the jar of must. Shake the basket often, so that the resin may dissolve. When you use boiled must or marble dust, or resin, stir frequently for 20 days, and press down daily. Divide the must of the second pressing, and add equally to each jar. Directions for making Greek wine. Gather carefully well-ripened Apician grapes, and to the colleus of must 2 quadrantals of old sea water, or a modius of pure salt. If the latter is used, suspend it in a basket and let it dissolve in the must. If you wish to make straw-colored wine, take equal parts of yellow and Apician wine, and add a 30th part of old boiled wine. Add a 30th part of concentrated must to any kind of blended wine. When the grapes are ripe and gathered, let the first be kept for household use. See that they are not gathered until they are thoroughly ripe and dry, that the wine may not lose its reputation. Sift the fresh husks daily through a bed stretched on cords, or make a sieve for the purpose, and after treading place them pitched in jars or a pitched vat. Have this sealed tight to feed the cattle through the winter, or if you wish, you can soak some of it a while, and you will have an after wine for the hands to drink. Sow clover, vetch, fenugreek, beans and bitter vetch as forage for cattle. Make a second and third sowing of forage, then plant the other crops. Dig trenches in fallow ground for olives, elms, vines, and figs, and plant at seed time. If the ground is dry, transplant olives at seed time, prune the young olives which had been planted before, and trench the trees. In transplanting olives, elms, figs, fruit trees, vines, pines, and cypresses, dig them up carefully, roots and all, with as much of their own soil as possible, and tie them up so you can transport them. Have them carried in a box or basket. Be careful not to dig them up or transport them when the wind is blowing or when it is raining, for this is especially to be avoided. When you place them in trench, bed them in topsoil. Spread dirt over them to the ends of the roots, trample it thoroughly, and pack with rammers and bars as firmly as possible. This is the most important thing. Before transplanting, cut off the tree tops in which are more than 5 figures in diameter, and smear the scars with dung, and wrap them in leaves. Divide your manure as follows. Haul 1/2 to the forage crops, and when you sow these, if the ground is planted in olives, trench and manure them at this time. Then sow the forage crops. Add 1/4 of the manure around the trenched olives when it is most needed, and cover this manure with soil. Save the last 1/4 for the meadows, and when most needed, and the west wind is blowing, haul it in the dark of the moon. Feed the cattle elm, poplar, oak, and fig leaves, as long as these last, and keep the sheep supplied with green leaves as long as you have them. Fold sheep on land which you intend to plant, and feed them leaves there until the forage is full grown. Save as carefully as possible the dry fodder with which you stored against the winter, and remember how long the winter lasts. Let all necessary preparations be made for the olive harvest. Let ripe withes with willow branches be gathered betimes as material for making new baskets and mending new ones. Have dry oak, elm, nut, and fig sticks for making pins buried in the dunghill or water, and make pins from them when needed. Have oak, ilex, laurel, and elm levers ready. Make the press beam preferably of black hornbeam. Take out elm, pine, nut, and all other timber which you are felling. When the moon is on the wane, after noon, while there is no south wind. It is not ready for cutting when the seed is ripe. Be careful not to haul it or work it in the wet. Timber has no seed, is ready cutting when the bark peels. Do not handle any timber or vine when the south wind is blowing unless you are compelled to do so. See that you begin to trim vines and trees early. Lay your vines into trenches, and, so far as possible, train them to grow vertically. The trees should be trimmed as follows. The branches which you have leaves should spread out, should be cut straight up, and should not be left too thick. The vines should be well knotted, and be especially careful not to bend them downward along any of the branches and not to tie them too tightly. See that the trees are well wedded, and that a sufficient number of vines are planted for them, and wherever it is necessary, let these be detached from trees and buried in the ground, and 2 years later, cut them off from the old stock. Have the vineyard treated as follows. Tie a well-knotted vine straight up, keeping it from bending, and make it grow vertically so far as you can. Leave fruit-bearing shoots and reserve stubs at proper intervals. Train the vines as high as possible, and tie them firmly, but without choking them. Cultivate as follows. At seed time, trench the soil around the crown of the vine, and after pruning, cultivate around it. Begin plowing, and run straight furrows back and forth. Set out young vines as early as possible. Then harrow, prune the old ones very slightly, or rather, if you need cuttings, layer the branches and take off all the cuttings 2 years later. The proper time for cutting back the young plant is when it is strong. If there are gaps in rows, run furrows and plant rooted cuttings. Keep the furrows clear of shade and cultivate frequently. In an old vineyard, sow clover if the soil is lean. Do not sow anything that will form a head. And around the roots apply manure, straw, grape dregs, or anything of the sort to make it stronger. When the vine begins to form leaves, thin them. Tie up the young vines at frequent intervals to keep the stems from breaking, and when they begin to climb, the props tie the tender branches closely, and turn them so that they will grow vertically. When the grapes begin to turn, tie up the vines, strip the leaves so as to expose the grapes, and dig around the stalks. Cut willows at the proper time. Strip the bark and tie them in light bundles. And save the bark for when you need it for the vines. Steep some of it in water to make tapes. Save the withes for making baskets. I return now to the matter of planting. Plant the coldest and most humid ground first, and then the rest of the ground in turn to the warmest, which should come last. Do not work in ground which is caryosa at all. Lupine will do well in soil that is reddish, and also in ground that is dark or hard or poor or sandy or not wet. Sow spelt preferably in soil that is chalky or swampy, red or humid. Plant wheat in soil that is dry, free from weeds and sunny. Plant beans in strong soil, which is protected from storms, vetch and fenugreek in places where as clear as weeds as possible. Wheat and winter wheat should be sown on high open ground when the sun shines longest. Lentils should be planted in unfertile and reddish soil free of weeds. Barley in new ground, or ground which does not need to lie fallow. Spring wheat should be planted in ground in which you cannot ripen the regular variety, or in ground which, because of its strength, does not need to lie fallow. Plant turnips, kohlrabi seed, and radishes in land well manured or naturally strong. Fertilizers for crops. Spread pigeon dung on meadow, garden, and field crops. Save carefully goat, sheep, cattle, and all other dung. Spread or pour amurca around trees, an amphora to the larger, an urn to the smaller, diluted with half its volume of water after running a shallow trench around them. Things which are harmful to crops. If you work the land which is caryosa, chickpeas are harmful, because they are torn out by the roots and are salty. Barley, fenugreek, bitter vetch, and all crops which are pulled out by the roots exhaust the soil. Do not bury olive seeds in land intended for crops. Crops which fertilize land: lupines, beans, and vetch. You may make compost of straws, lupines, chaff, beanstalks, husks, and ilex and oak leaves. Pull up the elder and hemlock bushes which grow in the grain fields, and the high grass and sedge around the willow bed. Use them for bedding down sheep, and decayed leaves for cattle. Separate part of the olive seeds and throw them into a pit. Add water and mix them thoroughly with a shovel. Make trenches around the olive trees and apply this mixture, adding also burned seeds. If a vine is unhealthy, cut its shoots into small bits and plow or spade them around it. The following is evening work for the winter. Work up into vine poles and stakes the wood which was brought under cover before the day to dry out. Make faggots and clear out the manure. Do not touch timber, except in the dark of the moon, or in its last phase. The best time to take out timber which you dig up or fell is during the 7 days following the full moon. But above all things, do not work or fell, or if you can avoid it, even touch timber which is wet, frosted, or covered with dew. Hoe and weed grain twice, and strip the wild oats. Remove the twigs from the prunings of vines and trees, and make them into bundles, and heap the vine and fig sticks for the forge, and split wood for the use of the master. Build the lime kiln 10 feet across, 20 feet from top to bottom, sloping at the sides to a width of 3 feet at the top. If you burn with only one door, make a pit inside large enough to hold the ashes, so that it will not necessarily be to clear them out. Be careful in the construction of the kiln. See that the grate covers the entire bottom of the kiln. If you burn with 2 doors, there will be no need of a pit. When it becomes necessary to take out the ashes, clear through one door while the fire is in the other. Be careful to keep the fire burning constantly, and do not let it die down at night or at any other time. Charge the kiln only with good stone, as white and uniform as possible. In building the kiln, let the throat run straight down. When you have dug deep enough, make a bed for the kiln so as to give it the greatest possible depth and least exposure to the wind. If you lack a spot for building a kiln of sufficient depth, run up the top with brick, or face the top on the outside with fieldstone set in mortar. When it is fired, if the flame comes out at any point but the circular top, stop the orifice with mortar. Keep the wind, and especially the south wind, from reaching the door. The calcining of the stones at the top will show what the hole has calcined. Also, the calcined stones at the bottom will settle, and the flame will be less smoky when it comes out. If you cannot sell your firewood, and have no stone to burn for lime, make charcoal of the firewood, and burn in the field and brush that you do not need. Where you have burned them, plant poppies. When the weather is bad and no other work can be done, clear out manure for the compost heap. Clean thoroughly the ox stalls, sheep pens, barnyard and farmstead, and mend wine jars with lead, or hoop them through with thoroughly dried oak wood. If you mend it carefully, or hoop it tightly, closing the cracks with cement and pitching it thoroughly, you can make any jar serve as a wine jar. Make a cement for a wine jar as follows. Take 1 pound of wax, 1 pound of resin, and 2 pounds of sulfur. Mix it in a new vessel. Add pulverized gypsum sufficient to make it the consistency of plaster, and mend the jar with it. To make the color uniform after mending, mix 2 parts of crude chalk and 1 of lime. Form it into small bricks. Bake in the oven, pulverize, and apply it to the jar. In the rainy weather, try to find something to do indoors. Clean up, rather than just be idle. Remember that even though work stops, expenses run on nonetheless. The following work should be done in the spring. Trenches and furrows should be made. Ground shall be turned for the olive and vine nurseries. Vines should be set out. Elms, figs, fruit trees, and olives should be planted in rich and humid ground. Figs, olives, apples, pears, and vines should be grafted in the dark of the moon, and afternoon, when the south wind is not blowing. The following is a good method of grafting olives, figs, pears, or apples. Cut the end of the branch you are going to graft. Slope it a bit so the water will run off it. And in cutting, be careful not to tear the bark. Get yourself a hard stick and sharpen the end, and split a Greek willow. Mix clay or chalk, a little sand, and cattle dung, and knead them thoroughly so as to make a very sticky mass. Take your split willow and tie it around the cut branch to keep the bark from splitting. When you have done this, drive the sharpened stick between the bark and the wood 2 fingertips deep. Then take your shoot, whatever variety you wish to graft, and sharpen the end obliquely for a distance of 2 fingertips. Take out the dry stick which you have driven in and drive in the shoot you wish to graft. Fit bark to bark and drive it to the end of the slope. In the same way, you may graft a second, third, a 4th shoot, as many varieties as you please. Wrap the willow Greek thicker. Smear the stock with the kneaded mixture 3 fingers deep and cover the whole with ox tongue so that it rains the water will not soak into the bark. This ox tongue must be tied with bark to keep it from falling off. Finally, wrap it in straw and bind tightly to keep the cold from injuring it. Vine grafting may be done in the spring or when the vine flowers, the former being timed the best. Pears and apples may be grafted during the spring for 50 days at a time of the summer solstice, and during the vintage, olives and figs should be grafted during the spring. Graft the vine as follows. Cut off the stem that you are grafting and split the middle through the pith. In it, insert the sharpened shoots you are grafting, fitting pith to pith. A second method is, if the vines touch each other, cut the ends of a young shoot of each obliquely and tie pith to pith with bark. The third method is, with an awl, bore a hole through the vine which you are grafting and fit tightly to the pith 2 vine shoots of whichever variety you wish to have. Cut them obliquely. Join pith to pith and fit them into perfection, 1 on each side. Have these shoots each 2 feet long. Droop them to the ground and mend them back towards the vine stock, fastening the middle of the vine to the ground with forked sticks and covering with dirt. Smear all these with the kneaded mixture. Tie them and protect them in a way that I have described for olives. Another method for grafting figs and olives is remove with a knife the bark from any variety of fig or olive you wish, and take off a piece of the bark containing a bud of any variety of fig you wish to graft. Apply it to the place you have cleared on the other variety, and make it fit. The bark should be 3.5 fingers long and 3 fingers wide. Smear and protect as in the other operation. Ditches, if the ground is swampy, should be dug trough-shaped, 3 feet wide at the top, 4 feet deep, sloping to a width of 1 foot palm at the bottom. Blind them with stones, or, lacking stones, with green willow sticks laid crosswise in layers, or, failing this, with bundles of brush. Then dig trenches, 3.5 feet deep, 4 feet wide, so place that the water will run off from the trenches into the ditch, and so plant olives. Dig furrows and trenches for vines, not less than 2.5 feet deep and the same distance wide. If you wish the vines and olives which you have planted to grow fast, spade the furrows once a month, and dig around the foot of the olives every month until they are 3 years old. Treat the upper trees in the same way. The trimming of an olive yard should begin 15 days before the vernal equinox. You can trim to the advantage from this time for 45 days, but follow this rule. If the land is very fertile, clear out all dead branches, and only any broken by the wind. If it is not fertile, trim more closely and plough. Trim clean and smooth the stems. Make a nursery as follows. Choose the best, most open and highly fertilized land you have, with soil as nearly as possible like to that which you intend to transplant. And so situated, you have the slips that will not be carried too far from the nursery. Turn this with each trench spade clear of stones, build a stout enclosure, and plant in rows. Plant a slip every 1.5 feet in each direction, pressing it into the ground with the foot. And if it does not go deep enough, drive it in with a mallet or maul. Let the slips project a finger above the ground, and smear the tops with cow dung, placing a mark by each one. Hoe often if you wish the slips to go rapidly. Plant other slips in the same way. The reed bed should be planted as follows. Plant the ice 3 feet apart. Use the same method for making and planting the vine nursery. Cut back the vine when it is 2 years old and transplant it when it is 3. If the ground on which you wish to plant the vine is to be used for pasture, see that the vine has been cut back 3 times before it is tied up to the tree. It should not be trained on the tree until it has had 5 old knots. Plant a leek bed every year, and you will have something to take off every year. In making the fruit nursery, follow the method used in making the olive nursery. Plant separately each variety of slip. Turn the ground with the trench spade where you are going to plant cypress seed, and plant at the opening of the spring. Make ridges 5 feet wide, add well pulverized manure, hoe it in and break the clods. Flatten the ridge, forming a shallow trough. Plant the seed as thickly as flax, sifting dirt a finger breadth. Deep over it with a sieve. Level the ground with a board or the foot, and set forked stakes around the edges. Lay poles in the forks, and on these hang brush or fig curtains to keep off the cold and the sun. Make the covering high enough for a person to walk under. Hoe often, and clear off weeds as soon as they begin to grow. For if you pull up the growth when it's hard, you will pull up the cypress with it. Plant and cover pear and apple seed in the same way. Use the same method for planting pine nuts, but alter it slightly. You may transplant an old vine if you wish, up to the thickness of your arm. First prune back so as to not leave more than 2 buds on each branch. Clear the dirt thoroughly from the roots over their full length, and be careful not to injure them. Replace the vine just as it was, in a trench or furrow. Cover with soil, and trample firmly. Plant, tie, and train it just as it was, and work it often. Manure meadows at the opening day of spring, in the dark of the moon. When the west wind begins to blow, and you close the dry meadows to stock, clean them and dig up all noxious weeds by the roots. After pruning vines, pile the wood and branches. Prune fig trees moderately, and clear those in the vineyard to a good height, so that the vines will not climb them. Make new nurseries, and repair old ones. All this before you begin cultivating the vines. As soon as the sacred feast has been offered and eaten, begin the spring plowing, working the first driest spots and the last heaviest and wettest, provided they do not get hard in the meantime. Layering of fruit trees and other trees. Press into the earth the scions which spring from the ground around the trees, elevating the tip so it will take the root. Then, 2 years later, dig up and transplant them. Fig, olive, pomegranate, quince, and all other fruit trees, laurel, myrtle, praenestin nuts, and planes, should all be layered, dug, and transplanted in the same way. When you wish to layer more carefully, you should use pots or baskets with holes in them, and these should be planted with the scion in the trench, to make them take root while on the tree. Make a hole in the bottom of the pot or basket to push the branch which you wish to root through it. Fill the pot or basket with dirt, trample thoroughly, and leave on the tree. When it is 2 years old, cut off the branch below the basket. Cut the basket down the side and through the bottom, or, if it is a pot, break it, and plant the branch in the trench with the basket or pot. Use the same method with the vine, cutting it off the next year and planting it with the basket. You can layer any variety you wish in this way. The Battle of Issus. It occurred in 333 BC between Alexander the Great and the Persian king Darius during Alexander's campaign to subjugate the Persian Empire. Despite significant numerical disadvantage, Alexander leveraged the constricted terrain to counteract the Persians' superiority in numbers. His resolute cavalry assault penetrated the Persian formations, prompting Darius to abandon the battlefield. It was a triumph that cemented Alexander's status as a military prodigy and granted him dominion over Asia Minor. Subsequently, Darius attempted to negotiate peace. However, Alexander declined, persisting in his conquest. The following is a reading from the Anabasis of Alexander by Arian of Nicomedia, an ancient source, sometime after the days of Alexander, but generally considered to be the best and most reliable account that we have in terms of Alexander's conquests. If you like this kind of content, give it a like and subscribe. It does wonders in the algorithm. And enjoy as we begin reading from the Anabasis of Alexander. Do bear in mind that this is not the beginning of the work. This leads on from the 6th chapter that deals with the events leading up to and at the Battle of Issus, following the aftermath as well at the end. So with that in mind, let's begin chapter 6. Alexander advances to Myrandrus. Darius marches against him. While he was still at Malus, he was informed that Darius was encamped with all his forces at Sochi, a place in the land of Assyria, distant about 2 days' march from the Assyrian gates. Then indeed he collected the companions and told them what was reported about Darius and his army. They urged him to lead on as they were, without delay. At the time he commended them, and broke up the conference. But next day he led them forward against Darius and the Persians. On the second day he passed through the gates and encamped near the city of Myrandrus. But in the night a heavy tempest and a violent storm of wind and rain occurred, which detained him in his camp. Darius, on the other hand, had been spending a long time with his army, having chosen a plain in the land of Assyria, which stretches out in every direction, suitable for the immense size of his army and convenient for the evolutions of cavalry. Amyntas, son of Antiochus, the deserter from Alexander, advised him not to abandon this position, because there was plenty of room for the great multitude of the Persians and for the vast quantity of their baggage. And so Darius remained, but as Alexander made a long stay at Tarsus on account of his illness, and not a short one at Soli, where he offered sacrifice and conducted his army in procession, and moreover spent some time marching against the Cilician mountaineers, Darius was induced to swerve from his resolution. He was also not willing to be led to form whatever decision was most agreeable to his own wishes, and being influenced by those who gave him the advice which they had thought to be pleasant to him, without consideration of its utility, for kings will always have associates to give them bad advice, he came to the conclusion that Alexander was no longer desirous of advancing further, but was shrinking from an encounter upon learning that Darius himself was marching against him. On all sides they were urging him on, asserting that he would trample down the army of the Macedonians with his cavalry. Nevertheless, Amyntas, at any rate, confidently affirmed that Alexander would certainly come to any place where he had heard Darius might be, and he exhorted him by all means to stay where he was. But the worse advice, because at the immediate time it was more pleasant to hear, prevailed. Moreover, he was led by some divine influence into the locality where he derived that little advantage from his cavalry and from the sheer number of men, javelins and bows, and where he could not even exhibit the mere magnificence of his army, but surrendered to Alexander and his troops to an easy victory, for it was already decreed by fate that the Persians should be deprived of the rule of Asia by the Macedonians, just as the Medes had been deprived of it by the Persians, and still earlier, the Assyrians by the Medes. Chapter 7. Darius at Issus, Alexander's speech to his army. Darius crossed the mountain range by what are called the Ammanic Gates, and advancing towards Issus, came without being noticed to the rear of Alexander. Having reached Issus, he captured as many Macedonians as had been left behind on account of illness. These he cruelly mutilated and slew. Next day he proceeded to the river Pinarus, as soon as Alexander heard that Darius was in his rear, because the news did not seem to him trustworthy. He embarked some of the companions in a ship with 30 oars and sent them back to Issus to observe whether the report was true. The men who sailed in the 30-oared ship discovered Persians encamped there more easily, because the sea in this part takes the form of a bay. They, therefore, brought back word to Alexander that Darius was at hand. Alexander then called together all the generals, commanders of the cavalry, and leaders of the Grecian allies, and exhorted them to take courage from the dangers which they had already surmounted, asserting that the struggle would be between themselves, who had previously victorious, and a foe who had already been beaten, and that the deity was acting as part of general on behalf better than himself, by putting it into the mind of Darius to move his forces from the spacious plain and shut them up in a narrow place, where was sufficient room for them to deepen their phalanx by marching from front to rear, but where the vast multitude would be useless for the enemy in battle. He added that their foes were similar to them, neither in strength nor in courage, for the Macedonians, who had been long practiced in warlike toils, accompanied with danger, were coming into close conflict with Persians and Medes, who had then become unnerved by a long course of luxurious ease. To crown all, they being free men, were about to engage in battle with men who were slaves. He said, moreover, that the Greeks who were in the two armies would not be fighting for the same objects, for those with Darius were braving danger for pay, and that pay not high, whereas those on their side were voluntarily defending the interests of Greece. Again, of foreigners, the Thracians, Paeonians, Illyrians, Agrianians, who were the most robust and warlike of men in Europe, were about to be arrayed against the most sluggish and effeminate races of Asia. In addition to all this, Alexander was commanding in the field against Darius. These things he enumerated as evidences of the superiority in the struggle. And then he began to point out the great rewards they would win from the danger to be incurred, for he told them that on the occasion they would overcome not merely the viceroys of Darius, nor the cavalry drawn up of the Granicus, nor the 20,000 Grecian mercenaries, but would overcome all the available forces of the Persians and the Medes, as well as all the other races subject to them dwelling in Asia, and the great king present in person. After this conflict, nothing would be left for them to do, except to take possession of all of Asia, and to put an end to their many labors. In addition to this, he reminded them of their brilliant achievements in their collective capacity in days gone by. And if any man had individually performed any distinguished feat of valor from love of glory, he mentioned him by name in commemoration of the deed. He then recapitulated as modestly as possible his own daring deeds in various battles. He is also said to have reminded them of Xenophon and the 10,000 men who accompanied him, asserting that the latter were in no way comparable with them in even number or general excellence. Besides, they had with them neither Thessalian, Boeotian, Peloponnesian, Macedonian, or Thracian horsemen, nor any other of the cavalry which was in the Macedonian army, nor had any of the archers or slingers, except a few Cretans and Rhodians, and even these were got ready by Xenophon on the spur of the moment in the very crisis of danger. And yet, even these put the king and all of his forces to rout close to Babylon itself, and succeeded in reaching the Euxine Sea after defeating all the races which lay in their way as they were marching down thither. He also adduced whether other arrangements were suitable for a great commander to use in order to encourage brave men in such a critical moment before the perils of battle. They urged him to lead them against the foe without delay, coming from all sides to grasp the king's right hand and encouraging him by their promises. Chapter 8. Arrangement of the hostile armies. Alexander then ordered his soldiers to take their dinner, and having sent a few of his horsemen and archers forward to the gates to reconnoitre the road in the rear, he took the whole of his army and marched in the night to occupy the pass again. When about midnight he had again got possession of it, he caused the army to rest the remainder of the night there upon the rocks, having posted vigilant sentries. At the approach of dawn, he began to descend from the pass along the road, and as long as the space was narrow everywhere, he led his army in column. But when the mountains parted, so as to leave a plain behind them, he kept on opening out the column into the phalanx, marching one line of heavy armed infantry, and another up into the line towards the mountain on the right and towards the sea on the left. Up to this time, his cavalry had been ranged behind the infantry, but when they advanced into the open country, he began to draw up his army in order of battle. First, upon the right wing, near the mountain, he placed his infantry guard and the shield-bearers under the command of Nicanor, son of Parmenio. Next to these the regiment of Coenus, and close to them that of Perdiccas. These troops were posted as far as the middle of the heavy armed infantry to one beginning from the right. On the left wing first stood the regiment of Amyntas, then that of Ptolemy, and close to this, that of Meleager. The infantry on the left had been placed under the command of Craterus, but Parmenio held the chief direction of the whole left wing. This general had been ordered not to abandon to the sea, so that they might not be surrounded by the foreigners, who were likely to outflank them on all sides by their superior numbers. But as soon as Darius was certified of Alexander's approach for the battle, he conveyed about 30,000 of his cavalry, and with them 20,000 of his light-armed infantry to cross the river Pinarus, in order that he might be able to draw up the rest of his forces with ease. Of the heavy-armed infantry, he placed first the 30,000 Greek mercenaries to oppose the phalanx of the Macedonians, and on both sides of these he placed 60,000 of the men called Cardaces, who were also heavily armed infantry. For the place where they were posted was able to contain only this number in a single phalanx. He also posted 20,000 men near the mountain on their left and facing Alexander's right. Some of these troops were also in the rear of Alexander's army, for the mountain near where they were posted in one part sloped in a great back way and formed a sort of bay, like a bay in the sea, and afterwards bending forwards caused the men who had been posted at the foot of it to be behind Alexander's right wing. The remaining multitude of Darius's light-armed and heavily armed infantry was marshalled by nations to an unserviceable depth, and placed behind the Grecian mercenaries and the Persian army arranged in a phalanx. The whole of the army with Darius was said to number about 600,000 fighting men. As Alexander advanced, he found that the ground spread out a little in breadth, and he accordingly brought up his horsemen, both those called companions, and the Thessalians, as well as the Macedonians, and posted them with himself on the right wing. The Peloponnesians and the rest of the allied Greeks he had sent to Parmenio on the left. When Darius had marshalled his phalanx, by a preconcerted signal he recalled the cavalry which he had posted on the front of the river for the express purpose of rendering the arranging of his army easily. Most of these he placed on the right wing near the sea, facing Parmenio, because here the ground was more suited for the evolutions of cavalry. A certain part of them also he led up to the mountain towards the left, but when they were seen to be useless there on the account of the narrowness of the ground, he ordered most of these also to ride round to the right wing and join their comrades there. Darius himself occupied the centre of the whole army, inasmuch as it was the custom for the kings of Persia to take up that position, the reason of which arrangement has been recorded by Xenophon, son of Grelus. Chapter 9. Alexander changes the disposition of his forces. Meanwhile, when Alexander perceived that nearly all the Persian cavalry had changed their ground and gone to his left towards the sea, and that on his side only the Peloponnesians and the rest of the Grecian cavalry were posted there, he sent the Thessalian cavalry thither with speed, ordering them not to ride along before the front of the whole army, lest they should be seen by the enemy to be shifting their ground, but to proceed by stealth in the rear of the phalanx. In front of the cavalry on the right, he posted the lancers under command of Protomachus, and the Paeonians under that of Aristo, and of the infantry, the archers under the direction of Antiochus, and the Agrianians under that of Attalus. Some of the cavalry and archers he also drew up as to form an angle with the centre towards the mountain which was in the rear. So on the right of his phalanx had been drawn up separated into two wings, the one fronting Darius, and the main body of the Persians beyond the river, and the other facing those who had been posted at the mountain in the rear. On the left wing, the infantry consisting of the Cretan archers and the Thracians under command of Statesman were posted in the front, and before these, the cavalry towards the left. The Grecian mercenaries were drawn up as a reserve for all them. When he perceived that the phalanx towards the right was too thin, and it seemed likely that the Persians would outflank him here considerably, he ordered 2 squadrons of the Companion cavalry, viz. the Anthemusium, and of which the Peroides, son of Menetheusius, was captain, and that which was called Leogaean, under the command of Pantodanus, son of Cleander, to proceed from the centre of the right without being seen. Having also marched the archers, part of the Agrianians, and the Grecian mercenaries up along his right into the front, he extended his phalanx beyond the wing of the Persians. But when those who had been posted upon the mountain did not descend, a charge was made by a few of the Agrianians and archers at Alexander's order, by which they were easily put to rout from the foot of the mountain. As they fled to the summit, he decided that he could make use of the men who had been drawn up to keep these in check, to fill up the ranks of his phalanx. He thought it quite sufficient to post 300 horsemen to watch the men on the mountain. Chapter 10. The Battle of Issus. Having thus marshalled his men, he caused them to rest for some time, and then led them forward, as he thought the enemy's approach was very slow. For Darius was no longer leading the foreigners against him, as he had arranged them at first, but he remained in position upon the bank of the river, which was in many parts steep, and in certain places, where it seemed more easy to ascend, he extended a stockade upon it. By this it was at once evident to Alexander's men that Darius had become cowed in spirit. But when the armies at length met in conflict, Alexander rode about in every direction to exhort his troops, to show their valor, mentioning with befitting epithets and names, not only of the generals, but also of the captains of the cavalries and infantry, and of the Grecian mercenaries, as many were now more distinguished either by rank or of merit. From all sides arose a shout, not to delay, but to attack the enemy. At first he still led them on in close array with measured step, although he had the forces of Darius already in full view, lest by a more hasty march any part of the phalanx should fluctuate from the line and get separated from the rest. But when they came within range of darts, Alexander himself and those around him, being posed on the right wing, advanced first into the river with a run, in order to alarm the Persians by the rapidity of their onset, and by coming sooner to close conflict to receive little damage from the archers. And it turned out, just as Alexander had conjectured, for as soon as the battle became a hand-to-hand one, the part of the Persian army stationed on the left wing was put to rout, and here Alexander and his men won their brilliant victory. But the Grecian mercenaries serving under Darius attacked the Macedonians at the point where they saw their phalanx especially disordered. For the Macedonian phalanx had been broken and disjointed the right wing, because Alexander had charged into the river with such eagerness, and engaging in a hand-to-hand conflict was already driving back the Persians posted there. But the Macedonians in the centre did not execute their task with equal speed, and finding many parts of the bank steep and precipitous, they were unable to preserve the front of the phalanx in the same line. Here, then, the struggle was desperate. The aim of the Grecian mercenaries of Darius began to push the Macedonians back into the river and regain the victory. Though their own forces were already flying, the aim of the Macedonians being not to fall short of Alexander's good fortune, which was already manifest, and not to tarnish the glory of the phalanx, which, up to that time, had been commonly asserted to be invincible. Moreover, the feeling of rivalry which existed between the Grecian and Macedonian races inspired each side in the conflict. Here fell Ptolemy, son of Seleucus, after proving himself a valiant man, besides about 120 of other Macedonians of no mean repute. Chapter 11. The Defeat and Flight of Darius. Hereupon the regiments on the right wing, perceiving that the Persians opposed to them had already been put to rout, wheeled round towards the Grecian mercenaries of Darius and their own hard-pressed detachment. Having driven the Greeks away from the river, they extended their phalanx beyond the Persian army, on the side which had been broken, and attacking the Greeks on the flank, were already beginning to cut them up. However, the Persian cavalry, which had been posted opposite the Thessalians, did not remain on the other side of the river during the struggle, but came through the water and made a vigorous attack upon the Thessalian squadrons. In this place a fierce cavalry battle ensued, but the Persians did not give way until they perceived that Darius had fled, and the Grecian mercenaries had been cut up by the phalanx and severed from them. And then at last the flight of all the Persians was plainly visible. Their horses suffered much injury in the retreat, because the riders were heavily armed, and the horsemen themselves, being so many in number and retreating in panicked terror, without any regard to order along narrow roads, were trampled on and injured no less by each other than by the pursuing enemy. The Thessalians also followed them up with vigor, so that no fewer of the cavalry than of the infantry were slaughtered in the flight. But as soon as the left wing of Darius was terrified and routed by Alexander, and the Persian king perceived that this part of his army was severed from the rest, without any further delay, he began to flee in his chariot along with the rest, just as he was. He was conveyed safely in the chariot, as long as he met with level ground in his flight. But when he lighted upon ravines and other rough ground, he left the chariot there, divesting himself of his shield and Median mantle. He even left his bow in the chariot, and mounting a horse continued his flight. That night, which came on soon after, alone rescued him from being captured by Alexander, for as long as there was daylight, the latter kept up in pursuit at full speed. But when it began to grow dark, and the ground before the feet became invisible, he turned back again to the camp. After capturing the chariot of Darius with the shield, the Median mantle, and the bow within it. For his pursuit had been too slow for him to overtake Darius, because, though he wheeled round on the first breaking asunder of the phalanx, yet he did not turn to pursue him until he observed that the Grecian mercenaries and the Persian cavalry had been driven away from the river. Of the Persians killed were Arsames, Leomithres, and Atizes, who had commanded the cavalry at the Granicus. Sabaces, the viceroy of Egypt, and Bubaces of the Persian dignitaries were also killed. Besides, about 100,000 of the private soldiers, among them being more than 10,000 cavalry. So great was the slaughter that Ptolemy, son of Lagus, who then accompanied Alexander, says that the men who were with them pursuing Darius, coming into the pursuit of the ravine, filled it up with the corpses, and so passed over it. The camp of Darius was taken forthwith at the first assault, containing his mother, his wife, who was also his sister, and his infant son. His 2 daughters and a few other women, wives of Persian peers who were in attendance upon them, were likewise captured. For the other Persians happened to have dispatched their women along with the rest of their property to Damascus, because Darius had sent to that city the greater part of his money and all the other things which the great king was in habit of taking with him as necessary for his luxurious mode of living, even though he was going on a military expedition. The consequence was that in the camp no more than 3,000 talents were captured, and soon after the money in Damascus was also seized by Parmenio, who was dispatched thither for that very purpose. Such was the result of this famous battle, which was fought in the month of Mymacterion, when Nicostratus was Archon of the Athenians. Chapter 12. Kind treatment of Darius's family. The next day, Alexander, though suffering from a wound that he had received in the thigh from a sword, visited the wounded, and having collected the bodies of the slain, he gave them a splendid burial with all his forces most brilliantly marshalled in order of battle. He also spoke with eulogy to those whom he himself had recognized performing any gallant deed in battle, and also to those whose exploits he had learned by full report, fully corroborated. He likewise honored each of them individually, with a gift of money in proportion to his desert. He then appointed Belacrus, son of Nicantor, one of the royal bodyguards, viceroy of Cilicia, and in his place among the bodyguards he chose Menes, son of Dionysius. In the room of Ptolemy, son of Seleucus, who had been killed in the battle, he appointed Polysperchon, son of Simmias, to the command of a brigade. He remitted to the Solians the 50 talents which were still due to the money imposed on them as a fine, and he gave them back their hostages. Nor did he treat the mother, wife, or children of Darius with any neglect. For some of those who have written Alexander's history say that on the very night which he returned from the pursuit of Darius, entering the Persian king's tent, which he had selected for his use, he heard the lamentation of women and other noises similar kind not far from the tent. Inquiring therefore who the women were, and why they were in tent so near, he was answered by someone as follows: O king, the mother, wife, and children of Darius are lamenting for him as slain, since they have been informed that thou hast his bow and royal mantle, and that his shield has been brought back. When Alexander heard this, he sent Leonatus and one of his companions to them, with injunctions to tell them, Darius is still alive. In his flight he left his arms and mantle in the chariot, and these are the only things of his that Alexander has. Leonatus entered the tent and told them the news of Darius, saying, moreover, that Alexander would allow them to retain the state and retinue befitting their royal rank, as well as the title of queens, for he had not undertaken war against Darius from a feeling of hatred, but had conducted it in a legitimate manner for the empire of Asia. Such are the statements of Ptolemy and Aristobulus. But there is another report, to the effect that on the day Alexander himself following went to the tent, accompanied alone by Hephaestion, one of his companions, the mother of Darius, being in doubt which one of them was the king, for they had both arrayed themselves in the same style of dress, went up to Hephaestion, because he appeared the taller of the two, and prostrated herself before him. But when he drew back, and one of her attendants pointed out Alexander, saying he was the king, she was ashamed of her mistake, and was going to retire. But the king told her that she had made no mistake, for Hephaestion was also an Alexander. This I record, neither being sure of its truth, nor thinking it altogether unreliable. If it really occurred, I commend Alexander for his compassionate treatment of the women, and the confidence he felt in his companion, and the honor bestowed on him. But if it merely seems probable to historians that Alexander would have acted and spoken thus, even for this reason, I think him worthy of commendation. Chapter 13. Flight of Macedonian deserters into Egypt. Proceedings of Agis, king of Sparta. Alexander occupies Phoenicia. Darius fled through the night with a few attendants, but in the daytime, picking up as he went along the Persians and Grecian mercenaries who had come out safely of the battle, he had in all 4,000 men under his command. He then made a forced march towards the city of Thapsacus and the river Euphrates, in order to put that river as soon as possible between himself and Alexander. But Amyntas, son of Antiochus, Thymondas, son of Mentor, Aristomedes the Pherian, and Bianor the Arcanian all being deserters, fled without delay from the posts assigned to them in the battle, with about 8,000 soldiers under their command, and passing through the mountains, they arrived at Tripolis in Phoenicia. It was there they seized the ships which had been hauled up on the shore, in which they had previously been transported from Lesbos. They launched as many of these vessels as they thought sufficient to convey them, and the rest they burned there in the docks. In order not to supply their enemy with the means of quickly pursuing them, they fled first to Cyprus, thence to Egypt, where Amintas shortly after, meddling in political disputes, was killed by the natives. Meanwhile, Pharnabazus and Autophrodates were staying near Chios. Then, having established a garrison in the island, they dispatched some of their ships to Kos and Halicarnassus, and with 100 of their best sailing vessels, they put to sea themselves and landed at Cypnus. And Agis, king of the Lacedaemonians, came to them with 1 trireme, both to ask for money to carry on the war, and also to urge them to send with him into the Peloponnese as large a force, both naval and military, as they could. At that very time, news reached them of the battle which had been fought at Issus, and being alarmed, Pharnabazus started off to Chios with 12 triremes and 1,500 Greek mercenaries, for fear that the Chians might attempt to effect a revolution when they received the news of the Persian defeat. Agis, having received from Autophrodates 30 talents of silver and 10 triremes, dispatched Hippias to lead these ships to his brother Agesilaus at Tanerum, ordering him also to instruct Agesilaus to pay the full to the sailors, and then sail as quickly as possible to Crete, in order to set things in order there. Well, for a time he himself remained there among the islands, but afterwards joined Autophrodates at Halicarnassus. Alexander appointed Menon, son of Cerdemas, viceroy of Coele Syria, giving him the cavalry of the Grecian allies to guard the country. He then went in person towards Phoenicia, and on the march he was met by Strato, the son of Gerostratus, king of the Aradians and of the people living near Aradus. But Gerostratus himself was serving in the fleet with Autophrodates, as were all the other kings of both the Phoenicians and the Cyprians. When Strato fell in with Alexander, he placed a golden crown upon his head, promising to surrender him both the island of Aradus and the great and prosperous city of Marathus, situated on the mainland right opposite Aradus. Also Sigon, the city of Mariame, along with other places under his dominion and that of his father. Chapter 14. The Letter from Darius and Alexander's Reply. While Alexander was still in Marathus, ambassadors came bringing a letter from Darius, entreating him to give up to their king his mother, wife, and children. They were also instructed to support this petition by word of mouth. The letter pointed out to him that friendship and alliance had subsisted between Philip and Artaxerxes, and that when Arses, the son of Artaxerxes, ascended to the throne, Philip was the first to practice injustice towards him, though he had suffered no injury from the Persians. Alexander also, from the time when Darius began to reign over the Persians, had not sent any one to confirm the friendship and alliance which had so long existed, but had crossed over into Asia with his army and inflicted much injury upon the Persians. For this reason, he had come down in person to defend his country and preserve the empire of his fathers. As to the battle, it had been decided, as seemed good to some of the gods. And now he, a king, begged his captured wife, mother, and children from the king, and he wished to form a friendship with him and become his ally. For this purpose he requested Alexander to send men to him with Meniscus and Arsimas, the messengers who came from the Persians, to receive pledges of fidelity from him, and to give them on behalf of Alexander. To this Alexander wrote a reply, and sent Thersippus with men who had come from Darius, with instructions to give the letter to Darius, but not to converse anything. Alexander's letter ran thus: Your ancestors came into Macedonia and the rest of Greece and treated us ill, without any previous injury from us. I, having been appointed commander-in-chief of the Greeks, and wishing to take revenge on the Persians, crossed into Asia, hostilities being begun by you. For you sent aid to the Perinthians, who were dealing unjustly with my father, and Ochus sent forces into Thrace, which was under our rule. My father was killed by conspirators whom you instigated, as you of yourself have boasted to all in your letters, and after slaying Arses as well as Bagoas, and unjustly seizing the throne contrary to the law of the Persians, and ruling your subjects unjustly, you sent unfriendly letters about me to the Greeks, urging them to wage war with me. You have also dispatched money to the Lacedaemonians and other certain Greeks, but none of the states received it, except the Lacedaemonians. As your agents destroyed my friends, who were striving to dissolve the league which I had formed among the Greeks, I took the field against you, because you were party who commenced this hostility. Since I have vanquished your generals and viceroys in previous battle, and now yourself and your forces in like manner, I am, by the gift of the gods, in possession of your land. As many of the men who fought in your army were not killed in battle, but fled to me for refuge, I am protecting, and they are with me, not against their own will, but they are serving in my army as volunteers. Come to me, therefore, since I am the lord of all Asia, but if you are afraid you may suffer any harsh treatment from me in case you do come to me, send some of your friends to receive pledges of safety from me. Come to me then, and ask for your mother, wife, children, and anything else you wish, for whatever you ask, you will receive, and nothing shall be denied you. But for the future, whenever you send to me as the king of Asia, and do not address me to whom your wishes as to an equal. But if you are in need of anything, speak to me as the man who is the lord of all your territories. If you act otherwise, I shall deliberate concerning you as an evildoer. And if you dispute my right to the kingdom, stay and fight another battle for it, but do not run away. For wherever you may be, I intend to march against you. This is the letter which he sent to Darius. Druids. What exactly are they? Well, they were highly respected figures in ancient Celtic societies, we know that, serving as religious leaders, legal experts, keepers of knowledge. But this name, derived from the Celtic term for oak trees, highlights their deep connection to nature as well, and the spiritual significance of their oak groves. They were believed to perform religious ceremonies, including sacrifices, which were reported to have divinatory powers. While the rise of the Roman Empire largely diminished their influence in continental Europe, their practices, or at least what are imagined to be their practices, persisted longer in Ireland and Britain, until gradually fading with the spread of Christianity. Today, the image of the Druid has been revived in neo-pagan and New Age movements, often idealized and reconstructed based on what little historical evidence we have. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you are new, good to meet you. But I was coming back, great to see you again. And I'll make you a deal. If you make me giggle with some interesting comment, your comment will be pinned for everyone to see. Just imagine the eternal glory of that. It's not a bad deal. Now, with all the introduction out of the way, we must remember that the topic of the Druids is pretty much seen through Roman eyes. Is it a historical record? Or is it propaganda to justify a conquest? We're not sure, but we're going to talk about as many angles as we can. Maybe by the end, we can make up our own minds about what exactly a Druid was. So let's get started. Nice and relaxed, as always. Both in Greco-Roman and vernacular Irish sources, there is a concurrence that the Druids held a significant role in the pagan Celtic culture. Julius Caesar described them as one of the two most significant social classes in the area, alongside the equites or aristocrats. They were responsible for managing religious rituals and sacrifices, predicting the future, and overseeing legal proceedings in Gallic, British, and Irish communities. Caesar had stated in his writings that they were immune to conscription and even taxation, and possessed the authority to ostracize individuals from religious celebrations, making them pariahs. Now, there was also Diodorus Siculus and Strabo who wrote about them, two additional prominent ancient authors, and they wrote very heavily on the significance of Druids in Gallic civilization. According to their accounts, the Druids commanded such reverence that the mere intervention between two armies had the power to halt a fight. Diodorus describes the Druids as philosophers and knowledgeable individuals in religious matters who were held in great respect. Strabo states that the scope of their expertise encompassed both natural philosophy, but also moral philosophy, while Ammianus Marcellinus categorizes them as scholars who delved into obscure and profound subjects. Pomponius Mela was the inaugural source to assert that the education of the Druids was clandestine and occurred within the dark corners of caves and the hidden places deep within the forests. It certainly builds up an aesthetic, doesn't it? Well, Cicero reported seeing a Gaulish Druid who professed to possess a knowledge of nature referred to as physiologia by the Greeks. This Druid would make predictions, employing methods such as augury and speculation. Druidic knowledge encompasses a vast collection of memorized passages, and Caesar observed that it could require as long as 2 decades to fully complete the curriculum. The content of the teachings given to beginner Druids, this kind of course structure, if we could call it that, is unfortunately uncertain. There is no verifiably ancient verse from the Druids' oral literature that has been preserved, even in translated form. According to Caesar, the Gauls mostly relied on oral communication for instructions, but they also possessed a written language for everyday needs, which, by the way, utilized Greek letters. Pretty common for languages without written forms at that time to co-opt the Greek alphabet. It's just an easy way of doing things. Well, later on, during the reign of Caesar and his interactions with them, the inscriptions of Gaul had been transitioned from using Greek alphabet to using the Latin script. Caesar suggested that the Druids' preference for oral transmissions of knowledge and aversion to documenting their thoughts stemmed from two main reasons. The first was a desire to safeguard the knowledge of the Druids from widespread dissemination, and the aim to enhance the Druids' memory capabilities. Caesar states that a significant number of young men gathered among the Druids to get training, and that the Druids had certain privileges that the general public would simply dream of having. It's stated as well that in Caesar's writings, I quote, "A significant number willingly chose to pursue this occupation, while others are compelled by their families for practical reasons to become Druids." The Druids were often mentioned by Greek and Roman literature as those who engaged in the act of human sacrifice. According to Caesar, individuals who had been convicted of theft or other criminal acts were regarded as more suitable for sacrificial purposes. However, in cases when there was a shortage of criminals, innocent individuals would be deemed acceptable. Caesar documented a type of sacrifice involving the immolation of victims inside a huge wooden fire, sometimes referred to as a wicker man. An alternative version was provided by the Commenta Bernensia from the 10th century, which reported that offerings to the gods Teotates, Eosus, and Tyrannos were made through drowning, hanging, and burning respectively. Diodorus Siculus claims that in order for a sacrifice to be deemed suitable by Celtic deities, it was necessary for a Druid to be present while the sacrifice occurred, as they served as kind of like middlemen between the people and the gods, a communicator. He emphasized the significance of the prophets in Druidic ceremonies in this way. I quote, "These men predict the future by observing the flight and calls of birds by the sacrifice of the holy animals. All orders of society are within their power, and in very important matters they prepare a human victim, plunging a dagger into his chest. By observing the way his limbs convulse as he falls and the gushing of his blood, they are able to tell the future." Well, archaeological evidence from Western Europe has extensively been employed to substantiate this hypothesis that Iron Age Celts engaged in ritualistic acts of human sacrifice. And in fact, they have discovered mass graves in Gaul that do date back to this time period. These tombs were found in a ritual setting and are located in the region of the Belgae chiefdom. The excavator of these sites, Jean-Louis Brunel, interpreted them as areas of human sacrifices dedicated to a war deity. However, not everybody is in agreement it's challenged by another archaeologist, namely Martin Brown, who proposed that the bodies might belong to esteemed warriors buried in the sanctuary rather than actually being sacrificial offerings. And of course, there's skepticism among historians over the accuracy of the statements made by the Greco-Roman writers. It's observed that there was uncertainty regarding whether Druids actually carried out such things. This uncertainty arose because the Romans and Greeks had a tendency to attribute what they perceived as barbaric characteristics to foreign groups, and that includes the Druids, and even the Christians. Well, at least before the days of Constantine, seeing that image of the cross over the bridge. Well, the Pythagorean doctrine prevails among the Gauls, teaching that the souls of men are immortal, and that after a fixed number of years, they will enter into another body. Julius Caesar noted in his commentaries on the Gallic War, Book 6, and I'll read from that now. With regard to their actual course of studies, the main object of all education is, in their opinion, to imbue the scholars with a firm belief in the indestructibility of the human soul, which, according to their belief, merely passes at death from one tenement to another. For by such doctrine alone, they say, which robs death of all of its terrors, can the highest form of human courage be developed. Subsidiary to the teachings of this main principle, they hold various lectures and discussions on the stars and their movements, on the extent and geographical distribution of the earth, and the different branches of natural philosophy, and on many problems connected with their religion. End of the account from the Gallic War. Well, in 36 BCE, Diodorus Siculus documented that the Druids adhered to the Pythagorean doctrine, which suggests, of course, as we've said, that human souls are eternal, and after a specific period of time begin a fresh existence in a different physical form, a different vehicle, if we're going to use terminology like from Hinduism and Buddhism. And in the 3rd century AD, Diogenes Laertius stated that Druids communicate their teachings using enigmatic riddles and obscure expressions. These teachings emphasize the necessity of worshipping the gods, refraining from harmful actions, and upholding virtuous conduct. Now, onto a little bit of folklore, because we kind of tread the line a little bit with videos like these, which is okay. It's not a problem. This isn't an academic journal, after all. But folklore is folklore, and history is history, so the line is drawn. Well, if we're looking at the folklore around Druids, we find ourselves well and truly within the realm of Ireland. And at the time, within this confines of Irish folklore, the Druids typically serve as an esteemed, kind of like priest counselors to lords and kings, a wise man sort of archetype. They possess the ability to prophesy and possess other mystical powers. One notable example of a druid from folklore is Cathbad. Cathbad, the principal druid of King Concobar mac Nessa's court in Ulster, is prominently featured in numerous stories, primarily focusing on his exceptional skill in predicting the future. A handy guy to have around, that's for sure. Now, in the story of Deirdre of the Sorrows, which is considered the most tragic tale in the Ulster cycle, a druid made a prophecy in front of Concobar's court. The prophecy stated that Deirdre would become exceptionally beautiful, and that her beauty would lead to conflicts among kings and lords, resulting in a great deal of fighting and bloodshed. Furthermore, it was foreseen that Ulster's three most formidable warriors would be compelled to leave their homeland because of her. Well, the king disregarded the unfavorable prophecy, but ultimately it proved to be accurate. Sucks to be him, I guess. Well, Amergin Glungel, if I'm pronouncing the name properly, a renowned bard and judge, was considered the most prominent of the Druids within the mythological confine. He played a significant role in the mythological cycle as a representative of the Milesians. The Milesians were attempting to conquer the Tuatha de Danann and claim the country of Ireland for themselves. However, as they neared their destination, the Druids of the Tuatha de Danann conjured a powerful storm to prevent their ships from reaching the shore. Amergin invoked the essence of Ireland by reciting a potent spell, now referred to as the Song of Amergin. This incantation played a role in his successful arrival on the Irish shores, and subsequently in assisting his royal siblings to conquer and partition the land. As a result, Amergin was bestowed with the prestigious title of Chief Olam of Ireland. Additional fabled druids were Taugt Macht Nuach from the Fenian cycle and Mag Draith from a formidable tale of a blind druid from Munster. In Irish mythology there are several female druids too, because we can't leave the girls out, who frequently have comparably significant cultural and religious positions, just like their male counterparts. In Irish folklore there are multiple terms for female druids. One such term is Bandre, which means woman druid, and can be found in stories like Tain Bo Cowling. Another notable female druid is Bodmal, who was mentioned in the Fenian cycle, and was one of Fionn mac Comail's caretakers during his childhood. Additionally, there is Tlagda, a daughter of the druid Mogdraith. According to Irish tradition, Tlagda is associated with the Hill of Ward, a significant location where festivals in her honor were held during the Middle Ages. Birog, a Bandre woman druid from the Tuatha de Danann, plays a significant role in Irish folklore. In this tale, the Fomorian warrior Balor tries to prevent a prophecy that predicts his own grandson will kill him. To do this, he imprisons his daughter Aithne in the tower of Tory Island, isolating her from any interaction with men. Becuil, the offspring of the wood's deity Fildias, is occasionally depicted as a sorceress rather than a bandre. In one narrative, she collaborates with 3 other members of the Tuatha De to vanquish the malevolent Greek enchantress Carman. And she's not the only bandre, of course. There's another Relbio, a Nemedian druid mentioned in the Book of Invasions, and she is shown as the offspring of the king of Greece and the parent of Fergus Lethdirg and Alma One-Tooth. Dornall, a bandre in Scotland, specializes in training heroes in fightings, specifically Laeger and Conall. She is the daughter of Domnall Mildemail. So as we can see, in terms of this mythology and folklore, It's a very broad brush. Now, if we are sticking with this term bandre, we can usually find that within these folklore contexts and within those sources that they come from, that it is specifically mentioned that this is a bandre, the bandre so-and-so. But it's not as though the attributes are so strictly defined. There's a bit of movement between these folklore contexts. Well, moving on. The Galizene, as described by classical authors, were celibate priestesses who resided on the Ile de Seine, located off Point du Raz in Finistère, western Brittany. And they're a little bit different to the bandre, a different categorization. The Greek geographer Artemidorus Ephesius was first to acknowledge their existence, followed by the Greek historian Strabo, who stated that their island was off limits to men, but the women would travel to the mainland to reunite with their spouses. The deities they revered, however, well, that remains a little bit of a mystery. We don't quite know. Now, Pomponius Mela states that the Galizene fulfilled the dual roles of advisors and also medical professionals, possessing knowledge that was tightly kept secrets within their islands. Once again, we see this prevalence of oral histories that always comes about with these sorts of societies. Senna, in the Britannic Sea, opposite the coast of Ossisme, is famous for its oracle of Gaulish god, whose priestesses, living in the holiness of perpetual virginity, are said to be 9 in number. They call them Galizene, and they believe them to be endowed with extraordinary gifts to rouse the sea and the wind by their incantations. They turn themselves into whatsoever animal form they may choose, to cure diseases, which among others are incurable, to know what is to come and to foretell it. They are, however, devoted to the service of voyagers, only who have set out on no other errand than to consult them. Now, that's the end of the account from the classical authorship. Well, on to another classical source, the Historia Augusta. And as per this, Alexander Severus was informed of his impending death by a Gallic druidess. In his book, Aurelian also interrogates a druidess over the destiny of his children, to which they affirmatively respond in support of Claudius II. Flavius Vobiscus also mentions a prophecy that Diocletian had heard from a druidess of the Tungri tribe. But the earliest extant textual evidence of the Druids, which is outside of a folklore context, originates from the classical civilizations of Greece and Rome. You've probably noticed the prevailing trend that we always have to go back to things like Julius Caesar and Diodorus Siculus, these sorts of sources. Now, there was an archaeologist, Stuart Piggott, who drew a parallel between the way classical authors viewed the Druids and the way that Europeans in the 15th and 18th centuries perceived the societies they were encountering in other regions, like, for example, the Americas and the South Sea Islands. He emphasizes this concept of primitivism in both early modern European and classical authors, as they believed that nations they saw were less technologically advanced and socially and politically underdeveloped. In fact, if you were to ask a Greek or a Roman what a barbarian was, in most times they would simply tell you that it's anybody who's not Greek, Or the Romans say, well, it's anybody who's not Roman. Now, historian Nora Chadwick, in a classification later accepted by Pickett, split the classical descriptions of Druids into two categories based on their method of studying the subject and the time periods in which they were written. It refers to the first group as Posidonian, named after one of its main proponents, Posidonius. It's highlighted that this tradition adopts a predominantly negative stance towards the Iron Age communities in Western Europe, emphasizing their, quote, barbaric characteristics. We're talking about the human sacrifice and all these sort of things, the strange ways in which they would tell the future by watching the entrails dance about on the end of a knife. Sounds barbaric. It's meant to. Of course, they may have done all of that. They may not have. Let's find out. Well, the second group, not the Posidonian, the second, is known as the Alexandrian group, and that is focused more on the scholastic traditions of Alexandria, Egypt. It is characterized by a more compassionate and idealistic perspective towards other peoples. Pickett made connections between this classification and the concepts of hard primitivism and soft primitivism, as described by historians of ideas A.O. Lovejoy and Franz Boas. Now, one perspective suggests that all of these narratives are intrinsically untrustworthy, and maybe they are simply all made up, fabricated works of fiction. It's been proposed that the concept of the Druid in general may have been a complete fabrication by classical authors simply to strengthen the notion of the uncivilized barbarian who resided beyond the refined Greco-Roman society. This would have served, of course, to justify the empire's conquest of these regions. Perhaps so. It's something to think about. But what about the earliest documentation? Because it does go back further than you might think. In fact, we can find it around 300 BC. It goes back to two Greek works around this time, a philosophical history authored by Sotion of Alexandria, and a magical treatise, which is sometimes credited to Aristotle, but we're not quite confirmed on that, at least not yet. Well, both of these manuscripts have unfortunately been misplaced. We don't have the originals, which is terrible, I know, but they are cited in the 2nd century AD publication Vitae by Diogenes Laertius. And this is a quote from the introduction of his work, Vitae. Some say that the study of philosophy originated with the barbarians, in that among the Persians that existed in the Magi, and among the Babylonians or Assyrians the Chaldei, among the Indians too, and among the Celts and Gauls, men who were called Druids, as Aristotle relates in his book on magic, and Sotion in the 23rd book of his succession of philosophers. You see right there, he's mentioned that book on magic of Aristotle. And this is where we get this idea that is, 1, accredited to Aristotle, and 2, that we have a source from that time. Now, later Greek and Roman sources, dating back to the 3rd century BC, mention, I quote, barbarian philosophers, which is a potential allusion to this concept of the Gaulish Druid. Of course, Julius Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic War, published in the 50s or 40s BC. That is our oldest surviving source that provides a more comprehensive description of Druids. Caesar, who had ambitions to conquer Gaul and Britain, characterized the Druids as those who were primarily focused on matters related to religious devotion, the proper execution of ceremonial offerings, whether in private or public settings, and the clarification of ritualistic inquiries. According to him, the Druids held a significant role in Gaulish culture, being one of the two esteemed classes with the Equites, known in Rome, by the way, as the privileged class above the common people. In fact, they were commonly referred to simply as horsemen. You know, the word equine being related to horse. Now, he also mentions in his works that one of the main responsibilities of the Druids was to effectively serve as judges. Caesar recorded that the Druids recognized a single leader who would rule until his death, when a successor would be chosen by ballot, or sometimes conflict. He claimed that they met annually at a holy site in Gaul's Carnute tribe. Considering Britain the center of the Druidic education, and that they were absent from German tribes east of the Rhine. Caesar wrote that many young men were trained to become Druids and had to memorize all the relevant knowledge and teachings, adding that their main belief was that souls were immortal and transitioned from one body to another after death, and that they were fascinated by the stars, celestial bodies and their motions, the universe and the earth's vastness, nature, and the eternal power of their deities. This suggests religious involvement included astronomy, as well as theology and cosmology, all together. Caesar thought that those who oversaw human sacrifice ceremonies, usually involving prisoners, as we've mentioned, were kind of like administrators. Now, many modern scholars take a look at the writings of Caesar and kind of tar it with a brush of historical inaccuracy, despite his reported personal encounters with the Gauls and the Druids. Now, some historians note that Caesar acknowledged the Druids as a major force in Gaulish society, but did not mention them in his accounts of his victories. After Caesar's death, Aulus Hirtius didn't finish his Gallic Wars chronicle. It's believed that Caesar had portrayed the Druids as cultured, knowledgeable, and religiously devoted, but also savage in terms of the human sacrifice. This portrayal portrayed the Druids as a society worthy of assimilation into the Roman Empire, while imposing Roman governance and principles on their civilization. Basically, just barbaric enough that they need to be conquered, but just human enough to be left alive to add to the tax base. That's pretty much what it comes down to. And it's maybe a simplified view of it, but that certainly seems what he was getting at. Of course, Caesar's military campaigns were justified by this rationale. Caesar's accounts may be more accurate, say some historians, who says that the depiction of the Druids' role in Gaulish society may have been idealized from the 2nd century BC onwards. You see, the society before the Arverni-led Pan-Gallic Confederation was defeated in 121 BC inspired this tradition. Teutones and Cimbri invaded Gaul, and the demoralized and divided Gaul of Caesar's time is simply not accurately described. By the mid-1st century BC, the Druids' social influence in Britain was declining as paramount chieftains established new power structures. Some researchers believe that Roman conquest caused the Druid order's decline. Caesar provides the most accurate and abundant information about the Druids according to archaeologists Miranda Aldhouse Green. She argues that his records were accurate because he may have exaggerated a few details to justify Roman conflict, but he did not create a Gaul and Britain social hierarchy. This is especially true because he was accompanied by several Roman senators, who would have also sent conquest reports to Rome and questioned his inclusion of significant falsehoods. Well, additionally, other renowned authors provided observations regarding the Druids. Cicero, who lived around the same time as Caesar, mentioned that he had met in person a Druid named Divitiacus from the Aedui tribe of Gaul. Now, he was reputedly knowledgeable about the natural world and practiced divination using augury. However, there is a debate about whether he was truly a Druid. Now, Caesar, who was familiar with Divitiacus, referred to him as Diviciacus, which sounded more Gaulish and therefore more genuine. However, Caesar never described him as a Druid, but rather portrayed him as a political and military leader. Now, of course, Diodorus Siculus had his say too. He provided a description of the Druids in his work Bibliotheca Historicae in 36 BC, shortly after other writers had also discussed the topic. In addition to the Druids, whom he referred to as Droidas, whom he perceived as philosophers and theologians, he observed the presence of poets and singers in Celtic civilization, whom he referred to as bards. Strabo, writing in the 20s CE, elaborated on this concept, stating that Gauls recognized three distinct categories of esteemed individuals. The individuals referred to as bardoi were poets and singers. The ovates were diviners and experts of the natural world, and the Druids were scholars who focused on the study of moral philosophy. And then there's Tacitus, a Roman writer who was also a senator and historian, who recounted the events when the Roman army, under the command of Suetonius Paulinus, launched an attack on the island of Mona, which is, by the way, in Welsh known as Anglesey. Upon landing, the legionnaires were reportedly struck with awe as they witnessed a group of Druids with their hands raised to the sky, uttering fearsome curses upon the invading forces. According to him, these objects caused great fear among the soldiers, who had never seen anything like it before. And of course, there's only one reasonable course of action. Just start swinging the swords around. According to the Roman historians, the Romans quickly overcame their concerns and vanquished the Britons, causing them to flee. Additionally, the Romans destroyed the sacred groves of the Druids on Mona. While Tacitus is the sole primary source that provides descriptions of Druids in Britain, although in a negative light, depicting them as uncivilized and lacking knowledge. Of course, during the Middle Ages, following the Christianization of Ireland and Wales, Druids are mentioned in several recorded sources, primarily in tales and stories like Tain Bo Culling, as well as in the biographies of several saints. All of these, by the way, were authored by Christian monks. Now, in Irish literature, Druids, which is Drowaith, plural of Drowae, are sorcerers possessing extraordinary abilities, who are held in high regard throughout society particularly for their aptitude in divination, this fortune-telling. Now, the Dictionary of the Irish Language provides a definition of a druid as a practitioner of magic, wizardry, and divination. Within the realm of literature, the Druids possess the ability to perform incantations that result in the transformation of individuals into animals, or even turning them into stone. Additionally, they have the power to inflict curses upon crops, causing them to wither away and become blighted. During the early Irish sagas and pre-Christian Irish saints' lives are typically depicted as having elevated social standing. The law texts, documented in the 6 and 700s AD, provide evidence indicating that the advent of Christianity led to a significant decline in the social status of Druids in Irish society. They were increasingly perceived as sorcerers who could be sought out for spell casting or healing magic, resulting in a corresponding decrease in their prestige. According to the ancient legal document Breitha Clorlig, the amount of support that should be provided to a druid, satirist, or brigand while they are unwell is no greater than what should be provided to an ordinary freeman. Orakect Brek, a legal text, includes the druid as of the Dor Nemed or professional classes, who rely on patron for their social standing. This places them in the same category as a lot of other trades like blacksmiths, wrights, or entertainers. But in contrast, the Fili, who were the only ones to have independent Nemed status, had a significantly higher level of freedom. Now, although Druids were frequently depicted in numerous medieval Irish sources, they were far less common in their Welsh counterparts. In contrast to the Irish writings, the Welsh term dreo was widely employed to specifically denote prophets rather than sorcerers or pagan priests. According to one historian, Ronald Hutton, there are two explanations for the use of the term in Wales. Now, the first explanation suggests that it originated from the pre-Christian era when dreo were referred to as ancient priests. The second explanation proposes that the Welsh borrowed the term from the Irish, just like the English did. The English used the terms dry and drycraft to refer to magicians and magic, likely influenced by the Irish terms. So, what exactly are we left with? Well, the idea of the druid that exists in people's subconscious, especially the Welsh, the Irish, the English, has been preserved. We have modern communities who are keeping the tradition alive, what they know of the tradition. But like a lot of things, it's been subject to this great amount of romanticism. And, well, a lot of these modern sort of perceptions of what it is seem to be equal to cosplay meetups. This is not to disparage anyone. It just seems to be the reality. Well, perhaps there's always time to develop new traditions. And perhaps in 1,000 years, the modern conception of the druid that we have now, or perhaps that will be looked back upon and we'll be having the same kinds of conversations. Perhaps in 1,000 years, somebody will be making a video about druids in the 2020s. Who knows? It certainly won't be me. I'm going to be around for a while, but certainly not that long. The Jewish-Roman War of 66 to 73 AD marked a tumultuous period in ancient Judea's history. The conflict, marked by religious, political, and widespread social tensions, culminated in the devastating siege and destruction of Jerusalem by the Roman force under Titus. The war had profound demographic, cultural, and political ramifications for the Jewish population of Judea, but also for the broader Mediterranean region. While primary sources offer varying accounts of the conflict's toll, its impact on Judea's population and landscape was undeniably significant. And that's what we're here to learn about today. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's nice to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel and keep me going, then you would follow the links to the Patreon. Otherwise, a like, comment, and subscribe if you feel inclined to do so also goes a long way. Now, with that out of the way, let's get on to today's video. The First Roman-Jewish War. Now, this is kind of a part one of two videos about the Roman-Jewish wars in general. In the next video, I'll talk about the Bar Kokhba revolt and the events that led up to that. But let's talk about this first and go right back to the beginning. From 37 BCE to 4 BCE, King Herod ruled Jerusalem as a vassal king appointed by the Roman Senate. Herod the Great was infamous for his ruthless tactics to secure his throne, including the execution of all potential claimants from the previous Hasmonean dynasty. Even his own wife, who hailed from that lineage. To solidify his power, Herod established a new class of nobility loyal solely to him, known as the Herodians, and appointed high priests from unrelated families. Well, there's your primer on what kind of a bloke Herod was. His reign left a legacy of economic hardship, particularly among labor workers employed on his grand construction projects, of which there were numerous. Well, after his death, the economy deteriorated further, leading to widespread poverty and social unrest. The lack of effective leadership exacerbated the situation, leaving the region vulnerable to riots and contributing to the conditions that would eventually spark the Great Revolt. So, with the increasing dominance of the Roman Empire in the Eastern Mediterranean, the Herodian dynasty, initially semi-independent, was formally integrated into the Roman Empire in 6 AD. This transition to a Roman province heightened tensions. The natives did not like it at all, and it culminated in a Jewish uprising led by Judas of Galilee in response to the census of Quirinius. After the death of Herod the Great and the removal of Herod Archelaus from power, the Romans appointed procurators, technically prefects before 41, to govern the Judeans. Initially, these Roman officials respected the Jewish customs and laws, permitting them to observe the Sabbath and granting exemptions from pagan rituals. They even minted coins without images, a departure from the practice elsewhere in the empire. During the years 7 to 26 AD, the province experienced relative calm. However, trouble resurfaced after 37, particularly under Emperor Caligula's reign. The underlying cause of tensions in the eastern part of the empire were admittedly multifaceted, including the influence of Greek culture, the implementation of Roman law, and the rights of Jews within the empire. Caligula harbored suspicions toward the prefect of Egypt, Aulus Avilius Flaccus, who had ties to Egyptian separatists and a history of opposing Caligula's family. So, in 38, Caligula dispatched Agrippa to Alexandria, without prior notice, to assess the situation under Flaccus. Agrippa's visit was met with a good deal of hostility from the local Greek population. Remember that they were under the rule of the Greeks at this time, who viewed him as the king of the Jews. In an attempt to appease both the Greeks and Caligula, Flaccus ordered the placement of statues of the emperor in Jewish synagogues, and just before I go on, allow me to correct myself. They were not under the rule of the Jews, because Cleopatra and Ptolemy had already been defeated, ending the Ptolemaic dynasty. I do apologize. Moving on. However, this move triggered widespread religious riots in the cities. You can't just put your statues wherever you like them. People do not like that. Don't do it. Well, the unrest had to be dealt with. So, in response to all this, Caligula removed Flaccus from his position. And he could have just had him sent away, but in true Caligula fashion, simply had him executed. In 39 AD, Agrippa accused Herod Antipas, the tetrarch of Galilee and Perea, of planning rebellion with Parthian assistance. Herod Antipas confessed, leading to his exile, while Agrippa was rewarded with control over his territories. In 40 CE, the next year, tensions flared up once again in Alexandria, with riots breaking out between Jews and Greeks. Now, the Jews were accused of a grievous crime, and that crime was failing to honor the emperor, and disputes also arose in other cities like Jamnia. Now, angered by the erection of a clay altar, Jewish protesters decided to take matters into their own hands and destroyed it themselves. In response, Caligula ordered the erection of a statue of himself in the Jewish Temple of Jerusalem. This was a much greater insult than the original clay statue. However, fearing a civil war, the governor of Syria, Publius Petronius, delayed implementing the order for nearly a year, until Agrippa convinced Caligula to reverse it. In the year 46, some 6 years later, an uprising erupted in the Judea province, instigated by two brothers, Jacob and Simon, and this lasted for 2 years until 48 AD. It began as a sporadic insurgency, centered in the Galilee. Roman authorities eventually suppressed it, resulting in the execution of both brothers. The relatively conciliatory Roman policy in Judea shifted then with the appointment of Gessius Florus as procurator. That was between 64 and 66 CE. Now, Nero was at this time in power, and he tasked Florus with extracting a large sum of money from Jerusalem's temple while quelling any resistance. This, of course, was not received very well by those who frequented the temple in Jerusalem, and it led to tensions. When Florus seized funds from the temples, he justified it as reclaiming unpaid taxes. This action, along with subsequent upheavals, sparked a great deal of rioting in Jerusalem. Charismatic insurgents, supported by armed bands, entered the city, igniting a period of revolt against Rome and internal conflict among different factions. Attempts to seek support from the governor of Syria, Cestius Gallus, proved to be futile, intensifying the revolt and leading to the formation of various revolutionary groups. Florus's efforts to quell the riots only fueled more revolutionary fervor, escalating the conflict even further. Now, according to Josephus, he was a Jewish historian of the contemporary time, the eruption of violence in 66 AD was actually triggered by Greeks who were sacrificing birds in front of a synagogue in Caesarea. In response to this, one of the Jewish temple clerks, Eleazar ben Hananiah, halted prayers and sacrifices for the Roman emperor. Grievances over taxation were added to the protests, leading to random attacks on Roman citizens and perceived traitors in Jerusalem. And also, you didn't really have to do much to be perceived a traitor. If you weren't 100% with them, you were effectively a traitor nonetheless, even if you were just trying to keep your head down and not get executed by a Roman patrol. Now, Roman troops, under the orders of Procurator Gessius Florus, breached the Jewish temple and confiscated 17 talents from its treasury, claiming that it's all right, it's for the emperor, just give us the gold. This was also not received well. Someone barging into your house and taking all of your things, not very neighborly. Therefore, this action incited further unrest, with some Jews openly mocking Florus by collecting money as if he were poor, insinuating that he was a beggar and they were throwing coins to him. Now, Florus responded by sending soldiers to raid Jerusalem and arrest several of the most prominent leaders, who were later whipped in public and crucified. All of this despite some of them actually being Roman citizens. So you can see how serious the Romans were taking this. Well, don't worry, the Judeans were taking it equally as serious, because in retaliation, the outraged Judean nationalist factions took up arms and swiftly overran the military garrison in Jerusalem. Fearing the escalating conflict, King Herod Agrippa II and his sister Berenice fled to Galilee. Judean militias targeted Roman citizens and pro-Roman officials, removing all Roman symbols from the country. The rebel faction Sicari seized the Roman garrison at Masada, capturing their fortress. Initially, the violence had stemmed from internal factional conflicts between Jews supporting the rebellion and those who opposed. But the conflict resulted in significant loss of life either way, including the former high priest Ananias. The Roman garrison on Jerusalem's western border was besieged, and unable to aid those against the rebellion. Eventually, the garrison surrendered under the command of Metilius in exchange for safe passage from the city. However, the Jewish rebels, led by Eleazar, slaughtered all surrendered soldiers, except Metilius, who was compelled to convert to Judaism, or end up like the rest of the soldiers. According to 4th century church fathers Eusebius and Epiphanius of Salamis, Jerusalem's Christian community fled to Pella before the outbreak of the war. Smart choice. Well, in response to the unrest in Judea, Cestius Gallus, the legatee of Syria, mobilized the Syrian Legion 12 Fulminata, reinforced with units from 3 Gallica, 4 Scythica, and 6 Ferrata, along with auxiliaries and allies, totaling approximately 30 to 36,000 troops. Certainly a formidable force. The Syrian legion swiftly captured Narbata and Sepphoris, with the latter surrendering without resistance. Judean rebels retreated to Adzamon Hill, but were defeated there after a brief siege. Advancing further, Gallus reached Acre in western Galilee, then marched on Caesarea and Jaffa, where around 8,400 people met the sword. Continuing the campaign, Gallus seized Lydda and Aphek, and clashed with Jerusalemite rebels in Geva, suffering significant losses to Judean rebels led by Simon Bar Giora, reinforced by volunteers from Adiabene. The Syrian legion then laid siege to Jerusalem, but inexplicably withdrew back towards the coast. On the retreat, they were ambushed and suffered a devastating defeat by Judean rebels at the Battle of Beth Horon, resulting in the loss of approximately 6,000 Roman troops and the Aquila of Legio 12 Fulminata. Gallus then fled to Syria, leaving his troops behind in quite a disarray. Following the victory at Beth Horon, the Judean militias, comprising various factions, attempted to expand their control to Ascalon, but failed to take the city, suffering heavy losses to the defending Roman garrison. Subsequently, the Judean provisional government was established in Jerusalem, with prominent figures like Ananas ben Ananas and Joseph ben Gurion assuming leadership roles. Meanwhile, Menahem ben Yehuda's attempt to seize control of Jerusalem was thwarted, leading to his execution and the expulsion of the Sicari faction to Masada. Simon Bar Giora's faction, also ousted from Jerusalem, sought refuge in Masada until the winter of 67 to 68. On the Roman side, Emperor Nero dispatched General Vespasian to quell the rebellion, who arrived with 2 legions, 10th Fretensis and 5th of Macedonia at Ptolemais, in April 67. Joining him were his son Titus with Legio 15 Apollinaris, and various local allies, which included King Agrippa II. Now with over 60,000 soldiers, Vespasian initiated operations with the priority of subduing Galilee. Now, here was the situation in Galilee. The Judean rebels were split into 2 factions, those loyal to the central government in Jerusalem under Josephus, representing the wealthy and priesthood classes, and local zealot militias, composed mainly of the poor, fishermen, farmers, and quite a few Syrian refugees. Several towns surrendered with minimal resistance, but others had to be taken by force. Josephus recounts detailed sieges of Tarichaea, Jotapata, Gamla, while Giscala, a zealot stronghold, fell as its leaders ran away and fled to Jerusalem. By 68 CE, Jewish resistance in the north was more or less crushed, and Vespasian established his headquarters in Caesarea Maritima. He then systematically cleared the coastline, avoiding direct confrontation with the rebels in Jerusalem. According to Josephus, around 100,000 of the Judeans were killed or perhaps enslaved in the Roman conquest of Galilee. However, these numbers, especially such a great number of 100,000, are subject to quite a bit of debate. Well, after consolidating his position in Caesarea Maritima, Vespasian prepared for a new campaign in the Judean and Sumerian highlands. That's Sa-Marian, not Sumerian, by the way. Don't get confused. Meanwhile, the Jews expelled from Galilee took refuge in Jaffa, named at that time Joppa, rebuilding the city walls and disrupting commerce and grain supply to Rome through a light flotilla. Josephus described their actions, stating, "They also built themselves many great piratical ships, and turned pirates upon the seas near to Syria, Phoenicia, and Egypt. They made those seas unnavigable to all men." Leaders of the failed northern revolt, led by John of Giscala, retreated to Jerusalem with their forces. The city, filled with militants from various factions, including remnants of the Judean provisional government and zealot militias, descended into chaos. The radical zealots seized control, initiating a brutal civil war and executing anyone who advocated surrender. When the zealots deceived the Idumeans with a false message of reconciliation with the Roman army, approximately 20,000 armed Idumeans entered Jerusalem, joining forces with the zealots. This led to the massacre known as the Zealot Temple Siege, resulting in the deaths of prominent figures of the Judean provisional government, including Ananus ben Ananus and Joseph ben Gurion, along with thousands of civilians, of course. But no one remembers their names. Upon learning of the events in Jerusalem, Simon Bar Giora left Masada and began raiding Idumea, where he encountered little resistance and allied with the Idumean leaders, including Jacob ben Susa. In the spring of 168, Vespasian launched a systematic campaign to reclaim rebel-held strongholds in Judea. He successfully captured Aphek, Lida, Javne, and Jaffa, and expanded his operations into Idumea, Perea, and eventually the Judean and Samarian highlands, where Simon Bar Giora's faction posed a significant threat to Roman authority. By July 69, the Roman army had seized key strategic locations, including Gophna, Akrabata, Bel at al-Frame, and Hebron. Meanwhile, back in Rome, significant political upheaval on their side was very much underway. The emperor at the time, Nero, had his downfall because of his erratic and strange behavior, as the Senate, Praetorian Guard, and prominent army commanders all teamed up to conspire against him. Nero's subsequent taking of his own life marked the end of his reign, but the succession was far from stable. The new emperor was Galba, but he was swiftly murdered by his rival Otho, igniting a civil war known as the Year of the Four Emperors. In 69, Vespasian, previously uninvolved in the power struggle, was suddenly hailed as emperor by his legions. He left his son Titus to continue the campaign in Judea, while he journeyed home to claim the throne from the usurper Vitellius, who had overthrown Otho via nefarious methods. Titus led the Roman legions towards Jerusalem, the rebellious province's capital, causing a wave of Judean refugees as towns fell to the Roman forces one by one. The Judean rebels, weakened by their own internal strife, were primarily focused on their own survival and control of the city. Despite factional conflicts among the zealots, they still managed significant military strength. John, a leader of the zealot faction, seized power in Jerusalem after assassinating Eleazar, while Simon Bar Giora's forces were invited into the city to counter John's faction. Infighting between the factions persisted through the year 69, further destabilizing the rebel cause as nobody could seem to get along. The siege of Jerusalem, the heavily fortified capital of the province, quickly reached a stalemate as the Roman armies found themselves unable to breach the formidable defenses. In response, they established a permanent camp just outside the city, encircling Jerusalem with a trench and constructing a wall as high as the city's own fortifications. Attempting to flee the city meant facing capture and crucifixion on the dirt wall, with as many as 500 executions occurring in a single day. Now you imagine it. You climb up that wall thinking, I'm sick of this, I'm getting out of here. And the first thing you see is not your freedom, but the hundreds of squirming and screaming unfortunates nailed up to crosses, staring back at you, begging you not to go any further. More than a little horrifying, isn't it? Well, that's how the siege was. As Romans began constructing siege ramparts, two rival zealot leaders, John of Giscala and Simon Bar Giora, reluctantly joined forces to defend the city. However, their internal conflicts only persisted, exacerbated by the deliberate burning of stockpiled food supplies by the zealots. This act, intended to galvanize resistance against the siege, instead simply led to widespread starvation among the defenders. Contemporary historian Tacitus, you all know him, describes the dire situation within Jerusalem, noting the relentless resolve of its besieged inhabitants. Men, women, and even children alike took up arms, showing unwavering determination and a willingness to fight to the death rather than surrender or face expulsion from their homeland. Estimates of the besieged population vary, with Tacitus suggesting 600,000 and Josephus indicating nearly 1 million. This included pilgrims who had come to Jerusalem for Passover festivities, but upon arriving, found themselves trapped and doomed within the besieged city. In the summer of 70 CE, the following year, after a grueling siege of 7 months, Titus and his forces finally reached the walls of Jerusalem. And when they did, it led to widespread destruction of the city. The Romans strategically targeted the weakest points of the city's defenses, successfully breaking through the third and second walls by the end of May. Throughout the final assault, the Zealots, led by John of Giscala, fiercely defended the temple, while the Sicari, under Simon Bangiora, held the upper city. The destruction reached its climax with the raising of the Second Temple, a symbol of Jewish identity and resistance, on Tisha B'Av, that's the 29th or 30th of July 70 CE. The entire city, including all 3 walls and its citadels, was systematically demolished, leaving few structures standing. Survivors were either taken into slavery or scattered, and the once thriving Jerusalem was reduced to a smoldering ruin, with remnants of overturned stones serving as grim reminders of its former glory. John of Giscala surrendered at the fortress of Jotapata, while Simon Bargiora was captured at the site of the destroyed temple. The precious treasures of the temple, including the menorah and the table of the bread of God's presence, were looted and paraded through the streets of Rome as spoils of war during Titus's triumphant procession. Among the captives were John of Giscala and Simon Bargiora, both of whom faced different fates. John was sentenced to life imprisonment, while Simon was executed. And if you know anything about life in a Roman prison, depending on the method of execution, perhaps you'd like to weigh up your options. However, the fall of Jerusalem did not immediately quell all resistance in Judea, as isolated pockets of insurgency persisted as late as 73. Nonetheless, the capture and destruction of Jerusalem marked the decisive end of the Jewish revolt and solidified Roman dominance in the region. This pivotal event in history was commemorated with the construction of the Arch of Titus in Rome, which immortalized the spoils of war from the sacking of Jerusalem. Now, in the following year, the spring of 71, after Titus departed for Rome, Sextus Lucilius Bassus was appointed as the new military governor, tasked with completing the pacification of Judea, leading the formidable 10th Fretensis Legion. Bassus embarked on a series of campaigns to subdue the last remaining pockets of resistance. He successfully captured Herodium, and then ventured across the Jordan River to seize the fortress of Macarius, situated on the shores of the Dead Sea. Continuing his advance, Bassus pursued and defeated a group of 3,000 Judean rebels under the leadership of Judah ben Ari in the forests of Jardus, located on the northern shore of the Dead Sea. However, due to an unexpected illness, Bassus was unable to fulfill his mission and passed away before its completion. He was then succeeded by Lucius Flavius Silva, who assumed command and directed his forces towards the final bastion of Judean resistance, the city of Masada. In the autumn of 72, Silva led Legio X, accompanied by auxiliary troops and thousands of Jewish prisoners, totaling 10,000 soldiers, in a determined assault on Masada. Despite his orders for surrender being rebuffed, Silva established multiple base camps and encircled the fortress with fortifications. According to the Jewish historian Josephus, when the Roman forces finally breached the walls of Masada in 73, they were met with a grim sight. The defenders, numbering 967 in total, had chosen, instead of surrender, to take their own lives. Only 7 survivors, spared by chance, were found among the ruins of the citadel. The fall of Masada marked the tragic end of the Jewish revolt, symbolizing the unyielding spirit of resistance against Roman domination. The Roman suppression of the Jewish revolt in Judea had profound and far-reaching consequences, particularly in terms of demographic impact and societal upheaval. The conflict, of course, resulted in widespread loss of life, as many Judeans perished in battles, sieges, and massacres, while numerous cities, towns, and villages were razed to the ground. The extent of destruction, of course, varied across different regions, with some areas suffering more extensive devastation than others. In Galilee, for example, cities like Tarichaea and Gabara were completely destroyed, while others like Sepphoris and Tiberias reached accommodation with the Romans and experienced relatively minimal harm, at least compared to the other cities who did not reach such an accommodation. Similarly, Transjordan and central Judea witnessed varying degrees of destruction. However, it was Judea proper, especially the Judean mountains, that bore the brunt of the devastation, culminating in the utter destruction of Jerusalem, where more than 90%, that's right, 90, of the population perished. Josephus records that many Jews were taken captive by the Romans, with some sent to work on infrastructure projects in distant lands like the Isthmus of Corinth in Greece, while others were consigned to forced labor in Egypt, or simply sold into slavery elsewhere. It's estimated that 1/3 of the Jewish population in Judea died during this revolt, with many succumbing to famine, disease, or violence, and another 10th being captured and subject to harsh treatment and enslavement. Well, despite the immense loss of life and destruction of the temple, the life of the Judeans persisted. However, discontent with Roman rule, of course, continued to simmer beneath the surface, eventually erupting into the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to 136. This rebellion, though ultimately crushed by the Romans, further destabilized the region and contributed to the eventual depopulation of Judea proper. The Bar Kokhba revolt, also known as the Third Jewish-Roman War, was a pivotal uprising that occurred in Judea during the 2nd century AD. Sparked by Roman oppression and religious suppression, the revolt erupted in 132 under the leadership of Simon Bar Kokhba, a charismatic figure who rallied the Judean population against Roman rule. And today, that's what we're here to discuss. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new, it's good to meet you, and if you are coming back, it's a pleasure to have you with me again. If you'd like to support the channel, then please follow the links to the Patreon. And if you'd like to support in other ways, liking, commenting, and subscribing helps YouTube push my videos out to more people. Now, without further ado, get yourself relaxed while we settle in and talk about the Jewish-Roman Wars, Part 2. If you've not seen the first video, you may find the link in the description discussing the first Roman-Jewish revolts. Now, before we talk about the Bar Kokhba revolt, we have to set the scene with the Kitos War. So let's do that first, shall we? Throughout the 1st century CE, tensions between the Jewish population of the Roman Empire and the broader Greek and Roman communities steadily saw an increase. These escalations were marked by various violent incidents, primarily occurring in Judea, where segments of the Judean populace sporadically rebelled against their Roman rulers. Additionally, notable events unfolded in other regions of the empire, such as the infamous Alexandria pogroms, which targeted the sizable Jewish community in the Roman province of Egypt. Despite these challenges, the Jewish diaspora generally thrived across the Roman Empire, with the notable exception of Alexandria. In many instances, the Jews relied on Roman authorities to safeguard their rights and interests within the imperial framework. Now, just quickly, to talk about the First Roman-Jewish War. The culmination of mounting tensions first began in 66 CE. It was initially sparked by the religious and cultural differences between the Greek and Jewish populations. The conflict escalated due to anti-tax protests and violent acts against Roman citizens. As hostilities intensified, the Roman military garrison in Judea itself found itself overwhelmed by the rebel forces, prompting the flight of the pro-Roman king Herod Agrippa II and other officials to the region of Galilee. In response, Cestius Gallus, the legate of Syria, dispatched the Syrian army, including 12th Fulminata Legion and auxiliary troops, to quell the uprising. However, the legion suffered a rather surprising defeat at the hands of Jewish rebels in the Battle of Beth Horon, which sent quite a shock through the Roman leadership. Following this setback, the task of suppressing the revolt was entrusted to General Vespasian and his son Titus. They assumed 4 legions and commenced a systematic campaign beginning in Galilee in 67. The war culminated with the siege and eventual destruction of the rebel stronghold in Jerusalem in 70 AD by legions under the command of Titus. Subsequent operations resulted in the defeat of remaining Jewish strongholds, marking the end of the First Rebellion. Once more, if you want more detail, including some rather gory and macabre aspects, I refer you to the first video. Now, moving forward a little more, in 115 AD, Emperor Trajan was leading a military campaign against the Parthians in the eastern region. The Roman intervention was triggered by the Parthians installing a pro-Parthian ruler in the Kingdom of Armenia, a territory traditionally within the Roman sphere of influence. This move, which naturally violated the established balance of power, inevitably led to a conflict. As Trajan's forces marched triumphantly through Mesopotamia, Jewish insurgents in the rear began launching attacks on the small Roman garrisons that were left behind. Simultaneously, a rebellion erupted in the distant Cyrenaica, which quickly spread to Egypt and Cyprus, igniting unrest back in Judea. The uprising, centered in Lydda, posed a threat to the vital grain supply route from Egypt to the front line. The rebellion rapidly extended to recently conquered provinces, with cities boasting significant Jewish populations such as Nisibis, Edessa, Seleucia, and Arbela, which is now the modern city of Erbil in Iraq, who joined the revolt and massacring their small Roman garrisons. The Romans, unfortunately, did not stand a chance against the hordes of rebels with whatever weapons they could summon up. In Cyrenaica, a leader known as Lucaus or Andreas, who had declared himself king, led the rebellion, according to Eusebius of Caesarea. His followers destroyed numerous temples, including those dedicated to Hecate, Jupiter, Apollo, and Artemis, as well as key Roman symbols such as the Caesareum, the Basilica, and even the public baths. The Christian historian Orosius from the 4th century documented that the violence devastated Cyrenaica to such an extent that the Emperor Hadrian had to establish new colonies in an attempt to repopulate the region. Let's hear from Orosius now. He says, "The Jews waged war on their inhabitants throughout Libya in the most savage fashion, and to such an extent that the country wasted that its cultivators had been slain, its land would have been remained utterly depopulated, had not Emperor Hadrian gathered settlers from other places and sent them thither, for the inhabitants had been wiped out." Now, to the situation in Egypt. Lucaus led the rebels to Alexandria, where they entered the city after it was abandoned by the Roman governor Marcus Rutilius Lupus. Once they entered it, they set it on fire. Egyptian temples and the tomb of Pompey were completely destroyed. The Jewish rebels also achieved victory in a battle of Hermopolis in 116, as evidenced by Egyptian papyrus records. Trajan dispatched new troops under the Praefectus Praetorio Marcius Turbo, but it was not until autumn 117 that Egypt and Cyrenaica were completely pacified. And now to Cyprus. In Cyprus, a Jewish group led by Artemion seized control of the island and massacred tens of thousands of Cypriot Greek civilians. Remember, civilians, not fighters, not guards, civilians. During the major uprising against the Romans under Trajan in 117, Cypriot Jews joined in, and, according to Dio, they slaughtered 240,000 Greeks. A Roman army was sent to reclaim the capital, and after the rebellion was completely quelled, laws were enacted banning any Jews from residing on the island. This prohibition extended to the extent that Jewish survivors of shipwrecks were punished for seeking refuge on Cypriot shores. Talk about harboring a grudge, but can you blame them? In Mesopotamia, a fresh rebellion erupted while Trajan was in the Persian Gulf. Trajan successfully recaptured Nisibis, modern-day Nusaybin in Turkey, Edessa, the capital of Osroene, and Seleucia, which is located in present-day Iraq, all of which harbored very significant Jewish communities. As part of Trajan's entourage, a pro-Roman son of the Parthian king Osroes I, Parthamaspatus, was brought on the expedition. Trajan crowned him as the king of the Parthians in Ctesiphon. The ceremony is described in a source by Cassius Dio, where Trajan elevated Parthamaspates to the throne and adorned him with the diadem, fearing potential Parthian revolt. The Romans had quite a lot of trouble with the Parthians in previous times, and would have more trouble with them in times later on. But that's for the Parthians video. Now Trajan, after this, then headed north to personally oversee the ongoing siege of Hatra. The siege persisted throughout the summer of 117, but Trajan's health, weakened by years of campaigning in the scorching eastern climate, began to deteriorate. Opting to return to Rome to recuperate, Trajan sailed from Seleucia. However, his condition began to worsen, and it was worsening rapidly, leading to his death upon reaching Selinus in Cilicia. Shortly after, Hadrian succeeded him as emperor. Now back in Judea, the Jewish leader Lucius sought refuge after fleeing from Cyrenaica. Marcius Turbo, pursuing him, executed Julian and Pappus, prominent leaders of the rebellion. Lucius Quietus, having conquered the Jews in Mesopotamia, assumed command of the Roman army in Judea and besieged Lydda, where rebel Jews had gathered under Julian and Pappus. The situation became increasingly dire, with the renowned patriarch Rabban Gamaliel II allowing fasting even during Hanukkah. Other rabbis disapproved of this measure. Now, following the capture of Lydda, many Jews were put to death, with the slain of Lydda being remembered with reverence in the Talmud. The rebel leaders, Pappus and Julian, were among those executed, becoming martyrs among the Jews. Just ask any Jew, he'll tell you. Lucius Quietus, once esteemed by Trajan, lost his command following Hadrian's accession and was later killed under unknown circumstances, possibly on Hadrian's orders in the summer of 118. Hadrian opted to end the conflict, abandoning several of Trajan's eastern conquests to stabilize the eastern borders. And despite relinquishing control over Mesopotamia, he installed Parthamaspates as the king of a restored Osroene. Osroene would remain a buffer state between the two empires for the next century. Back in Judea, tensions persisted, and this prompted the Romans, under Hadrian's directive, to station the Legio Six Ferrata permanently in Caesarea Maritima. They knew the fight was definitely not over yet. Which leads us to the year 130. Significant developments unfolded in the province of Judea when Hadrian embarked on a visit to the eastern Mediterranean. According to Cassius Dio, during his visit, Hadrian made the pivotal choice to rebuild the devastated city of Jerusalem as the Holy Roman colony of Aelia Capitolinia, naming after himself. This decision, coupled with Hadrian's imposition of other restrictions on the Jewish population, purportedly fueled the outbreak of the 132 Bar Kokhba rebellion. This revolt, marked by extreme violence, stretched the Roman military capabilities to their limits. And we finally arrive at the main topic. Pardon such a build-up, but you really must understand the background that led to this, where the Judeans find themselves, and why they were revolting. Now, let's talk about the Bar Kokhba revolt. Jewish leaders meticulously strategized the second revolt to rectify the numerous errors that marred the first Jewish-Roman war 6 decades earlier. In 132, the uprising, spearheaded by Simon Bar Kokhba and Eleazar, swiftly spread from Modi'in across the region, effectively isolating the Roman garrison inside Jerusalem. Although Rufus initially led the rebellion, his disappearance from historical records after 132 remains a little bit of a mystery. While following the outbreak of the revolt, Bar Kokhba's insurgents dealt significant blows to Legio X Fretensis, stationed in Aelia Capitolina, which was another name for Jerusalem. With Legio X and Legio VI unable to quell the rebellion, reinforcements were urgently dispatched from nearby provinces. Gaius Publicius Marcellus, the legate of Roman Syria, arrived with Legio III Gallica, while Titus Haternius Nepos, the governor of Roman Arabia, brought Legio III Cyrenaica. Some historians suggest that Legio XXII Deatoriana was also dispatched from Arabia Petraea, but met its demise in an ambush en route to Aelia Capitolina, potentially leading to its disbandment. Additionally, Legio II Traianafortis, previously stationed in Egypt, likely arrived in Judea during this phase. According to rabbinic sources, Bar Kokhba commanded around 400,000 men at the rebellion's peak. The sudden outbreak and initial success of the revolt caught the Romans off guard. Employing a combination of tactics, the rebels primarily engaged in guerrilla warfare, inflicting heavy casualties on the Roman army. This perspective finds support in Cassius Dio's account, suggesting that the revolt commenced with covert assaults aligned with the preparation of hideout systems. However, after seizing control of fortresses, Bar Kokhba shifted to direct engagement, leveraging his numerical superiority. Simon Bar Kokhba assumed the title Nasi Israel and governed over a quasi-independent entity named Israel for more than 2.5 years. Rabbi Akiva, a prominent Jewish sage and spiritual leader of the revolt, hailed Simon Bar Koziba as the Jewish Messiah and bestowed upon him the Aramaic patronymic Bar Kokhba, signifying son of a star, alluding to the star prophecy in Numbers 24:17, that being a star rises from Jacob. Now, although the name Bar Kokhba is not found in the Talmud, it appears in ecclesiastical sources. The era of Israel's redemption was proclaimed, contracts were formalized, and a significant quantity of Bar Kokhba revolt coinage was minted over foreign coins. Well, as the Roman army advanced slowly, severing supply lines, the rebels resorted to prolonged defensive strategies. The defense infrastructure of Judean towns and villages primarily relied on extensive networks of hideout caves, constructed in abundance across almost every populated area. Many households utilized subterranean hideouts, where Judean insurgents sought to withstand the Roman supremacy by exploiting the narrow passages and even launching ambushes from underground. These cave systems, often interconnected, served not only as shelters for the rebels, but also for storing provisions and offering refuge to their families. Hideout systems were extensively deployed in the Judean hills, the deserts, northern Negev, and to a lesser extent in Galilee, Samaria, and the Jordan Valley. In fact, as of 2015, approximately 350 hideout systems have been documented within the remains of 140 Jewish villages. After facing a series of setbacks, Hadrian summoned his general, Sextus Julius Severus, from Britannia, and troops were mobilized from as far away as the Danube. In the winter of 133 to 34, Severus arrived in Judea with a formidable army, comprising of 3 legions from Europe, as well as cohorts from additional legions of between 30 and 50 auxiliary units. The size of the Roman force assembled against the rebels far surpassed that commanded by Titus 60 years earlier. Nearly 1/3 of the entire Roman army participated in the campaign against Bar Kokhba. That just goes to show how much was at stake. It is estimated that forces from at least 10 legions were involved in Severus's campaign in Judea, along with 30 or 40 of those extra units. It pretty much totaled up to about 60,000, or perhaps even as far as 120,000 with all the auxiliaries involved. Now that's quite a formidable force. And by the way, there is speculation that Legio IX Hispana was among the legions Severus brought from Europe, and its disappearance during the 2nd century is often linked to this war. According to some interpretations, one of the pivotal battles in the conflict occurred near Tel Shalem in the Beat Shean Valley, adjacent to what is now identified as the legionary camp Legio VI Ferrata. This theory suggests a significant expansion on the rebels' reach, potentially encompassing the northern valleys in addition to Galilee. Archaeological discoveries at Tel Shalem include remnants of a triumphal arch dedicated to Emperor Hadrian. It provides evidence that supports this interpretation. Also, findings such as a bust of Emperor Hadrian specifically tie the site to this period, reinforcing the theory of a major, decisive battle at Tel Shalem. Simon Bar Kokhba designated Herodium as his secondary headquarters, with Yeshua ben Galgula likely serving as his second or third in command. Findings across the site provide evidence for this revolt, from external structures to the intricate water system beneath the mountain. Now, it leads us into the final phase of these revolts, where the Romans began to get the upper hand. Bar Kokhba began to experience a loss of territorial control, except for the vicinity of the Betar fortress, where he made his last stand against the Romans. Well, following the loss of many strongholds, Bar Kokhba and his remaining forces retreated to that fortress of Betar, which came under siege in the summer of 135. Legio 5 Macedonica and Legio 11 Claudia are reported to have participated in this siege. Now, according to Jewish tradition, the fortress fell and was destroyed on the fast of Tisha B'Av, a day of mourning for the destruction of the first and second Jewish temples. Salt in the wound, perhaps. Rabbinical accounts attribute the defeat to Bar Kokhba's suspicion of his maternal uncle, Rabbi Elazar Hammodai, whom he allegedly killed for suspected collaboration with the enemy, thereby forfeiting his divine protection. The aftermath of Betar's capture is described as a massacre in the historical sources that we have. The Jerusalem Talmud records that the death toll in Betar was staggering, with the Romans reportedly continuing to slaughter until their horses were submerged in blood up to their nostrils. Perhaps they've taken a little bit of poetic license with that, but you get the point. There was an inordinate amount of killing. Now, according to a rabbinic midrash, 8 prominent members of the Sanhedrin were executed by the Romans. That was Rabbi Akiva, Hanina bin Teradion, Rabbi Huspith, Elazar bin Shemamua, Hanina ben Hakanai, Jeshbab the scribe, Judah ben Dama, and Judah ben Bava, all gone in the same day. Now, the exact date of Akiva's execution is debated, with some place it at the outset of the revolt based on the Midrash, while others connect it to the later stages. Either way, the rabbinic narrative depicts excruciating tortures. Akiva was flayed with iron combs. Ishmael had his scalp slowly taken off, and Hanina was burned at the stake with wet wool and a Torah scroll wrapped around his body to prolong the suffering. Certainly not a good way to go. But what about Bar Kokhba? Well, his fate remains a little uncertain, with Babylonian Talmud traditions suggesting that he died from a snake bite or natural causes during the Roman siege, or possibly by order of the Sanhedrin as a false messiah. Lamentations, Rabbah, mentions that Bar Kokhba's head was presented to Emperor Hadrian after the siege of Betar. Now, after the fall of the city, the Roman forces engaged in their systematic killings, systematically destroying all of the remaining Jewish villages and hunting down any refugees they could find. Legio III Cyrenaica played a significant role in this final phase of the campaign. And yes, it was a very brutal phase, but it was a kind of brutality that was matched by what they got. Everybody was as ruthless as the next. Well, historians hold differing views on the duration of the Roman campaign post-fall of Betar. Some argue that the further resistance was very swiftly crushed, while others suggest that pockets of Jewish rebellion continued to evade capture with their families into late 135 and possibly even the spring of the following year. However, whichever way it really is, it's clear that by early 136 that the revolt had been well and truly quelled. Cassius Dio noted that, and I quote, "Many Romans, moreover, perished in this war. Therefore, Hadrian, in writing to the Senate, did not employ the opening phrase commonly affected by the emperor. If you and your children are in health, it is well, and the army are in health." Some scholars argue that the unusually high number of preserved Roman veteran diplomas from the 150s and 60s suggest a significant conscription effort across the Roman Empire to replenish heavy losses within military legions and auxiliary units between 133 and 35, corresponding to the revolt. And as previously mentioned, 12th Deuteronia may have been disbanded due to such severe losses. Additionally, some historians propose that the disbandment of Legio IX Hispana in the mid-2nd century could be linked to this war. Previously, it was widely believed that the Ninth had vanished around 108 CE, possibly meeting its end in Britain. However, archaeological discoveries from the mid-2010s in Nijmegen, dating to 121 CE, revealed inscriptions of 2 senior officers who actually served in the Ninth around 120 CE and continued to hold prominent roles for several decades. This led to the conclusion that the legion was disbanded between 120 and 197, either due to its involvement in the Bar Kokhba revolt, conflicts in Cappadocia, or perhaps operations along the Danube in 162. Well, let's have a little bit of retrospect. What was the aftermath? Well, the revolt had devastating repercussions for the Jewish population in Judea, resulting in extensive loss of life, widespread displacement, and rampant enslavement. The scale of the suffering exceeded that of the aftermath of the First Jewish-Roman War, leaving central Judea in a state of utter desolation. Some scholars characterize these consequences as an act of genocide. Jewish religious and political authority faced harsher suppression, and the province of Judea was renamed Syria Palestina. Casualties and widespread destruction. According to Roman historian Cassius Dio, I quote, 50 of the most important outposts and 985 of their most famous villages were razed to the ground. 580,000 men were slain in the various raids and battles, and the number of those that perished by famine, disease, and fire was past finding out. Thus, nearly the whole of Judea was made desolate. That's from Cassius Dio's History of Rome, section 6914. And it's probably true, because excavations reveal that every village in the region of Judea had been destroyed in the revolt. Most Roman period settlements in Judea show layers of destruction or abandonment, suggesting that Jewish settlement had been almost entirely wiped out by the end of the revolt. Now, of course, it is suggested by some modern observers that Dio had exaggerated some numbers. However, a lot of people think that they're highly plausible, given accurate Roman census declarations. Well, either way, it wasn't just Judea. Jews were expelled from Jerusalem and various other districts, including Gophna, Herodion, and Akraba. Post-revolt Judea, though, saw the replacement of the departing Jewish population with a mixed populace, consisting of Roman veterans and immigrants from the western parts of the empire. These settlers occupied areas such as Aelia Capitolina and its surroundings, administrative centers, main roads, and the Judean countryside. Additionally, immigrants from neighboring provinces like Syria, Phoenicia, and Arabia made their way to the region and settled. Villages in the direct vicinity of Jerusalem were all depopulated, and arable land that was owned by Jews confiscated. To address these vacant villages, Roman and later Byzantine authorities initiated the construction of estate farms and monasteries, benefiting the nobles and the church. The rural areas around Aelia Capitolina underwent a process of Romanization, with evidence of Roman citizens and veterans settling there during the late Roman period. Evidence of Roman veteran settlement can be found throughout Judea proper, including artifacts like a marble sarcophagus depicting Dionysus in Turmus Aia, Latin-inscribed stones at Kirbet Dibna, a Minerva statue at Kirbat al-Mafyar, a centurion's tomb at Beit Natif, and a Roman mansion with Western elements near Beit Guvrin. Now, the enslavement of Roman, rather Jewish captives was very widespread, with sources indicating that there were very great many of them sold into slavery all across the empire. A chronicle from the 7th century states that Jewish captives were sold for the price of one ration of food for a horse, suggesting such a flood of new slaves in the market that supply and demand had simply made them so cheap. Captives who were not sold were deported to various locations, contributing significantly to the Jewish diaspora. Following the suppression of the Bar Kokhba revolt, Hadrian enacted a series of religious decrees aimed at extinguishing Jewish nationalism in Judea. He banned Torah law and the Hebrew calendar. He also executed many Jewish scholars. And he wasn't done there. The sacred scrolls of Judaism were ceremonially burnt at the temple complex he constructed on the Temple Mount, where statues of Jupiter and himself were installed instead. These measures remained in force until Hadrian's death in 138, which brought at least a little bit of relief to the surviving Jewish communities. Additionally, the Romans imposed a lasting punishment by attempting to erase the memory of Judea, or ancient Israel. They dropped the name Judea from the provincial title, renaming the province Iudea as Syria Palestina. This move was unprecedented, as rebellions had never before resulted in expunging of a nation's name. Furthermore, in an effort to ensure the prosperity of the newly established Roman colony of Aelia Capitolina, Jews were prohibited from entering except on the day of Tisha B'Av. By severing the association of Jews with Judea and forbidding them to practice Judaism, Hadrian sought to eradicate a nation that had inflicted significant casualties on the Roman Empire. And that's the end of the story for the Second Roman-Jewish War, or the Jewish-Roman War, whichever side you're on. But like any other page of history, it's just another way of looking at it in a detached manner. Nero, born in AD 37, he ruled the Roman Empire from 54 to 68 AD, and is widely recognized as one of history's most notorious leaders. He gained his notoriety for his lavish and occasionally cruel actions, such as orchestrating the assassination of his own mother, Agrippina the Younger, along with other individuals in his inner circle. During his rule, he undertook notable cultural endeavors, such as the construction of the extravagant Domus Aurea after the destructive fire of 64 AD. It is said that he was observed to play the lyre as the city burned, although it is believed that this account is probably not true. Although Nero achieved some success in maintaining the empire's borders through diplomatic and military efforts, his leadership approach gradually estranged the Roman aristocracy and military, ultimately resulting in his downfall. Welcome to the channel. Well, we got a good one today, don't we? Talking about Nero, I'm sure you've heard of him. Allow me to welcome the newcomers to the channel and welcome back those returning. Supporting the channel is, well, that's just enjoying it. And the like and subscribe helps. If you want to go further to that, check the video description. You'll find a few links that are relevant to you. Now, without further ado, let's get on with it for today. Nice and relaxed, and right from the beginning. Nero was born as Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus on December the 15th, the year 37 AD, in a little town called Antium, which is now known as Anzio. His birth occurred 8 months after the death of Emperor Tiberius, and he was the sole offspring born to the politician Gnaeus Domitius Aenobarus and his mother Agrippina the Younger. Agrippina, the mother of the individual in question, was the sibling of Caligula, who held the position of the third emperor of the Roman Empire. I've made a video on Caligula too. If you're interested, check the Ancient Rome playlist. Now, Nero was the descendant of Augustus, the former emperor, through his only daughter, Julia, making him his great-great-grandson. Suetonius, an ancient biographer who held quite a negative view of Nero's predecessors, recorded that Emperor Augustus had admonished Nero's grandfather for his indecorous indulgence in brutal gladiatorial spectacles. It's been stated by Jürgen Malitz that Suetonius reports Nero's father as being irascible and brutal. Well, I suppose the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. and that both individuals had a strong fondness for chariot races and theatrical performances that exceeded what was expected of their social status. Of course, those in high places were expected to behave in a certain manner. Let's see how it works out. Suetonius also records that upon receiving congratulations from his friends on the birth of his son Nero, Domitius responded by stating that any children produced by him and Agrippina would possess an abhorrent disposition, and they shouldn't be celebrating too soon, because they posed a threat to the public by being born. Domitius passed away in the year 41 AD. Prior to his father's demise, he was embroiled in a grave political scandal. His mother and his two remaining sisters, Agrippina and Julia Livilla, were banished to a secluded island in the Mediterranean. According to reports, his mother was banished due to her involvement in a conspiracy to overthrow the Emperor Caligula. Nero's inheritance was thus confiscated, and he was subsequently relocated to reside with his paternal aunt, Domitia Lepida, who happened to be the mother of Messalina, the third wife of the future Emperor Claudius. Small world. Well, Claudius succeeded Caligula as the new emperor following his death. In AD 49, Nero's mother entered into matrimony with Claudius, thus becoming his fourth wife. On February 25th, AD 50, Claudius was compelled to formally recognize Nero as his son and bestow upon him the new name, Nero Claudius Caesar Drusus Germanicus. Claudius commissioned the minting of gold coins to commemorate the adoption. The coins, through their distribution and imagery, indicated the emergence of this new leader. Nevertheless, notwithstanding the occurrences in Rome, Britannicus, Nero's stepbrother, held a more prominent position in the production of coins in the provinces during the early 50s AD. And thus Nero commenced his official involvement in public affairs as an adult at the age of 13, at AD 51. At the age of 16, he entered into matrimony with Claudia Octavia, the daughter of Claudius and his stepsister. During the period from AD 51 to 53, he delivered multiple speeches advocating for different communities, such as the Aelians, the Apamaeans, who were, by the way, seeking a 5-year tax exemption following an earthquake. Give him a break. Well, and also the northern colony of Bologna, who had suffered from a very unfortunate event of a destructive fire. Claudius perished, however, in AD 54. Numerous ancient historians assert that he was subjected to poisoning by Agrippina. There are modern observers that assert that the death of Claudius is commonly believed to have been expedited by Agrippina herself, as a result of indications that Claudius was developing a renowned fondness for his biological son. Out of all of the ancient sources, the Roman historian Josephus was particularly cautious in describing the poisoning as a mere rumor, but he certainly made sure to make mention of it. Contemporary sources present conflicting narratives regarding the incident. In return to Tacitus, he reports that Locusta, a poison maker, concocted the toxic substance that was administered to the emperor by his servant Halotus. Tacitus further states that Agrippina orchestrated the administration of poison by Claudius's physician Xenophon in the event that the emperor managed to survive. Suetonius presents variations in certain particulars, but he also implicates Halotus and Agrippina. According to Cassius Dio, similar to Tacitus, Locusta prepared the poison. However, in Dio's version, Agrippina administers the poison instead of Halotus. Seneca the Younger does not make any reference to mushrooms in his work Apocalyptosis. What a long title. Well, not all modern scholars accept the complicity of Agrippina in Claudius's demise. Of course, we may not ever really know, but it seems the most likely case. Well, prior to Claudius's demise, Agrippina orchestrated the removal of the tutors of Claudius's sons, with the intention of replacing them with tutors of her own choosing. In addition to that, she successfully persuaded Claudius to dismiss 2 prefects of the Praetorian Guard who were suspected of having favored Claudius's son, and appoint the newcomer Afranius Burrus, who would later become Nero's personal mentor. Due to Agrippina's replacement of the guard officers with individuals who were loyal to her, Nero was able to assume power without encountering many issues. So, Cassius Dio, Suetonius, and Tacitus are the primary ancient Roman literary sources for information about Nero's reign. We're going to be relying on them heavily. Now, in terms of the construction projects undertaken by Nero, they were deemed excessively lavish as per these sources, resulting in Italy being financially drained and the provinces left in ruins. Contemporary historians, too, observed that the era was plagued by deflation, and Nero's intention behind his expenditures on public infrastructure and philanthropy was to alleviate economic difficulties. Bold strategy. Let's hope it pays off for him. Well, either way, he assumed the position of emperor in the year 54 AD at the young age of 16. Seneca, Nero's tutor, composed his inaugural address for the Senate, and during that very speech, Nero discussed the eradication of the problems that he blamed on the previous government. Of course, when a new leader gets in charge, all of the problems are immediately blamed on the predecessors, so, well, that's nothing new. The emperor pledged to adhere to the Augustan model during his reign, however, which involved putting an end to clandestine trials conducted within the palace, eliminating the influence of corrupt court favorites and freedmen, and most importantly, showing due regard for the privileges of the Senate and individual senators. Of course, the Roman senators generally appreciated his deference to their autonomy, a quality that set him apart from Caligula and Claudius, and I'm sure they were all thinking that the good times had finally come. Now, Nero's mum, Agrippina, had the intention of exerting control and authority by using her sons as a mean of rule. Agrippina assassinated her political adversaries, including Domitia Lepida the Younger, who was Nero's aunt, and had lived with Agrippina during her period of exile. Also, Marcus Junius Silanus was on the list, who was another descendant of Augustus and Narcissus. Nero's reign saw the issuance of one of the earliest coins featuring Agrippina on the obverse side, a position typically reserved for the emperor's portrait. Additionally, the Senate granted Agrippina the privilege of having 2 lictors accompany her during public appearances. This honor was typically reserved for magistrates, and of course the Vestalis Maxima, so it was a big deal. Well, in the year 55 AD, Nero dismissed one Marcus Antonius Paulus, who was an ally of Agrippina, from his role in the treasury. Agrippina's relationship with Nero was deteriorating at this point, due to what Seneca and Burrus perceived as harmless activities on Nero's part, such as his cultural interests, and apparently his mother did not like it that he was having a relationship, shall we say, with a slave girl named Claudia Acte. Well, Agrippina viewed these actions as indications of Nero distancing himself from her influence, which she considered to be a dangerous development. Agrippina's threat to align herself with Britannicus resulted in his poisoning. Nero, who was engaged in this romantic relationship with Acte, the slave girl, banished Agrippina from the palace when she started to develop a bond with his wife Octavia. The available ancient sources lacks sufficient evidence to accurately assess the level of Nero's direct engagement in politics during these initial years of his reign. His policies, such as his unsuccessful attempt to eliminate all taxes in 58 AD, have been described as well-intentioned but inept ideas. The administrative successes of these years were generally attributed to Nero's advisors, Burrus and Seneca, according to scholars. Nero experienced anxiety and a sense of urgency when he was required to independently make choices, according to some modern historians such as Mallet, during these moments of emergency in his later years, and apparently would often ask for, well, advice, but pretty much shift the weight of governance onto somebody else when things got a little bit too heavy. However, the initial parts of his administration were widely praised. Years later, those years were regarded as a model of effective and balanced governance, and referred to as Quinquennium Neronsis by Trajan. The good times indeed. The fiscal reforms, particularly with the establishment of local officers to oversee the activities of tax collectors, were particularly praised. In the aftermath of the incident involving Lucius Pedanius Secundus, who was killed by a desperate enslaved person, Nero took pity on them, and he granted enslaved individuals the right to report mistreatment to the authorities. No more beating the slaves anymore. That's good. Well, Nero commissioned the construction of several villas or palaces outside of Rome, too. And guess what? If you go to Rome today, you can still see the remains of those structures, often overshadowed by the main tourist attractions. Still worth a visit, though. Perhaps if you're walking back to where you're staying at, you might pass by them without even knowing. Now, among these was the Villa of Nero in Antium, his birthplace, where he demolished the existing villa in order to reconstruct it on a larger and more grandiose scale, which also included the addition of a theatre. In Subiaco, Lazio region, which is in close proximity to Rome, he constructed 3 man-made lakes, complete with cascading waterfalls, bridges, and pathways to enhance the natural opulence of the villa. He resided at this villa of Nero in Olympia, Greece, when taking part in the Olympic Games of 67 AD, his own private quarters. Now, the motives behind Nero's decision to kill his mother in 59 AD still remain a little bit uncertain, but there's no shortage of speculation. Tacitus asserts that the root cause of the discord between Nero and his mother was that romantic involvement with one Poppaea Sabina. Busy boy, isn't he? Tacitus, in his histories, initially states that the affair commenced during Poppaea's marriage to Rufrius Crispinus. However, in his later work, The Annals, Tacitus asserts that Poppaea was already married to Otho by the time the affair had started. Once more, in the Annals, he documents Agrippina's opposition to Nero's relationship with Poppaea due to her deep attachment to his wife, Octavia. Tacitus's narrative in the Annals implies that Nero was pushed to the point of no return by this provocation of Poppaea. Several contemporary historians have also observed that the demise of Agrippina would not have provided significant benefits for Poppaea, given that Nero did not marry her until 62 AD. It appears that Poppaea is only used by Tacitus as a literary tool, since he couldn't find a logical reason for Nero's behavior. Had to get something. At least that is according to Barrett, a modern historian. Well, additionally, Poppaea's role serves to demonstrate that Nero, just like Claudius, had been negatively influenced by a woman. As per Suetonius, Nero instructed his former freedman, Anicetus, to orchestrate a deliberate shipwreck. And despite the wreck, Agrippina managed to survive and swim to the shore. However, she was subsequently executed by Anicetus, who falsely reported her death as a self-checkout. Contemporary academics hold the view that Nero's rule was prosperous in the beginning, at least leading up to the demise of his mother. As an illustration of this, Nero facilitated the investigation of the origins of the Nile River through a triumphant expedition. Which is pretty good for the time when you think about it. The Nile River goes a long way down. Well, following Agrippina's banishment, Burrus and Seneca assumed the responsibility of governing the empire, but nevertheless Nero's behavior became significantly more offensive following the death of his mother, a deterioration that commenced as early as 55 AD, following the assassination of his stepbrother Britannicus. Well, additionally, it's observed that Nero completely abandoned all of his morality, and he embraced naive flattery, subsequent to the demise of his mother. Tacitus clearly emphasizes the importance of Agrippina's removal in shaping Nero's behavior. Of course, men tend to run amok a little bit until their mothers tell them to stop it. And if your mum's not around, well, sometimes things can go a little bit off the rails. Well, I suppose Nero's a big boy, he can do whatever he wants, but he should have listened to his mum, even though she wasn't perfect. Anyway, I don't want to beat Nero over the head 2,000 years later. Let's move past that, because I'm getting off track now. Do apologize.
Well, he commenced the construction of a new palace, by the way, and it was known as the Domus Transitoria. That was around 60 AD, so about 5 years after his mother was gone. Now, the purpose was to establish a connection between all the imperial properties that had been obtained through different means, including the Palatine, which encompassed the gardens of Meacenas, Horti Lamiani, Horti Loliani, and a few others. And it didn't help that in 62 AD, Nero's top advisor, Burrus, passed away. And in that particular year, Nero initiated the first trial for treason of his reign, known as the Maestas trial, targeting Antistius Socianus. In addition, he carried out the execution of his adversaries Cornelius Sulla and Rubellius Plautus. This seems to be a rather pivotal moment in Nero's rapport with the Roman Senate. According to Jürgen Malitz, Nero relinquished his previous self-control because he believed that aligning himself up with the Senate would become increasingly unprofitable. Because that's what it always boils down to, doesn't it? Well, following the demise of Burrus, Nero selected Faenius Rufus and Orphonius Tigellinus as the new Praetorian prefects. Due to political isolation, poor old Seneca was compelled to retire, or rather, forced to retire, whichever way you want to put it. Tacitus reports that Nero divorced Octavia due to her infertility, and subsequently she was exiled. Following widespread public demonstrations against her banishment, Nero levied charges of adultery against her with Anicetus, resulting in her execution. It would have been better if she had just gone away quietly, but the masses had to make a fuss. If you ask me, this event right here, if I was in Rome at the time, that's when the writing really would have been on the wall for me. You best start believing in tyrants. You're living under one. During the Saturnalia in AD 64, Nero entered matrimony, not with another woman, but with a man, very ahead of his time, Pythagoras, who had been granted freedom from slavery. And, quite quickly after, the entire city caught on fire. They called it the Great Fire of Rome, not because of it being fantastic at all. It was actually quite horrible, but it was great in its size. During the night of July 18th to 19th, 64 AD, most likely originating from one of the commercial establishments situated on the Aventine Hill, which provided a view of the Circus Maximus, or from the flammable wooden seating structure surrounding the circus itself, wood being famously burnable, even for back then. Well, Rome had been historically susceptible to fires, and this particular one was exacerbated due to a very uniquely, catastrophically strong wind. Of all the nights for it to pick up, it was that terrible night of July 18th, 64 AD. Tacitus, Cassius Dio, and a good amount of modern archaeology provide accounts on the demolition of the grand houses, the common dwellings, the public edifices, and even the temples situated on the Aventine, Palatine, and Calian hills. Great losses all. The fire persisted for a duration of more than 7 days before it finally fizzled out. Subsequently, it rekindled and continued burning for an additional 3 days, just when they thought they'd seen the end of it. It caused the destruction of 3 out of Rome's 14 districts and inflicted severe damage on 7 others. Certain Romans, of course, had their tinfoil hats on and thought that it was all intentional. Well, you can't really blame them. Given that the merchant shops were constructed with timber frames and also sold highly combustible goods, while the outer seating stands of the circus were also made of timber, really makes you think. There were some individuals that asserted that the act of arson itself was carried out on behalf of Nero via explicit order. Pliny the Elder, Suetonius, and Dio provide accounts that propose various potential motives for Nero's suspected act of arson, such as his desire to create an authentic setting for a theatrical production depicting the burning of Troy. According to Suetonius, Nero deliberately ignited the fire in order to make way for his intended extravagant golden house. Well, this would encompass the opulent man-made environments and a 30-meter-tall statue of himself, known as the Colossus of Nero. A little bit arrogant, don't you think? Well, according to Suetonius and Cassius Dio, Nero performed a song called the Sack of Ilium while wearing a costume on stage, while the city was being destroyed by fire. The widely known belief that Nero played the lyre, an old stringed instrument, while Rome was on fire, not while Nero was on fire, is to some extent a creation, Flavian propaganda. Of course, it's very easy to believe, because one crazy and cruel thing thrown to the pile that's already so high, well, you don't really notice the lies among the truths. Either way, this propaganda was critical of Nero's unsuccessful attempt to deviate from the established models of rule set by Augustus. As for Tacitus, well, he refrains from making a definitive conclusion regarding Nero's culpability. He discovered that Nero was in Antium when the fire began, and subsequently returned to Rome to coordinate a relief operation. Nero personally financed the removal of corpses and debris, and following the fire he generously offered his palaces as a refuge for the displaced individuals and organized the distribution of food to avert famine among the survivors. Tacitus asserts that Nero, in order to absolve himself of suspicion, attributed responsibility for the fire to the Christians. You thought he was going to blame the Jews like everyone else, didn't you? Well, it was actually the style at the time to pick on the Christians. It was their turn. Well, according to this report, numerous Christians were apprehended, and of course they were subject to brutal executions, including being thrown to wild animals, crucified, and even burned alive. Not a good way to go. Really, you can't really choose a better one out of the 3. All of them are equally as horrifying. A rock and a hard place, that's for sure. Tacitus claims that Nero's imposition of severe punishments was driven not by a desire for justice, but rather a proclivity for personal sadism, taking an excuse to make a show of it. In fact, he was waiting for an opportunity to point some fingers and throw some Christians to lions or burn a few of them to death. This was just a justification he could do so without looking like he was simply acting cruel. At least, that's the opinion of Tacitus. Well, the post-fire houses were strategically distributed and constructed using brick materials, adorned with porticos along spacious thoroughfares. Nero constructed a new palace complex called the Domus Aurea in a location that was cleared by the fire. The expense of reconstructing Rome, of course, was colossal, necessitating financial resources that were simply unavailable in the state territory. In order to secure the required funds for the reconstruction, Nero's government implemented a tax hike because of course they did. The provinces of the empire were subjected to particularly burdensome tributes, even those ones so far away from Rome. People there had never even seen the city, barely knew what it looked like, but for some reason, they had to pay for it. Think about it if you are out somewhere in rural Alabama, just living your life with all the alligators or whatever you have over there, and all of a sudden Washington, D.C. has a problem, and they want to come and personally pick your pocket. Well, there's federal taxes, I know, but you'd feel a little ripped off for sure. It's not a good way to get people on your side if you're a ruler. Well, in order to cover some of the expenses, Nero deliberately reduced the value of the Roman currency, resulting in the first instance of inflationary pressure in the history of the empire. Thus, in the year 65 A.D., Gaius Calpurnius Piso, a prominent Roman politician, orchestrated a plot against Nero. He enlisted the support of Subrius Flavus, a tribune, and Sulpicius Asper, a centurion from the Praetorian Guard, the Praetorian Guard being quite experienced in murdering emperors and rulers. It's kind of what they did. While Tacitus reports that the numerous conspirators aspired to liberate the state, in his words, from the emperor's rule and reinstate the republic, go back to the good old days. Milicus, a former slave, uncovered the plot and promptly informed Nero's secretary, Epaphroditus. Consequently, the conspiracy was unsuccessful, and its members were all given clemency and let go. No, I'm just joking, they were all executed, including the poet Lucan, actually, disregarding the actual extent of his involvement. You can imagine there was a lot of guilty by association, that's for sure. Now Seneca, remember him? The former advisor to Nero? He was actually accused as well by Natalis, and despite denying the charges, Seneca was compelled to take his own life, as he had already lost Nero's favor, and so he did, Socrates style. Now, according to accounts, Nero allegedly fatally assaulted Poppaea in the same year 65 AD, preventing her from delivering their second child. Contemporary historians, recognizing the potential prejudice of Suetonius, Tacitus, and Cassius Dio, as well as the lack of first-hand witnesses to the event, suggest that Poppaea's death may have occurred as the result of a miscarriage or during childbirth. Nero entered a profound state of grief, Poppaea received an extravagant state funeral and was buried with divine honors, along with the commitment to construct a temple dedicated to her worship. The entire annual import of incense was consumed during this single funeral. It would have been pretty hard to breathe, I assume. Well, instead of following the strict custom of cremation, her body was embalmed in the Egyptian manner and placed into a tomb. Unfortunately, we don't know the exact location, at least as of now. Perhaps it's waiting there, somewhere beneath a Roman parking lot, or under some apartment building. Who knows? I'm sure we'll find it one day. Now, moving on to the year 67 AD, Nero entered a marriage with Sporus, another man, who was believed to bear a striking resemblance to Poppaea. Nero subjected him to castration and conducted a marriage ceremony, complete with customary rituals such as providing a dowry and adorning him with a bridal veil. We don't really know how Sporus felt about all this, but I assume he had very little choice but to go along with it. It is hypothesized that he engaged in this behavior as a result of remorse for his act of killing Poppaea, trying to replace what he had lost. Well, in March of the year 68 AD, Gaius Julius Vindex, the governor of Gallia Lugdunensis, staged a rebellion against Nero's taxation policies. Lucius Verginius Rufus, the governor of Germania Superior, received a directive to suppress the rebellion led by Vindex. Vindex sought to garner support beyond his own province by appealing to Servius Sulpicius Galba, the governor of Hispania Tarraconensis, urging him to join the rebellion and proclaim himself emperor in direct opposition to Nero. In the May of that same year, 68 AD, Verginius's troops achieved a great victory over Vindex's forces in the Battle of Vesontio, leading to the latter to take his own life. Nevertheless, following the defeat of the rebel, the legions under Verginius's command made an effort to declare their own leader as the emperor. Verginius declined to take any action against Nero, however. The dissatisfaction of the legions in Germania and the ongoing resistance from Galba in Hispania were unfavorable signs for him. Although Nero maintained at least partial control over the situation, there was a growing support for Galba, even though he had been officially labeled as a public enemy. Gaius Nymphidius Sabinus, the prefect of the Praetorian Guard, also renounced his loyalty to the emperor and openly sided with Galba. The ball was rolling, that's for sure. As a reaction, Nero escaped from Rome with the purpose of heading to the port of Ostia and subsequently boarding a fleet to reach one of the remaining faithful eastern provinces. As per Suetonius, Nero gave up on his plan after encountering resistance from military officers who openly defied his orders. Quoting a line from Virgil's Aeneid, "Is it such a terrible thing to die?" Nero contemplated the possibility of seeking refuge as far as Parthia, seeking the mercy of Galba, or appealing to the public and beseeching them to forgive his previous transgressions, and if he failed to win their sympathy, to implore them to grant him the position of prefect of Egypt. According to Suetonius, the speech's manuscript was discovered in Nero's writing desk. However, Nero was too afraid to deliver it, because he believed he would be violently attacked before he could even say a word, let alone reach the forum. He was probably right. Well, he did re-enter Rome, and passed the evening within the confines of the palace. Upon awakening from his slumber, he discovered that the palace guard had departed approximately at midnight. Despite sending messages to his friend's palace chambers, he didn't receive any responses. Uh-oh. Well, upon personally visiting the chambers, he discovered they were all empty. When he requested the presence of a gladiator, or any other skilled individual proficient in fighting to execute him, no one materialized. He proclaimed, "Do I have neither ally nor adversary?" And he swiftly rushed out, as if intending to plunge himself straight into the Tiber River. But upon his return, Nero endeavored to find a secluded location where he could seek refuge and try to calm down a little bit, take a step back and contemplate the situation. So, a villa situated 4 miles or around 6 kilometers outside the city was made by Phaon, a freedman of the imperial court. Under the guise of a different dress, Nero and his faithful freedmen, Epaphroditus, Phaon, Neophytus, and Sporus, arrived at the villa, when Nero instructed them to excavate a burial site for him. Nero became well aware that the Senate had officially labeled him as a public adversary. The writing was certainly on the wall at this point. So he readied himself for a self-inflicted death, walking back and forth while uttering the words "Coelus artifex pereo." Roughly translated, it means, "What a skilled artist the world is losing." Overwhelmed by fear, he pleaded with one of his companions to demonstrate courage by taking the life for him. And finally, the sound of approaching equestrians compelled Nero to confront his imminent demise. Nevertheless, he remained unable to muster the courage to end his own life, and instead compelled his personal secretary, Epaphroditus, to carry out the deed. Upon witnessing Nero's impending demise, one of the horsemen endeavored to staunch the bleeding, yet all attempts were futile. The concluding utterance of Nero was, "Belated. This is loyalty." He passed away the 9th of June, 68 AD, coinciding with the anniversary of his first wife Claudia Octavia's death, and he was laid to rest in the mausoleum of the Domiti Anno Barbi, located in the present-day Villa Borghese area of Rome, specifically on the Pincian Hill. According to Sulpicius Severus, the question of whether Nero actually took his own life instead of having his secretary take the blade for him remains uncertain. Well, and with that, the Julio-Claudian dynasty marked its conclusion. Subsequently, a period of disorder and confusion, known as the Year of the 4 Emperors, would follow. According to the accounts of Suetonius and Cassius Dio, the populace of Rome actually commemorated the demise of Nero. Tacitus, however, provides a depiction of a political environment that is characterized by a little bit more complexity. He reports that the demise of Nero was greeted with approval by senators, nobility, and pretty much anybody who had money. Conversely, the news was met with dissatisfaction by the lower class, the slaves, the attendees of the arena and theatre, and those individuals who relied on Nero's notorious extravagances for support. It was their entire employment. The military personnel were reported to have ambivalent sentiments, as they were loyal to Nero, but had been induced with bribes to depose him. Once again, money talks. Now, Philostratus and Apollonius of Tyana, who are considered reliable sources from the eastern region, state that Nero's death was lamented because he, I quote, re-established the freedoms of Greece with a level of wisdom and restraint that was completely unexpected given his usual behavior, and that he possessed and honored the people's freedoms. Well, I suppose that depends which people we're talking about. The contemporary academic consensus suggests that although the Senate and affluent individuals generally approved of his demise, the common people remained devoted until the very end, and even afterwards, as Otho and Vitellius both found it advantageous to appeal to their longing for the past. The removal of Nero's name from certain monuments is a manifestation of this intense personal enthusiasm. Now, according to Eric R. Varner, more than 50 surviving portraits of Nero have been altered to depict different individuals. This alteration of images is frequently attributed to the condemnation of disgraced emperors after their deaths, a practice referred to as damnatio memoriae. Well, following his demise in 68, a prevailing conviction, particularly in the eastern provinces, emerged that he had not perished, and he would eventually come back, just show up out of nowhere. Well, that didn't happen, of course, but it became widely recognized as this belief called the Nero Redivivius legend. The myth of his resurrection persisted for centuries following his demise, and Augustine of Hippo documented the legend as a widely held belief as far as 422 AD. That's almost 400 years later. There were a minimum of 3 individuals that falsely claimed to be Nero and led their own uprisings. The first individual, who both sang and played the lyre and possessed a facial resemblance to the deceased emperor, emerged in the year 69 AD under the rule of Vitellius. Upon successfully convincing certain individuals to acknowledge his identity, he was apprehended, and they just killed him. If he really was Nero, well, what did he expect? During the reign of Titus, being from 79 to 81, an impostor emerged in Asia who resembled Nero and performed musical pieces accompanied by the lyre. However, like his predecessor, they found him and they killed him. 2 decades following Nero's demise, in the era of Domitian's rule, a third claimant emerged. The Parthians provided support to him, albeit reluctantly, and the entire situation escalated into a war. Well, spoiler alert, he died as well, so there's that. Now before we go, just a quick little word on some of the eccentricities of Nero. A little bonus for you. Well, he pursued an education in the disciplines of poetry, music, painting, and sculpture, engaging in both vocal performance and musical playing. While many of these fields of studies were considered essential education for the upper class in ancient Rome, Nero's specific passion for music went well beyond the socially acceptable limits for someone of his social status. His focus on the arts, chariot racing, and athletics was heavily criticized by the ancient sources. Pliny characterized Nero as a theatrical emperor. His words, not mine. While Suetonius stated that Nero was excessively driven by a desire for popularity. Nero himself believed to be on par with Apollo in music, and even the sun in chariot racing, and even aspired to imitate the legendary feats of Hercules. Sounds a little bit like Commodus, don't you think? Go watch my video on him if you want a sequel to this one. Now, Nero took part in the Olympics too, in 67 AD. He had illicitly influenced the organizers to delay the games by 1 year in order to secure his participation. And in addition to the athletic contests, artistic competitions were also incorporated, which I can really get behind. We need more art in the world, and good art. Well, I suppose that's subjective. Nero emerged victorious in every single competition in which he participated in. What a coincidence. And he showcased his musical talent by singing and playing the lyre on stage, demonstrated his acting skills in tragedies, and participated in chariot races. In fact, he emerged victorious in a 10-horse chariot race, even after being ejected from the chariot and abandoning the competition. He didn't even cross the finish line, but he was crowned on the condition that he would have been victorious if he had finished the race. However you work that one out. Well, perhaps the judges were a little afraid to give a different result. One can hardly blame them. Following his demise 1 year later, his name was written off from the roster of victors. And good riddance to that. Well, according to Champlin, a modern observer, Nero's involvement in the competition effectively suppressed any genuine competition, and it appears that Nero was completely unaware of the actual situation going on around him, that he was ruining the entire thing. Well, he also instituted his own games. He called them the Neronian Games in the year 60 AD, designed to bring back the old Greek-style games and consisted of competitions in gymnastics, music, and horse riding. According to Suetonius, the gymnastic competition took place in the Septa area of the Campus Martius. Tacitus provides a detailed account of Nero's extensive torture and execution of Christians following the fire of AD 64. In addition, Suetonius reports that Nero persecuted Christians, attributing his actions to their adherence to a novel and harmful belief system, rather than linking it directly to the fire incident itself. In fact, Tertullian, a Christian writer from the period of 155 to 230, was the first to designate Nero as the initial persecutor of Christians. He penned the words, "Conduct a thorough examination of your records. At that location, you will discover Nero was the initial individual to oppress this belief." And Lactantius and Sulpicius Severus both attested to Nero's initial persecution of the followers of God. According to Suetonius, the Jews were also expelled from Rome by Emperor Claudius due to their frequent disturbances incited by Chrestus. It is possible that the individuals referred to as Jews who were actually expelled could have just been early Christians, although Suetonius does not provide a clear confirmation of this. Because remember, early days of Christianity, well, there wasn't really people really didn't know what was going on. People looked at the Christians and they hadn't quite figured out who or what they were yet. So they thought, well, they're from Judea, so they must be Jews. Who's their prophet? Jesus, the King of the Jews. Okay, well, they must be Jews as well, if they're following a Jew. Things develop over time, don't they? Oh, and by the way, the Bible does not explicitly state Aquila of Pontus and his wife Priscilla, who were expelled from Italy at that time, but it does refer to them as Jews in Acts 18:2, if you want to go and read that sort of thing.
Born in the year of 83 BC, Mark Antony was a Roman politician and general who was pivotal in the transition from the Roman Republic to empire, serving as one of the rulers of Rome following Julius Caesar's assassination. His alliance with Cleopatra VII of Egypt, both political and romantic, defined much of his later career and led to a significant rivalry with Octavian, the future Emperor Augustus. This contention culminated in their defeat at the Battle of Actium in 31 BC, after which Antony and Cleopatra retreated to Egypt and ultimately died in 30 BC. Antony's legacy is one marked by charismatic leadership, strategic skill, and the dramatic end of the Roman Republic, paving the way for the rise of the Roman Empire under Octavian. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. If you want to support the channel, you're already doing it. Those who want to go above and beyond may click the like and subscribe, or even take a look at the video description. You'll find the means to do so. But without further ado, and with the spiel out of the way, let's get nice and relaxed for another long video. Marcus Antonius, commonly known in English as Mark Antony, was a Roman politician born on the 14th of January 83 BC into the plebeian Antonia family. His father, Marcus Antonius Criticus, was the son of a famed orator and himself named after him. Antony's early life was overshadowed by the turbulent politics of Rome, including the murder of his grandfather during the purges of Gaius Marius in the winter of 87 to 86 BC. His mother, Julia, was a distant cousin of Julius Caesar, linking Antony to one of Rome's most influential figures. Antony was just an infant when Lucius Cornelius Sulla made his famous march on Rome in 82. His father's career was marked by
ineptitude and corruption, criticized by the orator Marcus Tullius Cicero as being so incompetent that he was harmless with power. In 74 BC, his father received a military command to eliminate Mediterranean piracy, but he died in 71 in Crete without any real significant achievements to his name. The death of his father left Antony and his brothers, Lucius and Gaius, under the care of their mother. Julia later married Publius Cornelius Lentulus Sura, a prominent but financially reckless patrician. Lentulus was deeply involved in the Catilinarian conspiracy and was executed on the orders of Cicero in 63 BC. Thus we find ourselves in Antony's adolescent years, reportedly tumultuous. Plutarch, the famous biographer, notes that he and his brothers spent most of their youth gambling, drinking, and engaging in scandalous love affairs. Cicero, a political adversary, even claimed Antony had a homosexual relationship with Gaius Scribonius Curio, a common form of slander used in Roman politics at the time to discredit opponents. Despite the lack of concrete details about his early political activities, Antony was known to be an associate of Publius Clodius Pulcher, a populist politician with strong street gang presence. Antony was also said to be involved with the Lupercal cult, being named a priest of this group later in his life. By the age of 20, Antony, through his unwise choices, had accumulated significant debt, prompting him to flee to Greece in 58 BC to avoid his creditors. It was there that he immersed himself in studies of philosophy and rhetoric in Athens, aiming to refine his skills and perhaps reset his turbulent career. In 57 BC, he embarked on his military career by joining the staff of Aulus Gabinius, the proconsul of Syria, where he served as the commander of the cavalry. This role under Gabinius, who had been consul the previous year and had supported the exile of Cicero at the behest of Antony's ally, Publius Clodius Pulcher, marked the beginning of Antony's rise in the Roman military. It was during this period that Hyrcanus II, the Roman-endorsed Hasmonean high priest of Judea, sought refuge with Gabinius to protect himself against his rival and son-in-law Alexander. Hyrcanus's precarious position dated back several years before to 63 BC, when the Roman general Pompey had captured him and his father, King Aristobulus II, during Rome's campaign against the waning Seleucid Empire, well and truly into its sunset years. Pompey then deposed Aristobulus and installed Hyrcanus as a puppet ruler over Judea, albeit under Roman oversight. Antony had distinguished himself in military service during this period, achieving his first commendations following significant victories at the fortresses of Alexandrium and Marcarus. By 56 BC, with the rebellion squashed, Gabinius restored Hyrcanus to his high priesthood in Judea. In 55 BC, Gabinius shifted his attention to the political turmoil unfolding in Ptolemaic Egypt. Pharaoh Ptolemy XII Auletes had been overthrown in a popular uprising, actually led by his own daughter, Berenice IV, in 58 BC, forcing him into Roman exile. This Ptolemy XII, previously supported by Pompey during his own power struggles, now sought to reclaim his throne with Roman assistance. Despite the Senate's disapproval, and without official orders, Gabinius decided to intervene after Ptolemy offered a substantial bribe of 10,000 talents. Certainly helps to grease the wheels. Plutarch had noted in his biography that it was Antony who persuaded Gabinius to undertake this venture. Thus, the forces of Gabinius quickly subdued the Egyptian frontier defenses, and after marching to the palace, the guards immediately surrendered with no resistance. The successful campaign led to Pompey XII's restoration as a king of Rome, or be it a client king rather. The Romans solidified their influence over Egypt by stationing the Gabiniani, a force of 2,000 soldiers, in Alexandria to support Ptolemy's rule. This arrangement gave Rome significant sway over Egypt's economic resources, particularly the all-important grain supply. As Egypt at the time, well, the climate was a little bit different, certainly considered a breadbasket of the ancient world. According to later claims by Antony, this campaign was also notable for his initial encounter with Cleopatra, the young daughter of Ptolemy VII, and yes, indeed, we will get to her later. Now, turning our attention back to Rome, the politics was evolving with the formation of the First Triumvirate in 60 BC, a secretive pact between Crassus, Pompey, and Caesar. This alliance aimed to dominate Roman politics. Crassus had quelled the Spartacus-led slave revolt. Pompey had expanded Roman territories in the east, and Caesar, with financial backing from Crassus, had secured the consulship for 59 BC. Caesar was subsequently appointed as the proconsular governor of Illyricum, Cisalpine Gaul, and Transalpine Gaul for 5 years, using these positions to launch his own campaign into Free Gaul. The breakdown of this alliance saw Crassus and Pompey again manipulating the electoral process to become consuls in 55 BC, with Caesar's command extended to support their political goals. During his service in the East, Antony married his cousin, Antonia Hybrida Minor, daughter of Gaius Antonius Hybrida. Their marriage, occurring sometime between 54 and 47 BC, produced a daughter named Antonia, though it remains unclear if this was Antony's first marriage or not. His alignment with Publius Claudius Pulcher was a strategic move that significantly bolstered his political and military trajectory. Claudius, who enjoyed the backing of Marcus Licinius Crassus, was not only influential in his own right, but also had strong connections with Julius Caesar. This association led to Antony being placed on Caesar's staff during the Gallic Wars in 54 BC, a role that allowed him to showcase his military and leadership skills. Antony's performance in Gaul was reportedly impressive, highlighting his capabilities as a commander and soldier. Despite some strains on their relationship, Antony and Caesar maintained a bond that proved beneficial to both, especially as Caesar's influence helped Antony climb the political ladder. Following his stint in Gaul, Antony was sent back to Rome, where he was elected quaestor for the year 52 BC. During this period he served Caesar closely, returning to Gaul to lead Caesar's cavalry to a pivotal victory at the Battle of Alesia against Vercingetorix. After his term as quaestor, Antony continued to work under Caesar as one of his legates, commanding 2 legions. This period was crucial, as it solidified Antony's position in Caesar's inner circle and military command structure. Meanwhile, the politics in Rome was increasingly volatile. The first triumvirate, consisting of Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus, was unraveling. Caesar's successors, had created envy and apprehension among his peers, particularly Pompey, who began to align more with the conservative figures around him, such as Cato. This shift in alliances was marked by escalating street violence, led by gangs under the direction of figures like Claudius and his adversary Titus Annius Milo. The death of Claudius in 52 BC, during a violent encounter with Milo's entourage, threw Rome into further chaos. Claudius's death led to riots and even the burning of the Senate House, the Curia Hostilia, which pushed the Senate to appoint Pompey as the sole consul, tasked with restoring order and eventually to conduct a proper election. Antony, after completing his duties in Gaul, had returned to Rome and was entrusted with the role of protecting Caesar's interests. His appointment to the College of Augurs allowed him to influence public policy by interpreting omens, a role that held significant political sway. Antony used this position to support Caesar, especially against his detractors in the Senate, and, well, at this point, there was no shortage of them. Thus, in 49 BC, Antony was elected as a plebeian tribune, providing him with the authority to veto Senate decisions that were detrimental to Caesar. Now, this role was an important one, as it positioned Antony as a key defender of Caesar's policies, especially as tensions between Caesar and Pompey, now devoid of Crassus's mediating influence, moved inexorably towards conflict. Antony's journey from Caesar's staff in Gaul to a significant political defender in Rome shows his adaptability and skill in both military and political spheres. While the escalating tension between Caesar and Pompey had reached a breaking point in early 49 BC, Gaius Claudius Marcellus and Lucius Cornelius Lentulus Crus, the consuls that year, were staunch opponents of Caesar. Despite remaining physically in Rome, Pompey wielded significant military power as the governor of Spain, commanding a sizable number of legions. Throughout 50 BC, a tense negotiation unfolded between Caesar and the Senate, with Caesar insisting on his right to stand for the consulship in absentia, while maintaining command over his forces. Well, amidst these negotiations, Antony, leveraging his position as tribune, proposed a compromise initially set forth by Curio. Both Caesar and Pompey should relinquish their commands and return to private life. This suggestion received favorable attention from many senators, but it faced strong opposition from consuls and Cato. Antony then adjusted his proposal, suggesting that Caesar keep only 2 of his 8 legions and the governorship of Illyrium, if he could stand for the consulship in absentia. Pompey viewed this compromise as acceptable, but Cato and Lentulus Cruz refused to yield. Feeling threatened and claiming fear for his safety, Antony fled from Rome and rejoined Caesar in Cisalpine Gaul. Shortly after Antony's departure, on January the 7th, 49 BC, the Senate, led by Cato and with Pompey's quiet support, passed a Senatus Consultum Ultimum, stripping Caesar of his command and demanding his return to Rome to face trial. The decree further declared Caesar as a public enemy if he failed to disband his army immediately. With peaceful resolution now seeming impossible, Caesar used the treatment of Antony, whose tribunician sacrosanctity was violated, as a pretext to march on Rome. Crossing the Rubicon on January 10th, Caesar ignited the civil war. Antony, as Caesar's second-in-command, played his own role in the ensuing events. Surprised by Caesar's swift advance, Pompey retreated from Italy to Greece. After securing Rome, Caesar turned his attentions to Spain, leaving Antony as governor of Italy and commander of the army stationed there. Despite his popularity with the soldiers, Antony was generally disliked by the Roman citizenry, who resented the hardships brought about by the civil war. By the end of 49 BC, Caesar had captured significant territories, including Italy, Spain, Sicily, and Sardinia. In early 48 BC, Caesar prepared to confront Pompey in Greece with 7 legions. He left his brother, Gaius Antonius, and Publius Cornelius Dolabella to defend Illyricum, but they were defeated by Pompey's forces and ultimately lost control of the Adriatic Sea. With his fleet defeated, Caesar could not transport all his legions, and sailed with only 2, instructing Antony to follow with the remainder once possible. Antony faced a blockade from Pompey's fleet under Lucius Scribonius Libo, but managed to outmaneuver him, allowing Caesar to join him in March 48 BC in Greece. It was there where Antony's military skill was evident, and he was considered second only to Caesar in command and reputation. The 2 first besieged Pompey's larger army at Dyrrhachium, but were pushed back. Despite the setback, Pompey did not pursue the retreating forces, a decision Caesar believed could have ended the civil war. The armies then met at the plain of Pharsalus, where Caesar placed Antony in command of the left wing. The battle on August 9th, 48 BC, was a decisive victory for Caesar, and marked a turning point, signaling the effective end of the Republic. Though not the final battle, Pharsalus significantly diminished Pompey's position, leading many senators and soldiers to defect over to Caesar's side. Well, after his defeat, Pompey fled to Egypt, hoping for refuge. However, fearing reprisal from Caesar, Pharaoh Ptolemy XIII ordered Pompey's assassination, a decision that profoundly impacted the Roman political landscape and set the stage for the next phase of Caesar and Antony's political careers. It was in the wake of Pharsalus that Julius Caesar, now unchallenged as the master of the Roman world, appointed Mark Antony as his master of the horse, making him the second most powerful man in Rome when Caesar himself was absent. With this substantial authority, Antony was left to govern Italy and manage Rome's day-to-day affairs while Caesar pursued further conquests, this time in Egypt, where he became embroiled in the Alexandrian War. It was here Caesar supported Cleopatra's claim to the throne over that of her brother Ptolemy XIII. His involvement in Egypt deepened Roman influence over the Ptolemaic kingdom, perhaps after he and Cleopatra became romantically involved and she bore him a son named Caesarion. Well, back in Rome, Antony's governance faced significant challenges of its own. Without Caesar's guiding hand, Antony struggled to maintain political stability. One of the most pressing issues was the proposal of debt forgiveness by the tribune Publius Cornelius Dolabella in 47 BC. This proposal, which aimed to cancel all outstanding debts, was highly popular among the masses. I wonder why, particularly with Caesar's veterans who were deeply in debt. However, Antony opposed the proposal, partly because he suspected Dolabella of having an affair with his wife, Antonia Hybrida. When Dolabella tried to enforce this law by seizing the Roman Forum, Antony's response was brutal. He sent his soldiers to disperse the crowd, crack some heads as it seems, and this resulted in the deaths of hundreds. Well, of course, this act of violence destabilized Rome, and it certainly made Antony very unpopular. Caesar, learning of the turmoil, cut short his stay in Egypt and returned to Italy in late 47 BC to attempt to restore order. But the rift between Caesar and Antony began to widen as a result of Antony's handling of the Dolabella affair. Despite their past camaraderie, Antony found himself politically isolated. Caesar even considered transferring Antony's consulship to Dolabella as a way to reconcile with the latter. But Antony's opposition and his role as an augur, interpreting the omens as unfavorable, blocked these moves. Eventually, Caesar found it expedient to remove Dolabella from Rome altogether, not through punishment, though, but by making him one of his generals for future campaigns. The fallout from these events was significant for Antony. For the years 46 and 45 BC, he held no public office, and was generally sidelined in political affairs. Instead, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus took over Antony's previous roles, serving both as Caesar's consular colleague in 46 and as master of the horse. Meanwhile, Caesar continued his campaigns, achieving victory in North Africa and later in Spain, where he defeated the last of his Republican opponents, bringing an end to the long civil war. During this period, Antony's personal life also underwent significant changes. After the scandal involving Dolabella, Antony divorced Antonia Hybrida and married Fulvia, Now, Fulvia was a prominent and politically active figure, having been widowed by both Publius Clodius Pulcher and Gaius Scribonius Curio. Antony and Fulvia's marriage, formalized in 47 BC, was seen by many, including Cicero, as a union that had been emotionally established much earlier. Well, in any case, this marriage certainly strengthened Antony's political position and produced two sons, Marcus Antonius Antillus and Iulus Antonius, born in 47 and 45 BC respectively. Well, as Caesar paraded his victories and even brought Cleopatra and his new son Caesarion to Rome, Antony remained in the capital, navigating those turbulent waters of Roman politics now more as an observer than as a participant. Perhaps that's better to simply observe. Ask Caesar in a couple of years' time. Well, his marriage to Fulvia not only signified a new chapter in his personal life, but also indicated a strategic realignment in his approach to the power dynamics within the Roman Republic, which was rapidly transforming under the dominance of Caesar. Whatever the underlying tensions, Antony's loyalty to Caesar remained steadfast, and their estrangement was short-lived. In 45 BC, Antony traveled to Narbo to meet with Caesar, and by 44 BC, full reconciliation was achieved when Antony was elected as Caesar's co-consul. This period marked a significant thawing and repair in their relationship, with plans for Antony to govern Rome in Caesar's absence, due to his upcoming campaign in Parthia. Rumors circulated that Antony had been approached by Gaius Trebonius, one of Caesar's generals, with a proposal to join a conspiracy to assassinate Caesar. Antony reportedly rejected this overture, and there is no indication that he informed Caesar of these discussions, suggesting either a deep fidelity to Caesar or perhaps a calculated political decision to distance himself from any treasonous activities. As consuls, Caesar and Antony presided over the Lupercalia festival on February 15th, 44 BC, an event deeply entwined with Rome's foundational myths, celebrating the she-wolf Lupus, who nursed Romulus and Remus in the old legends. The political atmosphere in Rome was tense, with Caesar centralizing power and assuming the title of Dictator Perpetuo, signaling no end to his rule, the dictator for life, which many feared would end the Republic and pave the way for a monarchy. Well, it was during this festival of Lupercalia that Antony offered Caesar a diadem, symbolizing kingship, which Caesar made an effort to publicly refuse. But this act, whether orchestrated by Antony alone or planned with Caesar, was laden with symbolism. While the offer could be seen as an attempt to flatter Caesar, it could also be interpreted as a maneuver by Antony to gauge or influence public sentiment and Caesar's own intentions towards kingship. The mixed reaction from the crowd highlighted the contentious nature of Caesar's rule. They applauded his refusal of the diadem, seeing it as a rejection of monarchical ambitions. Yet the event did little to quell the underlying fears of his detractors. This dramatic gesture at the Lupercalia became a catalyst for those seeking to preserve the Republic. A faction of senators, led by Marcus Junius Brutus and Gaius Cassius Longinus, resolved to assassinate Caesar, to prevent him from potentially declaring himself as king. The plot was primarily motivated by the belief that Caesar's rule was becoming tyrannical. But Antony's theatrical offering of the diadem to Caesar contributed to the urgency of their cause. Despite considerations to eliminate both Caesar and his key supporters, including Antony, the plan was ultimately confined to Caesar, based on the reported insistence of Brutus. The conspirators thus planned their attack to coincide with a Senate meeting on the Ides of March, which is March 15th, 44 BC, where they expected to catch Caesar unguarded. It was on that fateful day Antony, who was supposed to accompany Caesar to the Senate, was detained by Trebonius, ensuring he was not present to intervene. Thus, as Caesar entered the Senate, he was mobbed by the conspirators under the guise of presenting a petition, and, once surrounded, the assassination unfolded swiftly. He was stabbed 23 times, dying from his injuries on the floor of the Senate. This assassination was not just a pivotal moment for Rome, but also for Antony, who suddenly found himself at a crossroads, his patron and ally gone, and the future of Rome uncertain. Thus, in the immediate aftermath, Antony's political skill and understanding of the Roman mob and the legions would emerge as he navigated this volatile new situation, shaping his path towards leadership and eventual conflict with Caesar's heir, Octavian. In the chaotic aftermath of Julius Caesar's assassination, Antony initially fled Rome, disguised as a slave, fearing a widespread purge of Caesar's supporters, that those who had plotted the assassination and carried it out would strike while the iron is hot and finish the job. However, realizing the anticipated violence had not materialized, he quickly returned, positioning himself as the lead figure in the unfolding political crisis. The conspirators, self-titled as the Liberatores, which of course means liberators, don't have to explain that, do you? Had locked themselves on the Capitoline Hill, mistakenly believing that Caesar's death would automatically herald the restoration of the Republic. Antony, utilizing his position as the surviving consul, seized control of the state treasury. He was further empowered when Calpurnia, Caesar's widow, entrusted him with Caesar's personal papers and extensive estates, marking Antony as the principal leader over the Caesarians. Meanwhile, Caesar's master of the horse, being Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, brought over 6,000 troops into Rome to maintain order and intimidate the conspirators. Lepidus favored a direct assault on the capital, but Antony, seeking a more peaceful resolution, and recognizing that the majority on both sides preferred a compromise, advocated for negotiations. On March 17th, a settlement was rapidly reached, facilitated by Antony's diplomatic skill and the implicit threat of Caesar's veterans stationed nearby. The Senate agreed to pardon the assassins in exchange for the ratification of all of Caesar's reforms and appointments, including those of Brutus and Cassius, key figures among the conspirators. Antony's concession to appoint his rival Dolabella as co-consul in Caesar's place was part of this compromise, showcasing Antony's ability to navigate this complex political sea. Thus it was 2 days later, on the 19th of March, Caesar's will was publicly read, revealing his posthumous adoption of his great-nephew, Gaius Octavius, who was later renamed Gaius Julius Caesar, and is historically known as Octavian. Though not the primary beneficiary, Antony did receive some legacies, which he used to assert his dominance over the Caesarians. In a further gesture of conciliation, Antony agreed to give Caesar a public funeral, a decision that proved to be another pivotal moment in Roman history. On the 20th of March, during the funeral, Antony's stirring and poetic eulogy, combined with the dramatic presentation of Caesar's blood-stained clothes, whipped the public into a frenzy. The event turned into a riot, with several buildings associated with the conspirators burned to the ground. The chaos forced many of the conspirators to flee from Rome. In the wake of the funeral, Antony maneuvered to sideline Brutus and Cassius further by assigning them the menial task of wheat procurement from Sicily and Asia, which they refused, choosing instead to leave for Greece. Meanwhile, Cleopatra returned to Egypt. Antony, undeterred by the specific directives of Caesar's will, acted as the de facto leader of the Caesarians. He introduced the Lex Antonia, which formally abolished the dictatorship, aligning himself with those who had opposed Caesar's autocratic rule. Simultaneously, he claimed to discover laws in Caesar's papers that benefited the veterans, particularly with land grants, enhancing his support among them. To consolidate his political alliance with Lepidus, Antony engaged his daughter, Antonia Prima, to Lepidus's son. By surrounding himself with a guard of over 6,000 of Caesar's veterans, Antony projected himself as Caesar's rightful heir, largely siding with Octavian, who was struggling to assert his position as Caesar's designated successor. When Octavian arrived in Rome in May of 44 BC, he was ready to claim his inheritance and assert his position as Caesar's true successor. Despite Antony's considerable political influence, Octavian saw an opportunity to rival him as the leading figure within the Caesarian faction. Thus Antony's political standing was precarious. He had alienated many of Caesar's supporters by opposing the motion to deify Caesar, which diminished his appeal among the late dictator's followers. Moreover, when Antony refused to hand over Caesar's fortune to Octavian, the young heir borrowed heavily to fulfill the bequests in Caesar's will to the Roman people and his veterans, also establishing his own bodyguard of veterans. This strategic move earned Octavian the support of those who sought to use him to counter Antony's dominance. Now, the Roman Senate, especially Cicero, viewed Antony as a potential tyrant and a significant threat to the Republic's stability. Thus, by the summer of late 44 BC, Antony faced a political dilemma. He could either condemn the so-called liberators, Caesar's assassins, thus alienating the Senate, or he could uphold the compromise reached after Caesar's death, thereby seeming to betray Caesar's legacy and strengthening Octavian's position. Now, Roman historian Cassius Dio noted that while Antony maintained an official advantage as consul, public affection was increasingly shifting towards Octavian, due to his lineage and perceived allegiance to Caesar's memory. Octavian encouraged Cicero, a prominent senator, to launch a series of attacks against Antony in the September of 44 BC. These speeches depicted Antony as a danger to the Republic and galvanized senatorial support against him. The risk of civil war between Octavian and Antony escalated, as Octavian continued to draw Caesar's veterans away from Antony, with 2 of Antony's legions defecting to him by November of that year. At this time, Octavian, technically still a private citizen without formal command, led his forces in a legally precarious position. Facing increasing hostility, and with his consular term coming to an end, he sought a military command to secure an army for his protection. Traditionally, the Senate assigned provinces to consuls to govern after their terms had ended. Antony and Dolabella were assigned Macedonia and Syria respectively. However, Antony much preferred Cisalpine Gaul, then under the control of Decimus Junius Brutus Albinus, who was one of Caesar's assassins. When Decimus refused to relinquish his province, Antony marched north in December 44 BC, with his forces to seize it by any means necessary, initiating a siege at Mutina. The Senate, led by Cicero's fervent oratory, condemned Antony's aggressive move, and then on the very same day declared him an enemy of the state. In response, on New Year's Day of 43 BC, the Senate ratified Octavian's command, aligning him with the consuls Hirtius and Pansa, and tasked them with defeating Antony. The ensuing Battle of Mutina in April of 43 BC saw Antony's forces defeated, prompting his retreat to Transalpine Gaul. However, the battle cost the lives of both consuls, leaving Octavian as the sole commander of their armies, a formidable force of 8 legions. With Antony's initial defeat, the Senate sought to reassess its authority by distributing commands among those they believed would champion the Republican cause. Decimus Brutus was given commands of the legions in northern Italy, while Sextus Pompey was entrusted with the Republic's fleet, which operated out of Sicily. Brutus and Cassius, the leaders of Caesar's assassins, were appointed as governors of Macedonia and Syria respectively. These assignments were intended to reinforce the Republican framework and counterbalance the rising power of Caesar's adherents. However, the legions under Octavian, composed primarily of Caesar's veterans, outright refused to follow Decimus Brutus. This defiance allowed Octavian to maintain his command and influence. Meanwhile, Mark Antony recovered from his earlier setbacks by forming an alliance with Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, who held the governorship of Transalpine Gaul and Nero, Spain. Lepidus, despite his strong Caesarian leanings, had maintained cordial relations with various political factions, including the Senate and Sextus Pompey. His overtures to the Senate, however, were quickly overshadowed when his legions defected to Antony, giving Antony control of 17 legions, which was the largest army in the Western Roman Republic. By mid-May 43 BC, Octavian initiated covert negotiations to form an alliance with Antony, aiming to unify the Caesarian factions against the liberators who had assassinated Caesar. Octavian, remaining in Cisalpine Gaul, sent representatives to Rome in July demanding his appointment as consul and the revocation of Antony's status as a public enemy. When the Senate refused, Octavian marched on Rome with his 8 legions, took control of the city in August, and had himself appointed consul alongside a relative. He then began to prosecute Caesar's murderers under the Lex Paedia, declaring all conspirators and Sextus Pompey enemies of the state. In November of 43 BC, Octavian, Antony, and Lepidus met near Bononia to discuss the future governance of the Republic. After 2 days, they agreed to establish a 3-man dictatorship, known historically as the Second Triumvirate, which would govern for 5 years. This triumvirate divided military and administrative control. Antony took Gaul, Lepidus received Spain, and Octavian was assigned Africa, with Italy jointly governed by all 3. Their immediate goal was to avenge Caesar's murder by waging war against his assassins, who held territories in the eastern Mediterranean and Mediterranean islands. The triumvirate was formalized by the Lex Titia on the 27th of November 43 BC, and Octavian and Antony cemented their alliance with Octavian's marriage to Antony's stepdaughter Claudia. Their primary objective was now clear: to make war on Caesar's murderers. Before setting out to confront Brutus and Cassius, the triumvirs initiated a campaign of proscriptions, similar to those used by Sulla in 82 against their enemies in Rome. These proscriptions listed individuals who were stripped of their citizenship and whose properties were confiscated. This campaign was both lucrative and deadly. It resulted in the execution of 2,000 equites and 1/3 of the Senate, including Cicero, who was of course a personal enemy of Antony and had been a close friend of Octavian. While the proscriptions and confiscations significantly replenished the state's treasury, which was depleted by Caesar's civil wars, and new taxes were imposed to fund the war against Brutus and Cassius. By January 42 BC, the proscriptions ended, having lasted 2 months. While admittedly less bloody than Sulla's, They deeply traumatized Roman society, and many of those proscribed fled to Sextus Pompey in Sicily, or just joined up with the liberators in the east. Senators who pledged loyalty to the triumvirate were allowed to retain their positions. On the 1st of January, 42 BC, the Senate deified Caesar as the divine Julius, and confirmed Antony as his high priest, further solidifying the triumvirate's power as they prepared for the forthcoming conflicts. In 43 BC, as the second triumvirate contended with internal strife, Brutus and Cassius seized control of Rome's eastern territories and assembled a formidable force of 19 understrength legions. Their strategy was to avoid direct confrontation with the triumvirs, instead aiming to secure a strong defensive position and disrupt the triumvir's supply lines using their superior naval forces led by Sextus Pompey from Sicily. Sextus Pompey's fleet initially posed a significant threat, launching raids on the Italian coast and blocking maritime supply routes. Although Octavian's admiral, Quintus Salvidienus Rufus, managed to fend off an attack at Rhegium, he was later defeated in a naval engagement. It was only after Antony arrived with additional ships that the blockade was finally broken, though Sextus did retain control of Sicily. The triumvirs prioritized defeating Brutus and Cassius, leaving Lepidus to manage Rome, and sailed to Macedonia with the bulk of their forces in the summer of 42 BC. Brutus and Cassius fortified a strong defensive position along the Via Egnatia near Philippi, using the natural terrain to their advantage. Antony and Octavian positioned their forces to confront them, but initial attempts to draw the liberators into battle were unsuccessful. Antony then managed a surprise flank attack through the nearby marshes, leading to the First Battle of Philippi on the 3rd of October 42 BC. Antony overcame Cassius, who, misinformed about the extent of the defeat, took his own life. Meanwhile, Brutus initially succeeded against Octavian's forces, but failed to capture the ailing Octavian. Brutus, now in sole command, was pressured by his officers to abandon his cautious tactics and engage in a second battle on the 23rd of October. The decisive leadership of Antony led to a comprehensive defeat of Brutus's force. Thus, Brutus also took his own life following the loss, and his army subsequently pledged allegiance to the triumvirs. The battles resulted in heavy losses, with over 50,000 Romans killed. The victories at Philippi ended the civil war in the triumvirs' favor, leaving only Sextus Pompey's fleet as a remaining challenge to their control over Rome. While Antony was lenient with the defeated forces, Octavian dealt harshly with prisoners, and even desecrated Brutus's body, signaling a divide in their approach to total victory. Well, after the civil war was all finished up, Antony's dominant position operating out of Gaul had him preparing for a campaign against Parthia and the restructuring of the East. He spent time in Athens, and then moved to Asia Minor, gaining the support of Greek cities and adjusting the leadership of Rome's client kingdoms. His meeting with Cleopatra in Tarsus led to their famous alliance, crucial for his planned campaign against Parthia. He spent the winter of 42 in Athens, enjoying the support of the Greeks due to his pro-Hellenic policies. Moving across to Anatolia, he was hailed as a new Dionysus and extracted wealth from the cities there. His rule involved adjusting client kingdoms with changes in leadership and financial reparations, and his relationship with Cleopatra began to deepen, marked by their strategic and personal alliance against common threats and mutual benefits. So, Antony took control of the east, while Octavian was responsible for the west. And you see, Octavian had faced the rather daunting challenge of distributing land to Caesar's veterans, a vital move to secure their loyalty. Lacking enough state-controlled land, however, he chose to confiscate land from Roman citizens, affecting many towns and sparking significant unrest, which of course it would. Well, Fulvia, Antony's wife, and Lucius Antonius, Antony's brother, opposed Octavian's land policies, fearing they would shift veteran loyalty away from Antony. Thus, Fulvia used her influence to delay the settlements, and with Lucius's support raised an army against Octavian, leading to open conflict. This war, partly fueled by Fulvia's jealousy of Antony's affair with Cleopatra and her desire to bring Antony back to Rome, escalated when Octavian divorced Fulvia's daughter. Thus, Lucius and Fulvia, after initially opposing Octavian and moving against Rome, were forced to retreat to Perusia. Octavian besieged them, and without Antony's support they had no choice but to surrender, and they did in 40 BC. Octavian pardoned Lucius, but forced Fulvia to flee. This left Octavian in control of Italy, and he also took over Gaul after Antony's governor there died. Amidst these conflicts and the Parthian invasion of Rome's eastern territories, Antony returned to Rome to secure his position after rebuking Fulvia in Athens. However, facing Octavian proved untenable, as their soldiers, sharing a common history under Caesar, refused to fight. Fulvia's death facilitated a reconciliation, leading to the Treaty of Brundisium. This agreement redivided the Roman world, giving Antony the east, Octavian the west, and Lepidus Africa. Antony also married Octavia, Octavian's sister, symbolizing their renewed alliance and preparing for the campaign against Parthia. Thus, the rise of this Parthian Empire in the 3rd century BC, and Rome's expansion into the eastern Mediterranean during the 2nd century BC brought these powers into frequent conflict. The kingdom of Armenia, positioned between Roman Syria and Parthia, became the focal point of their power struggles. Tigranes the Great of Armenia, allied with Parthia, initially fought against Rome, but was defeated by Pompey in 66 BC. Armenia then shifted their allegiance to Rome. In 53, Rome's ambition led Marcus Licinius Crassus, then governor of Syria, to cross the Euphrates and invade Parthia. Rejecting Armenian King Artavasdes II's advice to invade via Armenia, Crassus chose a direct route through the desert. While this decision culminated in the disastrous Battle of Carrhae, where his forces were defeated by a much smaller Parthian army. Following this, Armenia tilted back towards Parthian alliance through royal marriage. Well, after Caesar's assassination, things had changed, with the eastern regions slipping from Rome's grip. You see, Caesar had planned to invade Parthia to avenge Crassus, and also to rival Alexander the Great's legacy. But of course, this plan was halted by him being murdered. Generally tends to make one change their plans a little. Publius Cornelius Dolabella took over Crassus's intended campaign, but lost support, leading to the Parthians siding with Quintus Labienus and the Republicans after their defeat at Philippi. Antony, aiming to reinforce Roman dominance in the east, captured Palmyra on the Roman-Parthian border in 41 BC. However, his winter spent in Alexandria with Cleopatra left the Syrian border poorly defended. Apparently, he was a little distracted. Well, the Parthians, seizing the opportunity and persuaded by Labienus, invaded, exploiting the weakness left by Antony's absence. In 40 BC, the Parthians, led by King Orodes II's son Pacorus, and the Roman rebel Labienus, invaded Roman territories. They swiftly conquered Syria and southern Anatolia, installing Antigonus as king in Judea after deposing Hyrcanus II. Antony, engaged in Egypt with Cleopatra, sent Publius Ventidius Bassus to repel the Parthians. Ventidius effectively countered the invasion in 39, defeating Labienus and the Parthian army, reclaiming Roman dominion in the east. In the following year of 38 BC, despite initial Parthian advances under Pacorus, Ventidius again triumphed at the Battle of Sirestica, killing Pacorus and forcing the Parthians to retreat. The death of Pacorus plunged Parthia into turmoil, leading to the assassination of Orodes II by his own son, Phraates IV. Ventidius, cautious of overstepping his mandate and overshadowing Antony, focused on stabilizing the eastern provinces rather than pursuing the Parthians further. He successfully subdued regional revolts and was honored with a triumph in Rome for his victories. This campaign reset Roman Parthian boundaries and stabilized the region, albeit temporarily. After this treaty of Brundisium, the triumvirs overlooked Sextus Pompey, who from Sicily disrupted the Roman grain supplies, undermining the triumvirate's support. Well, to combat this problem, the triumvirs negotiated with Sextus, leading to the Treaty of Misenum in 39 BC, which granted Sextus control over Sicily, Corsica, Sardinia, and a few little parts of Greece, in exchange for his ending of the blockade and resuming grain shipments to Rome. Many of the proscribed senators took refuge with Sextus, but returned to Rome when amnesty was declared, aligning with Octavian or Antony. This, of course, weakened Sextus's position, and when he later reneged on parts of the treaty, they decided to instead engage him in conflict. Well, despite the political turmoil, Antony, still with an eye on Parthia, secured additional troops from Octavian via the Treaty of Tarentum in 37. The two also extended the triumvirate to 33 BC and arranged a marriage between Antony's son and Octavian's daughter to solidify their agreement. Antony, adopting extravagant Dionysian imagery, then returned to the east, leaving his wife Octavia in Italy. With Sextus renewing his blockade, Antony and Octavian's renewed tensions led to further negotiations and military preparation. Antony, still aiming for Parthia, sent Ventidius Bassus to confront the Parthian threat, which resulted in significant Roman victories and the restoration of stability in the east. In Judea, Antony tasked Gaius Sosius with deposing the Parthian puppet Antigonus and installing Herod as the Roman client king. Sosius' campaign was brutal, with extensive pillaging in Jerusalem, which led Herod to secure his position by directly bribing Roman forces. Antony, recognizing Antigonus as a continual threat, had him executed, leaving Herod as a stable ally to Rome, and he ruled until 4 BC. In 38 BC, after renewing the triumvirate, Antony, accompanied by Octavia, spent the winter in Athens. This period concluded with internal strife in Parthia, where Phraates IV assassinated his own father, Orodes, and seized the throne. Of course, Antony, recognizing the opportunity, planned a grand campaign against Parthia, but realized that Octavian wouldn't provide the promised legions under the Treaty of Tarentum. Consequently, he turned to Cleopatra of Egypt for support. With her financial and military aid, Antony amassed an unprecedented Roman force in the east, totaling around 100,000 troops, including 60,000 legionnaires, 10,000 cavalry, and 30,000 auxiliaries. Antony's initial move on the Parthian campaign was to secure Armenia, a former Roman ally turned Parthian vassal after Rome's eastern influence waned post-Carrhae. Though, through diplomatic maneuvering, Antony received the submission of the Armenian king Artavasdes II without resistance. His general, Canidius Crassus, then secured further Roman dominance in the Caucasus by allying with Iberia and subduing Albania, turning these into Roman protectorates. With these strategic victories, Antony's forces moved into Media Atropatene, a Parthian province, hoping for a decisive confrontation. However, the Parthians avoided direct battle, leading Antony to advance deep into enemy territory. During this advance, 2 legions responsible for guarding Antony's supply lines were ambushed and annihilated by Parthians, a disaster exacerbated by the non-intervention of the Armenian cavalry. Despite this, Antony continued his push, but eventually had to retreat after failing to take the provincial capital. The retreat turned catastrophic, as Antony's army, harassed by Parthians and struggling with harsh winter conditions and mountainous terrain, suffered immense losses. In fact, Plutarch records that about 24,000 of Antony's men perished during this phase. Antony himself managed to lead the remnants of his force back to Syria by the end of 36 BC, having lost around 32,000 men in total during the disastrous campaign. The failure was attributed by contemporaries to the betrayal of the Armenian king, but modern analysis also points to Antony's strategic and logistical misjudgments. Either way, the campaign marked a significant Roman setback in the east and foreshadowed further complexities in Antony's relationship with both his allies and Octavian. Now, as for Octavian himself, who had been adopted by Julius Caesar and was his heir, well, he had more skillfully navigated Roman politics, and he had done so in a way that isolated and diminished Antony. After forcing Lepidus out of the triumvirate and securing his own power base, Octavian turned his full attention towards Antony, who had entrenched himself in Egypt with Cleopatra. The Roman propaganda machine, controlled by Octavian, cast Antony as a traitor who had forsaken Roman values to become a puppet of a seductive and manipulative Cleopatra. They painted a picture of Antony as a man who had gone native, adopting foreign customs, and even dressing like an Egyptian, which in Roman eyes was a grievous affront to their dignity and an abdication of his Roman identity. The political machinations continued to escalate with Antony's donations of Alexandria, where he distributed titles and lands to Cleopatra and their children, notably recognizing Caesarion, Cleopatra's son with Julius Caesar, as Caesar's legitimate heir. This was a direct challenge to Octavian, whose claim to power significantly rested on his adoption by Caesar. By promoting Caesarion as Caesar's true successor, Antony struck at the heart of Octavian's political legitimacy. This led to the final breakdown of any pretense of alliance between Octavian and Antony. The Roman Senate, under Octavian's influence, declared war not on Antony directly, but on Cleopatra. This clever maneuver was designed to strip Antony of sympathy by portraying him as dominated by a foreign queen rather than as a Roman co-ruler. The Senate's actions and Octavian's control of the narrative turned public opinion completely against Antony. Thus, as Octavian's forces advanced, Antony and Cleopatra's coalition unraveled. The defection of regions such as Cyrenaica and Greece, and the loss of key allies and territories further tightened Octavian's grip. The capture of Methone demonstrated Agrippa's naval prowess and foreshadowed the larger clash at Actium. At the Battle of Actium, September 2nd, 31 BC, Octavian's fleet, commanded by Agrippa, decisively defeated Antony and Cleopatra's forces. But the battle was less about tactical specifics and more about symbolism. It represented the collapse of Antony and Cleopatra's dream of a combined Roman-Egyptian empire. Their flight to Egypt marked the end of resistance to Octavian's rule. In the wake of Actium, the path was clear for Octavian to consolidate his power. Antony's retreat to Egypt, where he and Cleopatra would make their last stand, was not just a military defeat but also a significant psychological and political blow. The once great Roman general, and the last pharaoh of Egypt, now backed into a corner, their fates sealed, as Octavian prepared for the final act of this long and bloody drama that would end with the transformation of the Roman Republic into the Roman Empire. In the final act of Antony and Cleopatra's dramatic story, Octavian's calculated and relentless pursuit of power led him to Egypt, where the last remnants of Antony's resistance were harbored. By August of 30 BC, Octavian, with his trusted commander Agrippa, launched a decisive invasion of Egypt. This move clearly marked the end of any hope Antony and Cleopatra held for retaining their power and influence. Trapped, surrounded at all sides, no means to escape, Antony, engulfed in despair and misled by false reports of Cleopatra's death, attempted to take his own life by stabbing himself repeatedly. However, upon discovering that Cleopatra was still alive, he was taken mortally wounded to the monument where Cleopatra had taken refuge. There, in a poignant final scene, Antony reportedly died in Cleopatra's arms, an end to a tumultuous life and a storied romance. Octavian, who had now removed his main rival, allowed Cleopatra to organize Antony's funeral, a gesture that was both political and also practical. It also allowed Octavian to appear magnanimous and ensure that Antony's followers would not be further antagonized. However, Cleopatra was now a prisoner, and her fate was sealed. Understanding that she would be taken back to Rome and paraded through the streets like an animal at a circus, a fate unbearable for a queen of her stature, or indeed anyone of any stature, Cleopatra then made several attempts on her life, and after several failures, she had reportedly succeeded in mid-August by using a poisonous asp, at least that is according to the popular belief. Though the exact method does remain a topic of historical debate. There were, of course, writers at the time that were saying that she was testing different snakes and poisonous animals on her prisoners to see the effects, to judge how it would go for her own attempt on her own life, but this may also have been propaganda to simply make her look bad. Well, with Cleopatra's death, Octavian had effectively ended the Ptolemaic dynasty. He then took decisive steps to secure his power. Caesarion, the son of Cleopatra, and Julius Caesar was executed, eliminating the last potential rival with a claim as Caesar's heir. Antony's eldest son, Antilos, was also killed. However, Octavian decided to spare Iulus, Antony's son by his previous marriage, and Antony's children with Cleopatra. These children were taken to Rome and humiliatingly paraded in Octavian's triumphal procession, a clear signal of Octavian's total victory. Themistocles, born around 524 BC in Athens, a legend of ancient Greek history. As a visionary leader, he was instrumental in the expansion of the Athenian navy, recognizing earlier on the critical role that naval power would play in repelling the Persian invaders. His masterstroke at the Battle of Salamis, where he cleverly trapped and decimated the Persian fleet, marked a turning point in the Greco-Persian Wars, securing Greek independence and demonstrating the effectiveness of Athenian sea power. Thus, his legacy as a defender of Greece and a master strategist endures to this day, inviting further exploration of this complex life and the dramatic era in which he lived. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, pleasure to meet you. And if you're coming back, well, it's good to see you again. And let's have another adventure tonight, back into the past. The best way to support the channel is just to enjoy it. But if you want to do 2 clicks for me, the like and subscribe boosts me up in the algorithm. And further to that, there's a few links in the description, if you're so inclined. But for now, let's all get nice and relaxed, and we can begin our journey into the life of Themistocles. Themistocles, an influential Athenian statesman and naval strategist, born around 524 BC in the Dem of Phreariae in Attica. He was reportedly the son of Neocles, a man from the Leontian tribe, who, according to Plutarch, was not particularly distinguished in Athens. The identity of his mother, well, that's a bit less certain. We do know that her name was either Euterpe or Abrotonum, and she hailed from either Halicarnassus, Thrace, or perhaps Acarnania. This mixed heritage marks Themistocles as somewhat of an outsider in Athenian society, and as you will come to see, this was a stigma that he faced and had to deal with from early on. Now, the family resided in Kynosarges, a district of Athens known for its immigrant population, and located outside of the city walls. Themistocles, from a young age, showed a keen understanding of social barriers, cleverly inviting aristocratic youths to train with him at Kynosarges, thereby blurring the lines between citizens and foreigners, a line that was drawn quite harshly in those days. While his childhood was reportedly tumultuous as well, with some sources claiming his behavior led to disownment by his father, which I will mention is a claim that Plutarch disputes. Instead, Plutarch portrays Themistocles as intensely ambitious, driven even in his youth by aspirations of public service. His teacher once prophesied that Themistocles would be no ordinary man, but rather he would become someone significant, for better or perhaps worse. Well, Themistocles was married to Archippe, daughter of Lysander of Alipeke, and they had 3 sons together, Archeptolis, Polyeuctus, and Cleophantus, with the latter known for his horsemanship, but not equaling his father in valor or virtue. Themistocles also had 2 other sons, Neocles and Diocles, but the former died young from a horse bite, and the latter was adopted by his maternal grandfather. Themistocles' daughters were notably connected through advantageous marriages. Nesiptolema married her half-brother, Archeptolis, and served as a priestess of Cybele. His daughter Italia married Pantheodes of Chios, and Sybaris was wed to Nicomedes the Athenian. After Themistocles' death, another daughter, Nicomake, was married to his nephew, Thrasicles, who also assumed responsibility for Asia, Themistocles' youngest child. Now, the world that he was born into was certainly a turbulent one, especially in Athens, following the death of the tyrant Pisistratos in 527 BC, who was succeeded by his sons Hipparchus and Hippias. Hipparchus's assassination in 514 led Hippias to become increasingly paranoid and reliant on mercenaries. Cleisthenes, a prominent member of the exiled Alcmaeonid family, sought to overthrow Hippias and orchestrated a Spartan attack on Athens in 510 that successfully removed Hippias from power. However, the Athenian nobility initially rejected Cleisthenes' leadership, choosing Isagoras as archon with Spartan backing. Cleisthenes, aiming to avoid Athenian subservience to Sparta, proposed a democratic system that shifted power to the Athenian people. This proposal led to the ousting of Isagoras and defense against another Spartan assault, solidifying Cleisthenes' political reforms. The establishment of democracy in Athens created significant opportunities for individuals like Themistocles, who had previously been marginalized from political power. You see, this new system was more of a meritocracy. It valued skills such as negotiation, public visibility, and networking, and all of these were areas in which Themistocles rather excelled in. Thus he strategically relocated to Ceramicus, a less affluent area of Athens, which enhanced his image as a man of the people, and facilitating his engagement with the ordinary citizenry, who were the new power brokers of the democracy. He actively sought the support of these citizens, marking a pivotal point of visiting local taverns, markets, and docks, places traditionally overlooked by politicians, to engage directly with voters and remember their names and their problems, building a base of support among those not traditionally courted by political leaders. While focusing on this new demographic, Themistocles also maintained relations with the Athenian nobility to ensure he did not alienate this influential group. Additionally, Themistocles was the first in Athens to practice law as a preparation for public life, employing his skills as an attorney and arbitrator to serve the common people, further boosting his popularity and support base. At around 30 years old, in 494 BC, Themistocles became eligible for the archonship, the highest office in the Athenian government. Riding on his widespread popularity, he was quickly elected as Archon Eponymous in 493 BC. During his tenure, Themistocles initiated a shift in Athenian military strategy by enhancing its naval power. He spearheaded the development of a new port at Piraeus, replacing the older facilities at Phalerum. The choice of Piraeus was a strategic one. Though further away from Athens, it offered 3 natural harbors and was much more easily defensible. Themistocles' focus on naval power was crucial, anticipating the increasing importance of maritime strength in the 5th century BC. This move not only prepared Athens for future conflicts, but also aligned with his personal political strategy. By bolstering naval capabilities, Themistocles required the mobilization of common citizens, or thetes as they were known, as rowers, thus increasing their political leverage and, by extension, his own influence, since these were the very constituents that had helped him rise to power. After the Battle of Marathon around 489, Miltiades, the Athenian hero of the battle, suffered a serious injury during a failed attempt to capture Paros. While he was incapacitated, the influential Alcmaeonid family capitalized on his vulnerability and orchestrated his prosecution. Miltiades was fined heavily for allegedly deceiving the Athenian people and died shortly afterwards due to his injuries. This incident prompted the Athenians to employ the practice of ostracism for the very first time, an aspect of Cleisthenes' democratic reforms that had not yet been used. Citizens wrote the name of a politician they wished to exile on a pottery shard, aiming to curb the power struggles among the Athens' noble families. The result was the exile of leaders from prominent families, including the Alcmaeonids. Now Themistocles, with strong support from the poorer citizens, emerged as a leading figure in Athens after Miltiades' death. During this time, Themistocles' main political rival was Aristides, known for his virtue and integrity, and dubbed with the epithet the Just. The rivalry between them intensified, partly fueled by personal competition for affections within their shared social circles. Amidst growing concerns over another Persian invasion, Themistocles advocated for the expansion of Athens' naval power, foreseeing the need for a capable fleet to counter the Persians. This was opposed by Aristides, who represented the interests of the hoplite class, the Zeugites. Now in 483 BC, the discovery of a substantial silver vein in the Athenian mines at Laurium presented an opportunity. Themistocles proposed using this silver to build 200 triremes to strengthen Athens' naval force, contrasting with Aristides' proposal to distribute the wealth among Athenians, which was no doubt less prudent, but probably a lot more popular. Well, Themistocles framed his proposal around the immediate threat from Aegina, with whom Athens was currently at war, rather than the distant Persian threat, but he certainly saw that coming. In the end, his plan was adopted, albeit with a reduction to 100 triremes. This disagreement heightened tensions between the supporters of Themistocles and Aristides, culminating in the ostracism of Aristides in 482. This effectively endorsed Themistocles' naval policies. Later, as the threat from Persia became more imminent, the Athenians, realizing the gravity of the situation, approved the construction of even more ships than initially planned by Themistocles, once again solidifying his position in Athens' leading politician as the Persian invasion approached. In 481 BC, a congress of about 30 Greek city-states assembled, aligning under the leadership of Athens and Sparta to confront the anticipated Persian invasion. While the Spartans took charge of the land forces, the command of the naval forces, critical due to Athens' significant naval capacity, became a contentious issue. Themistocles sought command for Athens, but faced opposition from other naval powers like Corinth and Aegina. Ultimately, a compromise was reached, appointing Spartan Eurybiades as the nominal commander, though Themistocles effectively led the fleet in all practical manner. The initial Greek strategy involved assembling 10,000 hoplites at the Vale of Tempe in Thessaly under Spartan Euenetus and Themistocles, aiming to block Xerxes' advance. Xerxes was the commander of the Persians, the king, rather. However, they withdrew after Alexander I of Macedon advised that the Persian army could bypass the Vale, and, well, was significantly larger than anticipated. The news of Xerxes crossing the Hellespont prompted another strategic shift. Themistocles then devised a plan to block the narrow pass of Thermopylae on land, and to have the Athenian and allied navies block the Straits of Artemisium at sea, to prevent the Persians from circumventing the Thermopylae pass. Convincing Athens required Themistocles to argue for a total naval commitment, implying the evacuation of Athens itself. It's a pretty hard sell. Well, he successfully persuaded the Athenians to mobilize every able man for the fleet, which necessitated evacuating Athenian women and children to Troezen for safety. This decision reflected Themistocles' exceptional oratory and strategic foresight, as he not only navigated the complexities of Athenian politics, and broader Greek politics at that, but he also set a course for the Athenian military and civil action. Not many people would have been able to talk them into it. But once again, Themistocles is just so special, isn't he? Well, his ability to secure Athenian commitment to the war effort reassured the other Greek allies, leading to the acceptance of his strategic proposals at a subsequent meeting. This unified front was crucial for the Greek defense against the Persian invasion. They either all stood together, or they were all wiped out. In August of 480, as the Persian forces advanced towards Thessaly, the Greek allies strategically positioned their naval fleet at Artemisium, and their army at Thermopylae. Themistocles led the Athenian segment of the fleet to Artemisium, preparing to confront the Persian naval force. Despite delays in the Persian advance, Eurybiades, the official commander of the allied fleet and less assertive leader, considered retreating. Themistocles, having received a significant bribe from locals to keep the fleet stationed at Artemisium, used a part of the bribe to persuade Eurybiades to engage in battle, while keeping the remainder for himself. Under the practical leadership of Themistocles, the allied fleet managed to hold its ground over 3 days of intense fighting, albeit against a numerically superior Persian fleet, but they did incur heavy losses. The defeat of the allied forces at Thermopylae, however, rendered their position at Artemisium untenable, leading to a strategic withdrawal. Amidst these tactical maneuvers, Themistocles employed psychological warfare. He strategically left messengers at potential Persian watering spots to encourage Ionian mercenaries within the Persian fleet, who understood the Persian language, to either defect or simply underperform. Well, his goal was to create mistrust within the Persian ranks, potentially weakening their resolve and effectiveness. Following the defeat at Thermopylae, Boeotia was overrun by Persian forces, who then set their sights on Athens. As the Persians advanced, the Peloponnesian allies prepared defensive positions at the Isthmus of Corinth, effectively conceding Athens. The allied fleet, withdrawing from Artemisium, regrouped at Salamis to facilitate the final evacuation of Athenian citizens, although the Peloponnesian naval forces preferred to join the army at the Isthmus for a more consolidated defense. Themistocles, drawing from his experiences at Artemisium, argued for the strategic advantages of engaging in combat within the confined waters of the Salamis Strait. He emphatically proposed that if the allies did not agree to make the stand at Salamis, he would lead the Athenians to establish a new colony in Sicily. Well, eventually convinced by Themistocles' resolve and recognizing their dependence on Athenian naval strength, the allies agreed to stay and confront the Persian navy at Salamis. In a strategic move to provoke this critical naval engagement, Themistocles employed deception. Aware of Xerxes' eagerness to conclude his Greek campaign with a decisive victory, Themistocles sent his servant, Sicinus, to falsely inform Xerxes that the Athenians favored a Persian victory and that the Greek coalition was fracturing, running scared, with the Peloponnesians intending to flee that very evening. Themistocles suggested that by simply blocking the straits, the Persians could have a secure and easy victory. In the bag before dinner time, no problem. This misinformation not only aimed to coax the Persian navy into the straits, but also served as a contingency to curry favor with Xerxes, in case the Greeks were actually defeated. Well, Xerxes was pretty happy to get this information. Motivated by the prospect of a swift victory, he ordered his fleet to promptly block the Straits of Salamis. The Persian navy, anticipating pretty much minimal resistance, sailed straight into the trap set by Themistocles. Contrary to Persian expectations, they were met by a fully prepared and unified allied fleet, ready to defend their territory in what would become a very bad day for the Persians. Now, Herodotus recounts that during the maneuvers of the Persian fleet, Aristides, recently returned from exile upon Themistocles' insistence to unite all Athenians against the Persians, arrived from Aegina at the allied camp. He informed Themistocles that the Persian navy had effectively encircled the allies, a development that confirmed Themistocles' tactical setup was indeed in place, trapping the Persians exactly as he planned. The allied commanders, seemingly unaware of Themistocles' strategy, received the news without protest, suggesting they might have been complicit in the ruse from the start. As the battle approached, Themistocles rallied his marines with a speech before they set sail. The battle that ensued saw the Persian navy, larger but confined by the narrow straits, thrown into complete disarray. The disorganization played to the Athenians' advantage, enabling them and their allies to secure a pivotal victory. And thus, the Battle of Salamis marked a crucial turning point in the Second Persian invasion and the Greco-Persian Wars at last. But, although it didn't end the Persian threat, it certainly prevented the conquest of all Greece, and set the stage for the Allies to take the offensive the following year. The significance of Salamis extends beyond its immediate military outcomes, as it is often considered one of the most important battles in history, influencing the survival and subsequent flourishing of Greek culture and political ideals. Themistocles' foresight in bolstering Athenian naval power and his strategic skill at Salamis were instrumental in this outcome, with Plutarch later remarking that Themistocles played the most crucial role in the salvation of Greece. After their victory, the immediate threat to Greece was mitigated, at least for now, leading Xerxes to return to Asia with a portion of his forces. But he left his general, Mardonius, in charge to continue attempts at conquering Greece. Thus Mardonius spent the winter in Boeotia and Thessaly, which allowed the Athenians to return to their city, although it had been completely devastated by the Persians. The winter proved challenging for Themistocles and the Athenians, as the Peloponnesian allies were reluctant to march north of the Isthmus to engage the Persian army, despite Athenian appeals. During a celebratory meeting in Corinth, where the allies awarded achievements, Aegina was given the prize for civic achievement, much to the chagrin of the Athenians, who felt that their pivotal role at Salamis was being a little bit underappreciated. Can't blame them, to be honest. They should have at least got something. Well, the admirals each voted themselves for individual achievement, of course, resulting in a tie where nobody won. Funny how that works. Well, to appease Themistocles and acknowledge the importance of the Athenian fleet, the Spartans invited him to Sparta, where he received a special accolade for his strategic brilliance, and was overall praised by everyone. Plutarch notes that at the following Olympic Games, Themistocles was the center of attention, overshadowing the athletic contests themselves, indicating the high regard in which he was held for his service to Greece. Back in Athens, Themistocles proposed a controversial strategy to maintain Athenian dominance. He suggested to the Athenian assembly that he had a plan beneficial to the city, but couldn't really disclose it publicly. Sounds pretty interesting, doesn't it? Well, Aristides was chosen to hear and judge the plan in private. Themistocles revealed his intention to destroy the naval stations of their Greek allies to ensure Athenian supremacy. Aristides reported back that while the strategy was advantageous, it was, well, really not cool. Well, upon hearing this, the Athenian people were not impressed, and they instructed Themistocles to abandon his plan, demonstrating their preference for fairness and honor over mere strategic gain. What's that saying? You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Well, despite Themistocles' crucial role in Greek victories, his prominence eventually led to envy and fatigue among his fellow citizens, a common consequence for leaders in Athenian democracy. By early 479, he was relieved of his military command. Xanthippus took over the Athenian fleet, and Aristides led the land forces. As for Themistocles, he remained politically and militarily involved, but only to a certain extent. Ancient sources don't really detail his actions in 479, and if there were anything of note, then they certainly would have detailed them. Well, during the summer of that year, after Athens issued an ultimatum, the Peloponnesian forces finally decided to confront Mardonius, who had once again seized Athens in June. The decisive Battle of Plataea followed, where the allied forces effectively destroyed the Persian army. On the same day, the allied navy achieved victory over the remaining Persian fleet at the Battle of Mycale. These simultaneous victories marked the end of the Persian threat to Greece and solidified the allied triumph in the Greco-Persian wars. Despite initial unpopularity in 479, Themistocles soon regained favor among the Athenians, enjoying a lengthy period of popularity thereafter. After the Persian invasion and subsequent devastation of Athens, Themistocles led the reconstruction efforts, starting in the autumn of 479. He focused quickly on restoring Athens' fortifications, a move that faced opposition from Sparta. They argued that fortified cities north of the Isthmus could serve as potential strongholds for Persians. To counter this, Themistocles cleverly delayed Spartan emissaries sent to inspect the construction, ensuring the fortifications were completed by the time they got there. Themistocles then traveled to Sparta as an ambassador to address their concerns, falsely assuring them that they didn't construct any fortifications at all, knowing perfectly well that they did. By the time the Spartan inspectors realized the truth, it was all too late. The incident resulted in the temporary detention of Spartan ambassadors in Athens and allowed Themistocles to safeguard the city from potential Spartan interference. This episode, however, sowed the seeds of mistrust towards Themistocles among the Spartans. Now, returning to his naval policies, Themistocles expanded and fortified the Piraeus port, binding Athens more closely to its naval capabilities. His efforts aimed to establish Athens as the leading naval power in the region, a goal further realized by the formation of the Delian League in 478. This alliance brought together Aegean islands and Ionia under Athenian leadership, once more cementing its naval supremacy. Themistocles also implemented economic policies to boost Athens' commercial appeal, including tax incentives for merchants and artisans, which transformed Athens into a major trade hub. Additionally, he advocated for the construction of 20 triremes annually to maintain overall naval superiority. Although he once proposed the controversial idea of destroying the Allied Navy's beached ships to achieve unchallenged control over the seas, this was vetoed by Aristides and other Athenian leaders. Now, towards the late 470s, Themistocles found himself increasingly alienated in Athens due to a mix of jealousy and his own arrogance. He faced opposition from various fronts. The poet Timochrion of Rhodes openly criticized him through vitriolic verses, and the Spartans worked against him by supporting Cimon, a rising political figure and son of Miltiades, as his competitor. The Spartans also tried to implicate Themistocles in the treason of the Spartan general Pausanias, although he was acquitted of these charges. In Athens, his decision to build a sanctuary of Artemis, with the epithet Aristobule, of good counsel, close to his home, was seen as self-aggrandizing, linking him too closely to Greece's salvation from the Persian invasion, which further diminished his standing. Eventually, this combination of factors led to his ostracism around 472 or 71, an act meant to quell the envy and mitigate the power of prominent individuals, without explicitly implying any official misconduct. Exiled to Argos, Themistocles soon faced renewed challenges from the Spartans, who attempted to link him with the treason of Pausanias. They advocated for his trial by Congress of the Greeks rather than Athens, though it appears he was eventually called back to Athens for trial. Well, Themistocles wasn't going to walk up onto the gallows himself. Anticipating a grim outcome, he fled to Corfu, and then sought refuge with Admetus, the king of Molosia. His flight likely reinforced the suspicions of his guilt, and he was subsequently declared a traitor in Athens, with orders for all of his property to be immediately confiscated. Despite the efforts of Spartan ambassadors to persuade King Admetus to surrender Themistocles by threatening war against Molosia, Admetus allowed him to escape, and even provided him with a considerable sum of gold. Themistocles then left Greece, marking the end of his political life. Both Diodorus and Plutarch later asserted that the charges against Themistocles were in fact fabricated, intended solely to bring about his downfall. From Molosia, Themistocles made his way to Pydna and boarded a ship bound for Asia Minor. Unfortunately, a storm diverted the ship to Naxos, which was under the siege of the Athenian fleet. To avoid arrest, Themistocles disclosed his identity to the ship's captain, threatening to claim that he had been bribed to transport him if he was not brought to safety. Thucydides reports that the ship eventually landed safely in Ephesus, allowing Themistocles to disembark. Alternatively, Plutarch records the ship docking at Cyme in Aeolia, and Diodorus suggests that Themistocles reached Asia through other means. Following his arrival, Themistocles stayed with an acquaintance familiar with the Persian king Artaxerxes I. Due to the bounty on his head, this friend hid Themistocles in a covered wagon used for transporting the king's concubines to ensure his safe passage to the Persian court. The historical accounts converge on his approach to Artaxerxes, albeit differing in details. Thucydides describes a letter, while Plutarch and Diodorus depict a direct meeting. Themistocles introduced himself with a candid acknowledgement of his past actions, and reportedly, this is what he said. I, Themistocles, have come to you, who did your house more harm than any of the Hellenics, when I was compelled to defend myself against your father's invasion, harm, however, far surpassed by the good that I did him during his retreat, which brought no danger for me, but much for him. After securing a year's grace to master the Persian language and customs, Themistocles was ready to serve King Artaxerxes. His ability to swiftly adapt and excel in foreign courts impressed the king greatly. Artaxerxes, delighted to have a formidable former adversary as his ally, granted Themistocles high honors and responsibilities that were unprecedented for a foreigner. Themistocles not only participated in royal hunts and household activities, but also significantly influenced Persian policies towards Greece. Meanwhile, the family of Themistocles having been safely extracted from Athens, joined him in exile, bringing a semblance of home to his foreign surroundings. They, along with many of his possessions sent by friends, helped ease this transition. Despite a significant portion of his wealth being confiscated by the Athenians, Themistocles lived quite comfortably, thanks to the revenues from the several cities he governed. Magnesia provided a substantial income, while other cities like Myus and Lampsacus supplied his table and home. Themistocles, by the way, wasn't the only Greek to find refuge and favor in the Achaemenid Empire. Others, like Hippias and Demaratus, also sought sanctuary there, and often receiving generous land grants and governance roles over various cities in Asia Minor. This practice mirrored the reciprocal hospitality extended to Achaemenid satraps in western courts. This cross-cultural exchange of elites shows the interconnectedness of the ancient Mediterranean and Near Eastern political landscapes. Now, coins, the old numismatics, as we say, that is the study of coins, are the only contemporary artifacts from Themistocles' era, with the first ruler of portraiture appearing on coinage in the 5th century BC. As the Achaemenid governor of Magnesia, around 465 to 459, Themistocles might have been the first to feature his own likeness on coins, merging Greek individual portraiture traditions with the dynastic authority typical to Achaemenid rulers. However, there is speculation that some coins attributed to him might instead depict Zeus. Well, Themistocles also erected 2 statues of himself, one in Athens and another in Magnesia, supporting the notion that he utilized personal imagery on his coins. And interestingly, a statue of Themistocles from Magnesia appeared on the reverse side of coins from the Roman era, specifically under Emperor Antoninus Pius in the 2nd century AD. The tradition of depicting rulers on coins was later notably advanced by the rulers at Lycia at the end of the 5th century BC, and was popularized on a broad scale by Alexander the Great, eventually becoming a standard feature of coinage. Themistocles passed away in 495 BC in Magnesia at the age of 65 from what Thucydides describes as natural causes. But of course, rumors circulated that he took his own life rather than obey an order from the Persian king to wage war against Athens, either by drinking bull's blood or taking poison. And we actually have an account from Plutarch, which sort of tells of his version of events. And I'll read the full passage from Plutarch now. But when Egypt revolted with Athenian aid, and Simon's mastery of the sea forced the king to resist the efforts of the Hellenes and to hinder their hostile growth, messengers came down to Themistocles, saying that the king commanded him to make good on his promises by applying himself to the Hellenic problem. Then, neither embittered by anything like anger against his former fellow citizens, nor lifted up by the great honor and power he was to have in the war, but possibly thinking his task was not even approachable, both because Hellas had other great generals at the time, and especially because Simon was so marvelously successful in his campaigns. Yet most of all, out of all regard for the reputation of his own achievements and the trophies of those early days, having decided that his best course was to put a fitting end to his own life. He made a sacrifice to the gods, then called his friends together, gave them a farewell clasp of his hand, and, as the current story goes, drank bull's blood, or, as some say, took a quick poison, and so he died in Magnesia in the 65th year of his life. They say that the king, on learning the cause and manner of his death, admired the man yet more, and continued to treat his friends and kindred with the utmost kindness. End of the passage from Plutarch. Now, following his death, it was rumored that Themistocles' bones were secretly returned to Attica for burial, fulfilling his last wish, as it was against the law to bury a traitor in Athenian soil. In Magnesia, a magnificent tomb was erected in his honor in the marketplace, which stood into Plutarch's time, and the city dedicated part of its income to his descendants. Nepos, writing in the 1st century BC, noted a statue of Themistocles in the Forum of Magnesia, and this statue is depicted on a coin type minted under Roman Emperor Antoninus Pius in the 2nd century AD. Themistocles was known for his immense ambition, often described as surpassing all others in his drive for power, and he exhibited traits of vanity and a strong desire for recognition. He had a complex relationship with power, combining genuine concern for Athens with actions that often seemed self-serving, to say the least. He was also noted for accepting bribes, indicating a certain level of corruption, at least by today's standards. But I suppose we can't hold him by our modern sensibilities now, can't we? Of course, despite all of the negative traits, he was also recognized for his natural brilliance and leadership. He had an extraordinary ability to respond to crises with swift judgment and to foresee distant possibilities, often without prior experience in those matters. His capacity to handle emergencies with intuitive acumen was particularly praised. Herodotus recounts an episode highlighting Themistocles' sharp wit in dealing with criticism about his fame being due only to his Athenian origin. When Timodemus of Aphidnae, his persistent critic, suggested that his honors were due to his city and not his own merit, Themistocles retorted that if he were from the insignificant town of Belbina, he would not have received such honors, nor would Timodemus have been honored for being from Athens. This response, of course, turns the argument around a little bit, emphasizing that indeed the achievements were notable. Plato also offers a similar anecdote, where Themistocles responds to a heckler from the small island of Seriphus by saying that while it is true he wouldn't have been famous if from Seriphus, the heckler would not have been notable either, even if he was from Athens. They not only illustrate Themistocles' intelligence, but also his sociable nature and the loyalty he inspired from his friends. His blend of virtues and vices made him a highly effective and, ultimately, a very memorable figure in Greek history.
The sack of Rome, 410 AD, led by the king of the Visigoths, Alaric I, the symbolic event that marked the decline of the Western Roman Empire. Initially seeking a peaceful settlement within the empire's borders, Alaric's attempts at negotiation were repeatedly thwarted by Roman authorities, leading to growing frustrations among the Visigoths, who had been mistreated and deprived of promised subsidies. In response, Alaric besieged Rome 3 times, with the final siege resulting in a 3-day sack of the city. Though, fortunately, many sacred sites were spared. But this was the first time in 800 years that Rome had fallen to a foreign enemy, signaling the erosion of Roman power and a foreshadowing of the eventual collapse of the Western Empire. The 410 sack is often viewed as a pivotal moment in the transition from classical antiquity to the Middle Ages, reflecting the shifting power dynamic in Europe and the rise of the Germanic kingdoms. All right, exciting intro out of the way, don't you think? We go back to 410 AD today and the lead up to it. Now, of course, I'll welcome you to the channel if you're new and welcome you back if you're returning. And here's what we're going to do. You're going to leave an interesting comment. And if it's the most interesting one, I'm going to pin it to the top. You'll be famous for life. Eternal glory. It doesn't sound too bad, doesn't it? Now, without further ado, let's all get on with the video. Make yourself nice and relaxed. We're going to go really slow. Of course, we have to start from the roots, well before the actual sack in 410 AD. You see, after 4 centuries of interaction with the Roman Empire, the Germanic tribes saw significant technological, social, and economic transformations, albeit at a cost, of course. During the period spanning from the 1st to the 4th century, the populations, economic output, and tribal alliances of these groups experienced significant growth. Additionally, their military capabilities expanded to the extent that they posed a challenge to the Roman Empire. You can see where this is going. Which leads us to the Goths. Now, it's not the Goths that hang around outside of train stations. This is the Germanic tribe. I've got a whole video on, actually several of them, but today we're mainly going to be concentrating on the events of 410 and the lead up to them in whatever relevant context. Now, this Germanic tribe of the Goths had intermittently invaded the Roman Empire, starting all the way back from 238. However, around the late 4th century, there was another group that entered the scene. Can you guess who? If you said the Huns, you are correct. They initiated their own invasions into the territories of the Germanic tribes. And, well, they were remarkably effective. Now, of course, the Germanic tribes, they couldn't stick around for too long, not with the Huns pushing their way in, because of course when the new group pushes its way in, the old group gets pushed out. Well, where are they going to go? Of course, they went right into the territory of the Roman Empire. Now, in 376, the Huns had compelled a significant number of thriving Goths under the leadership of Fritigern and Alavivus to seek sanctuary within the Eastern Roman Empire. But shortly thereafter, the Goths were disillusioned with the empire due to famine, ridiculous levels of taxation, and of course, there was a general feeling of animosity from the Roman populace, along with a pervasive administrative corruption. Thus, the Goths had had enough. Regardless of being good house guests, which I'm sure they were famous for, they decided that they would initiate a rebellion and commenced in engaging in acts of pillage all over the Eastern Balkans. An army of Roman soldiers, under the command of the Eastern Roman Emperor Valens, advanced with the purpose of suppressing the rebellion. As for Fritigern, he achieved a significant victory over Emperor Valens at the Battle of Adrianople in 378, and it was so significant because the emperor actually died at this battle. It's one thing to lose, it's another to have the emperor fall on the field. Now that's a memory that you don't want. Now, several years later, in 382, Theodosius I, the new Eastern Emperor, achieved peace by signing a treaty with the Therving Goths, who later became known as the Visigoths. I'm sure you've heard that name before. Now, the contract established the Visigoths as subjects of the empire, and the term for this is foederati. Now, the Visigoths were granted control over the northern territories of the dioceses of Dacia and Thrace. Although these lands were still under Roman rule, the Visigoths were required to serve in the military, and they were regarded as having self-governing authority. But Fritigern passed away around 382, and in the year 391, a Gothic leader named Alaric was proclaimed king by a faction of the Visigoths. However, there is a disagreement on the precise timing of this event, with Jordanes claiming Alaric became king in 400, while some modern scholars suggest 395. Well, as well as the specific nature of his position. But either way, he initiated a military campaign into the Eastern Roman territory that extended beyond the Goths' assigned territories. And this was a problem. The Romans specifically told them to stay in the little box they were given. Well, unfortunately, Germanic barbarians don't quite like being grounded, so it wasn't going to last for too long. Now, Alaric in 392 was vanquished by Theodosius and his commander Flavius Stilicho, who compelled Alaric to return to being a subordinate of the Roman Empire. But in the year 394, Alaric was back at it. He commanded a contingent of Visigoths as a member of Theodosius's military force, with the objective of invading the Western Roman Empire. During the Battle of the Frigidus, approximately 50% of the Visigoths in attendance died while engaging in combat against the Western Roman army, which was under the command of the usurper Eugenius and his general Arbogast. Theodosius emerged victorious in the conflict, and despite Alaric being honored with a title for his courage, the relationship between the Goths and the Romans became strained. Now, why was this? Well, it was mainly due to the perception that the Roman generals had deliberately exploited the Goths by forcing them to shoulder the majority of the fighting. Operation Human Shield must be. Of course, the Goths were always at the front line, always the first to charge. Perhaps we could use them to soak up some of the arrow fire. They'll run out of arrows eventually. We won't run out of Goths, fingers crossed. Well, Alaric was additionally reportedly furious that he had not been given a more prestigious position in the imperial administration, and that the Romans were playing favors among their own people. Just not fair. Things should be based on merit. Well, upon the death of Theodosius, 10th of January 395, The Visigoths essentially saw their contract with Rome, which was established in 382, as terminated, going into the grave with the man who signed it. Alaric expeditiously guided his soldiers back to their territories in Moesia, rallied the majority of the federated Goths in the Danubian provinces under his command, and promptly revolted by invading Thrace and advancing towards the eastern Roman capital of Constantinople. Simultaneously, the Huns launched an invasion of Asia Minor. Well, the demise of Theodosius also caused significant disruption to the political framework of the empire. The children of Theodosius, Honorius and Arcadius, were assigned the Western and Eastern empires respectively. However, due to their young age, no one was expecting them to be effective as leaders in any capacity. They needed help. Well, a power struggle arose between Stilicho, who asserted his authority over both emperors, but he remained in the western region with a victorious army against Eugenius, and Rufinus, the Praetorian prefect of the eastern region, who assumed guardianship of Arcadius in the eastern capital of Constantinople. Stilicho asserted that Theodosius had granted him exclusive guardianship on the emperor's deathbed, and asserted his power over both the eastern and western empires. Rufinus engaged in negotiations with Alaric in order to persuade him to retreat from Constantinople, potentially by offering him territories in Thessaly. Well, regardless of the circumstances, Alaric departed from Constantinople and proceeded to Greece, where he began to pillage the diocese of Macedonia. Now, Stilicho led a joint western and eastern Roman army out of Italy heading east. Alaric strategically positioned himself behind a defensive formation of wagons in the plain of Larissa, which is, well, the wagon formations are very quintessential for the quote-unquote barbarians. Old habits die hard. Stilicho, the opposing force, laid siege to Alaric's position for an extended period of time, showing reluctance to engage in direct combat. But ultimately, Arcadius, seemingly swayed by individuals who were against Stilicho, ordered him to go from Thessaly. Stilicho complied with his emperor's commands by dispatching his eastern forces to Constantinople and returning with his western army to Italy. Gainas, a Gothic leader, commanded the eastern troops that Stilicho had dispatched to Constantinople. Rufinus was also brutally killed by the soldiers he encountered in November 395. Well, the identity of the person who gave the commands, whether it was Stilicho or Eutropius, still remains unknown. Either way, Stilicho withdrew, and after the withdrawal, Alaric was able to plunder a significant portion of Greece, which included Piraeus, Corinth, Argos, and Sparta. Athens managed to make a payment in order to prevent being plundered. Well, it's kind of strange to give somebody a lot of money to stop them from coming in and stealing all of your money. Maybe it was more about the artwork and statues. You can't really replace them now, can't you? Well, in 397, Stilicho, after reconstructing his army with predominantly barbarian allies, finally made his way back to Greece, and he anticipated a warm reception from the Eastern Roman administration. Following a series of conflicts, though, Stilicho successfully cornered and laid siege to Alaric at Pholoe. Subsequently, Stilicho once again withdrew to Italy, while Alaric advanced into Epirus. The siege did not go as planned. Well, there is a reason for Stilicho's repeated failure to defeat Alaric, but it's all a subject of debate. There have been suggestions that Stilicho's army, which consisted primarily of barbarians, was deemed to be unreliable. Alternatively, it's also believed that Stilicho's withdrawal was prompted by an edict from Arcadius and the Eastern government. Perhaps Stilicho reached a compromise with Alaric and acted disloyally towards the Eastern faction. In any case, Stilicho was officially designated as a public enemy in the Eastern Empire during the same year. The devastating campaign led by Alaric in Epirus compelled the Eastern Roman authority to propose terms to him in 398. Alaric was appointed the Magister Militum in Illyricum, granting him the desired Roman command and unrestricted authority to acquire necessary resources, such as weapons. Inside his given province, of course. Meanwhile, Stilicho suppressed a rebellion in Africa in 399, incited by an Eastern Roman Empire, and consolidated his control over the Western Empire by arranging the marriage of his daughter Maria to the 11-year-old Western Emperor Honorius. Now in the year 400, Aurelianus, the recently appointed Praetorian prefect of the East, following the execution of Eutropius, removed Alaric from his position as the ruler of Illyricum. Well, he did not like that. Nobody gives him a raw deal. Approximately 700 to 7,000 troops and their families were brutally killed during a violent uprising in Constantinople in July of the year 400. Things were only getting worse. Gainas, who had previously held the position of Magister Militum, also staged a rebellion, but he was subsequently slain by the Huns led by Uldin. Uldin then brought Gainas' severed head as a gift to Constantinople. Well, as a result of all this, especially Rome's utilization of the feared Huns, and being isolated from Roman authorities, Alaric perceived his position in the eastern region as shaky at best. During Stilicho's engagement in combat against the incursion of Vandals and Alans in Rhaetia and Noricum, Alaric took the initiative to lead his troops in an invasion of Italy in 401. They successfully arrived in Italy in November, with no opposition to greet them. Thus, the Goths successfully seized several cities and laid siege to the western Roman capital, Mediolanum. Now that's all the way up near Milan, by the way. So quite a way away from Rome. Still in Italy, though. People definitely getting nervous. Now back to Stilicho. Well, he now had Alan and Vandal Federates incorporated into his army, and he successfully ended a siege by compelling a crossing at the Ada River. Alaric withdrew his siege of Mediolanum to Pollentia, and Stilicho initiated an unexpected assault on Easter Sunday, 6th of April 402, resulting in the Battle of Pollentia. The conflict concluded with a stalemate, and Alaric retreated. Following concise talks and strategic movements, the two opposing forces engaged once more at the Battle of Verona, resulting in Alaric's defeat and subsequent siege in a mountain stronghold. Oh, it did not go too well for him either. Significant losses for the army. Bad day for the Visigoths. Well, at this juncture, certain Goths among Alaric's military began to have cold feet. They were going to abandon him. Among them was Sarus, who actually defected to the Roman side. Subsequently, Alaric and his military forces retreated to the frontier regions next to Dalmatia and Pannonia. Honorius, driven by terror following the close encounter with the seizure of Mediolanum, relocated the capital of the Western Roman Empire to Ravenna. This decision was motivated by Ravenna's superior defensibility due to its natural marshes, as well as its advantageous proximity to the sea, which offered greater opportunities for escape. Transferring the capital to Ravenna perhaps isolated the Western court from occurrences outside the Alps, leading to a focus on safeguarding Italy, and thereby diminishing the strength of the Western Empire as a whole. Now, over time, things changed between Alaric and Stilicho. In fact, little by little, they formed a kind of partnership. And Stilicho consented to assist in the acquisition of the Praetorian prefecture of Illyricum for the Western Empire. Well, in order to achieve this goal, Stilicho appointed Alaric as the Magister Militum of Illyricum again in 405. Nevertheless, in that very year, the Goth Radagaisus launched an invasion of Italy, so suspending any potential intentions. Stilicho, together with the Romans, received support from the Alans, Goths, led by Sarus, and Huns, led by Uldin. Together they successfully defeated Radagaisus in August of 406, albeit it resulted in the destruction of northern Italy. You meant to conquer it, not destroy it. 12,000 of Radagaisus's Goths were conscripted into the Roman army, while the remaining Goths were turned into slaves. The victorious Roman army sold such a large number of people into slavery that it actually caused a temporary slump in slave prices due to the incredible amount of slaves around. It was not until the year 407 that Stilicho redirected his focus towards Illyricum, assembling a fleet to assist Alaric's planned assault. However, the Rhine limes eventually succumbed to the overwhelming influx of Vandals, Suebi, and Alans, resulting in their collapse and the subsequent flooding of Gaul. The Roman citizens rebelled against the usurper Constantine III, resulting in more rising in attacks. And in 408 the following year, Stilicho reached a reconciliation with the Eastern Roman Empire, and the Visigoths, led by Alaric, became effectively insignificant to them. In the spring of 408, Alaric launched an invasion and successfully seized control of several territories in Noricum and Upper Pannonia. He insisted on receiving almost 300,000 solidi, equivalent to almost 5,000 pounds of gold, by the way, weight, not currency, and he issued a warning to attack Italy if his demand was not met. Talk about an ultimatum. Now, this sum was almost equal to the property revenue produced by a single senatorial family in 1 year. Stilicho faced significant challenges in persuading the Roman Senate to accept the payment of the ransom. In fact, the payment was intended to secure a new alliance between the Romans and Alaric, who would then proceed to Gaul to combat the usurper Constantine III. The controversy surrounding the issue of compensating Alaric had a detrimental impact on the rapport between Stilicho and Honorius. Well, it happened anyway, But prior to the receipt of payment, the Eastern Roman Emperor Arcadius passed away due to illness on May 1st, 408. Theodosius II assumed the position of his father's departure, and Honorius desired to travel towards the east in order to ensure smooth inheritance of his nephew. However, Stilicho persuaded him to remain and permitted himself to undertake the journey on his own instead. Now, a high-ranking government official, Olympius, who was also a rival of Stilicho, disseminated unfounded rumors alleging that Stilicho intended to install his own son, Eucharius, as the ruler of the Eastern Empire. These allegations gained widespread credence among the population. The Roman soldiers revolted and initiated the assassination of officials who were recognized as loyalists to Stilicho. Stilicho's barbarian forces proposed to launch an assault on the mutineers. However, Stilicho prohibited it. Instead, Stilicho proceeded to Ravenna to confer with the Roman emperor in order to address the problem. Honorius, having been completely convinced of the reports of Stilicho's betrayal, issued a command for his apprehension. Thus Stilicho took refuge in a church in Ravenna, but he was enticed to leave by promises of protection. Unfortunately, upon exiting, he was apprehended and informed that he would be promptly executed on the instructions of Honorius. Stilicho declined to permit his supporters to engage in resistance, and as consequence, he was indeed executed, 22nd of August, in the year 408. Rest in pieces, Stilicho. But the execution of Stilicho had a very unwelcome result. You see, it halted the disbursement of that promised funds to Alaric and his Visigoths, who were still waiting for their 4,000 pounds of gold. They weren't going to get it, and they weren't going to be happy about it. Well, the commander, who was of mixed Vandal and Roman descent, is acknowledged for his role in preventing the decline of the Western Roman Empire through his 13-year reign. The consequences of his death would have significant impacts on the Western region. His son, Eucharius, was also promptly killed in Rome. Now perhaps if Stilicho had stayed alive, he could have negotiated. Perhaps that ransom would have been paid, and the 410 sack would not have happened. Or perhaps, maybe the Goths were just waiting for any excuse. I suppose we'll never know. Well, moving on. Olympius was designated as the Magister Officiorum and assumed the role of the influential figure in government, taking over from Stilicho. The newly established authority displayed a vehement opposition towards Germanic influence of any kind, and shown an intense preoccupation with eliminating all individuals who had previously shown support or even sympathy for Stilicho. The Roman soldiers initiated a campaign of indiscriminate killing against allied barbarian foederati warriors and their families within Roman cities. Numerous individuals escaped from Italy and sought sanctuary with Alaric in Noricum. Now, the contemporary historian Zosimus states that the number of refugees was 30,000. However, modern estimates believe that to be unreasonably large. Either way, Alaric made an effort to reach a consensus with Honorius by requesting hostages, gold, and authorization to relocate to Pannonia. However, Honorius would have none of it, and he declined. Alaric, having knowledge of the vulnerable condition of the defences in Italy, launched an invasion in early October, precisely 6 weeks following the demise of Stilicho. In addition, he communicated this information to his brother-in-law, Ataulf, urging him to promptly join the assault with additional troops. Alaric and his Visigoths looted Arminium and other cities while traveling south. Zosimus wrote that Alaric's march proceeded without any opposition, and reportedly at a relaxed pace, as if they were attending some kind of festive event, as Zosimus puts it. Saurus and his cohort of Goths, who were still in Italy, maintained a stance of neutrality and detachment, waiting to see how things would play out. Now, onto Rome at the time, which possibly accommodated up to 800,000 people, establishing itself as the most populous city during the era. In late 408, the Goths, led by Alaric, initiated the first siege on the city. A wave of panic engulfed the streets, prompting an effort to revive pagan customs in the city, which had a diverse religious population at the time, in order to protect against the Goths. You see, people had only recently, within living memory for some, seen the conversion of the Roman Empire to Christianity. And a lot of people were still in the old camp of the old pagan ways. Of course, when things started hitting the fan, there were plenty of people to point fingers and say that it was divine retribution, as there always is, always will be perhaps. So of course they thought, well, why not we ask Jupiter for help? Perhaps he's still listening. In fact, the Pope even consented to it, gave the thumbs up, but he added the condition that these sorts of things should be carried out in a more confidential manner. Well, the pagan priests insisted that sacrifices could only be conducted in the Roman Forum, but this proposal was ultimately abandoned. Now, Surina, the wife of the outlawed Stilicho and relative of Emperor Honorius, was actually present in the city at the time, and based on, well, albeit scant proof, was suspected by the Roman population of supporting Alaric's invasion. After all, she knew what they did to her husband. Can't blame her for being angry. Galla Placidia, the sibling of Emperor Honorius, was likewise confined within the city, and granted her approval to carry out the execution of Surena, who was by that time asphyxiated. Poor thing. Not a good way to go. Well, the prospects of assistance from the imperial administration also diminished as the siege persisted, and Alaric assumed command of the Tiber River, so obstructing the flow of supplies into Rome. The amount of grain was reduced to 1/2, and then further reduced to 1/3 of its original quantity. The city then experienced a swift proliferation of starvation and sickness, resulting in the accumulation of decomposing bodies left completely unattended in the streets. Subsequently, the Roman Senate resolved to dispatch a pair of envoys to Alaric. Upon hearing of the envoys' claims about the Roman people's military training and preparedness for battle, Alaric reportedly responded with amusement, stating, "It is simpler to cut through the densest grass than the thinnest." The envoys inquired about the conditions necessary for the siege to be ended, and Alaric insisted on receiving all the gold, silver, household items, and slaves of barbarian origin present in the city. An emissary inquired about the remaining possessions that would be available to the residents of Rome, and Alaric responded, "Your lives." I mean, it's pretty badass, isn't it? Don't you think? I mean, you must feel sorry for the Romans, but, well, Alaric, too cool. Well, in the end, the city pretty much had no choice but to surrender 5,000 pounds of gold, 30,000 pounds of silver, 4,000 silk tunics, 3,000 hides of dyed crimson, and 3,000 pounds of spices, mainly pepper, to the Goths in order to end the siege. The barbarian slaves sought refuge with Alaric, so augmenting his forces to approximately 40,000, and it's highly likely that a significant number of these enslaved barbarians were previously loyal to Radagaisus. In order to generate the necessary funds, Roman senators were required to donate in proportion to their financial resources. As a result, there was corruption and misuse of funds, and the total amount fell short. Subsequently, the Romans disassembled and liquefied pagan statues and shrines in order to compensate for the shortfall. Zosimus recounts that there was a statue of Virtus, and when it was melted down to appease the barbarians, it appeared as though all traces of Roman courage and fearlessness had been completely eradicated. Honorius eventually agreed to the payment of the ransom, and as a result, the Visigoths ended the siege and retreated to Etruria in December of 408. A sad, sad day for Rome. Well, in January 409, Happy New Year. The Senate dispatched a diplomatic mission to the imperial court in Ravenna with the aim of persuading the emperor to negotiate with the Goths. Additionally, they proposed offering Roman aristocratic children as hostages to the Goths as a form of guarantee. Alaric would subsequently renew his allegiance with the Roman Empire. Honorius, under the sway of Olympius, declined and summoned 5 legions from Dalmatia, amounting to a total of 6,000 soldiers. Their intended mission was to travel to Rome and establish a military presence in the city. However, their leader, a man named Valens, led his troops to Etruria instead, as he considered it dishonorable to avoid confronting the Goths. He and his troops were intercepted and assaulted by Alaric's entire army, resulting in the death or captivity of nearly all of them. In fact, only 100 individuals successfully evaded this fate and arrived back in Rome, safe but quite shaken. Now, a subsequent diplomatic mission comprising Pope Innocent I and Gothic guards was dispatched to Honorius to implore him to acquiesce to the Visigoths' requests. The imperial government was informed that Ataulf, who was Alaric's brother-in-law, by the way, had traversed the Julian Alps with his Goths and entered Italy with the purpose of uniting with Alaric. Honorius assembled all the Roman forces that were accessible in northern Italy. He assigned 300 Huns from the imperial guard to Olympius, along with potentially other soldiers, and instructed him to intercept Ataulf. The confrontation thus took place in the vicinity of Pisa. Despite his troops allegedly eliminating 1,100 Goths while suffering a mere 17 casualties, Olympius was compelled to withdraw and return to Ravenna. Zosimus suggests that Huns led by Olympus were the only participants in this battle. Adolf subsequently allied with Alaric. As a consequence of this failure, Olympius was dethroned and compelled to escape to Dalmatia in order to save his life. Jovius, the Praetorian prefect of Italy, assumed the role of the influential figure behind the ruler and was granted the prestigious role of patrician, replacing Olympius. Jovius orchestrated a rebellion among the soldiers in Ravenna, who insisted on the execution of the Magister Utriusque Milite Turpilo and Magister Equitum Vigilantius. He subsequently ordered the deaths of both men. Jovius, a close associate of Alaric, had previously shown support for Stilicho. As a result, the new administration was willing to engage in negotiations, at least come to the table. Thus, Alaric travelled to Arminium with the purpose of meeting with Jovius and articulating his demands. And when he got there, he demanded an annual payment of money and food, as well as territories in the provinces of Dalmatia, Noricum, and Venetia for his people. Jovius also sent a secret letter to Honorius, proposing that if they were to provide Alaric the job of Magister Utriusque Militiae, they would perhaps reduce Alaric's other requests. Honorius declined the request for a Roman position and dispatched a derogatory letter to Alaric, which was recited during the discussions. Now Alaric, filled with anger, abruptly ended the negotiations upon hearing the insults from Honorius, causing Jovius to go back to Ravenna in order to enhance his bond with the emperor. Honorius was resolutely dedicated to engaging in battle, and Jovius made a solemn oath on the emperor's authority to never negotiate peace with Alaric. Alaric himself quickly reconsidered his decision upon learning that Honorius was making efforts to enlist 10,000 Huns in order to combat the Goths. He assembled a cohort of Roman bishops and dispatched them to Honorius with his revised conditions. He ceased his pursuit of Roman political positions and no longer demanded payment in gold. Currently, he only asked for territories in Noricum and the amount of grain deemed essential by the emperor. Historian Olympiodorus the Younger, in his later writings, regarded these phrases as highly temperate and rational. However, it was already too late, as the government of Honorius, constrained by their sworn commitment and determined to engage in warfare, declined the proposal. Alaric thereafter advanced towards Rome. Oh, and that anticipated arrival of the 10,000 Huns, well, that never occurred. Lucky day for the Goths, I suppose. In late 409, Alaric captured Portus and resumed the siege of Rome. In light of the resurgence of famine and illness, the Senate convened a meeting with Alaric. He insisted that they select one of their own as emperor to compete with Honorius, and he encouraged the nomination of the elderly Priscus Attalus for this purpose, a pagan who had let himself to be baptized. Alaric was then appointed as Magister Utriusque Militiae, while his brother-in-law Adolf assumed the role of Comes Domesticorum Equitum in the newly established competing administration. As a result, the siege was terminated. Whew, got away with that one. Now, Heraclian, the governor of the agriculturally prosperous province of Africa, basically the grain basket of the empire, maintained his allegiance to Honorius. Attalus dispatched a Roman contingent to quell him, declining to deploy Gothic troops due to his suspicion of their motives. Subsequently, Attalus and Alaric proceeded to Ravenna, compelling certain cities in northern Italy to yield to Attalus. Honorius, overwhelmed by dread due to this unexpected development, dispatched Jovius and other individuals to attack Attalus, beseeching him to divide the Western Empire. Attalus stated that he would just engage in discussions regarding the location of Honorius's exile. Jovius, on the other hand, defected to Attalus and was appointed as a patrician by his new ruler. Jovius desired to subject Honorius to mutilation, a practice that would later become prevalent in the Eastern Empire. Well, Honorius, feeling more and more alone, now in a state of extreme paranoia, was getting ready to escape to Constantinople, when a group of 4,000 soldiers from the Eastern Empire arrived at the docks in Ravenna to protect the city. Honorius's determination to await word of the events in Africa was reinforced by their presence. Heraclian emerged victorious against Attalus's military and disrupted the supply lines to Rome, posing a significant risk of another famine in the capital. Alaric desired to dispatch Gothic forces to launch an invasion of Africa and establish control over the province. However, Attalus once again declined, harboring suspicions of the Visigoths' motives for the region. Upon receiving advice from Jovius, Alaric decided to remove his puppet emperor. He called Attalus to Arminium and formally deprived him of his imperial insignia and title during the summer of 410. Alaric thereafter resumed discussions directly with Honorius. Honorius scheduled a rendezvous with Alaric, approximately 12 kilometers away from Ravenna. While Alaric was waiting at the designated meeting location, Sarus, who had previously been a sworn adversary to Ataulf, was now allied with Honorius, launched an assault on Alaric and his troops using a small contingent of Roman soldiers. It's been suggested that Sarus may have also been defeated by Alaric in the 390s in the election for the kingdom of the Goths, harboring a little bit of resentment there. Alaric, however, survived the attack, but he was deeply angered by the betrayal, and honestly, fed up with the repeated unsuccessful attempts at reaching a compromise. Consequently, he abandoned further negotiations with Honorius and returned to Rome, where he laid siege to the city for the third and final time. Third time lucky. Always goes like that, doesn't it? Well, August the 24th, 410, the Visigoths infiltrated Rome via the Salarian Gate, which some claim was opened through treachery, while others argue it was due basically to a lack of food. They proceeded to ransack the city for a duration of 3 days. Numerous prominent structures in the city, like the mausoleums of Augustus and Hadrian, which served as the final resting place for several former emperors, were looted, resulting in the dispersal of the ashes contained within the urns in both graves. All movable assets were pilfered throughout the entire city. In fact, the Goths only spared a few places, including 2 main basilicas associated with Peter and Paul. However, they did steal a large 2,000-pound silver ciborium from the Lateran palace. This ciborium had been given as a gift by Constantine. The extent of structural harm to the structures was primarily confined to the vicinity surrounding the former Senate House and the Salarian Gate. Notably, the gardens of Sallust were set ablaze and then left unreconstructed. The Basilica Aemilia and the Basilica Julia were also set on fire. Of course, the inhabitants of Rome were profoundly distressed, to say the least. Perhaps there's no adjective to describe the panic. A multitude of Romans, including Galla Placidia, the sister of the emperor, were captured and held as prisoners. Certain individuals would be held for ransom, while others would be traded as slaves, and a further group would be experience assault and murder. Well, Pelagius, a British Roman priest, managed to endure the siege, and he left us with a detailed narrative of the ordeal in a letter addressed to a young lady named Demetrias. This is the account from him, Pelagius. This dismal calamity is but just over, and you yourself are a witness of how Rome that commanded the world was astonished at the alarm of the Gothic trumpet, when that barbarous and victorious nation stormed her walls and made her way through the breach. Where were then the privileges of birth and the distinctions of quality? Were not all ranks and degrees levelled at that time and promiscuously huddled together? Every house was then a scene of misery, and equally filled with grief and confusion. The slave and the man of quality were in the same circumstance, and everywhere the terror of death and slaughter was the same, unless we may say the fright made the greatest impression on those who had the greatest interest in living. End of the account from Pelagius. Following this, a significant number of Romans were subject to torture in order to coerce them into divulging the whereabouts of their precious possessions. One of the individuals was St. Marcella, an 85-year-old woman who lived in a state of devout poverty and did not own any concealed wealth. Marcella, who was a close associate of St. Jerome, was involved in an episode that St. Jerome described in a letter to a woman named Principia, who had been there during the sack. And this is what was written in the letter. When the soldiers entered Marcella's house, she is said to have received them without any look of alarm, and when they asked her for gold, she pointed to her coarse dress to show them that she simply had no buried treasure. However, they would not believe in her self-chosen poverty, but scourged her and beat her with cudgels. She is said to have felt no pain, but to have thrown herself at their feet and to have pleaded with tears for you, Principia, that you might not be taken from her, or owing to your youth have to endure what she as an old woman had no occasion to fear. Christ softened their hard hearts, and even among blood-stained swords, natural affection asserted its rights. The barbarians conveyed both you and her to the Basilica of the Apostle Paul, that you might find there either a place of safety, or, if not that, at least a tomb. A few days later, Marcella succumbed to her injuries. Well, the sack, although considered modest by the norms of the time, and any other time really, was nonetheless controlled and moderate. There was no widespread massacre or large-scale enslavement of the residents of the city, and the two principal basilicas of Peter and Paul were designated as safe zones. The majority of the structures and monuments in the city remained more or less undamaged, at least not intentionally so. But still, many were deprived of their priceless possessions, and large numbers of refugees from Rome migrated to the province of Africa as well as Egypt and the East. Several refugees were victims of theft while they were seeking shelter. St. Jerome documented that Heraclian, the Count of Africa, engaged in the sale of some of these young refugees to brothels in the eastern region. According to the historian Procopius, there is a narrative in which Honorius, upon hearing that Rome had perished, was originally taken back, mistakenly believing that the news was about his beloved chicken, who was actually named Roma. This is from the account of Procopius. At that time, they say the Emperor Honorius in Ravenna received a message from one of the eunuchs, evidently a keeper of the poultry, that Rome had perished. And he cried out and said, "And yet it has just eaten from my hands," for he had a very large chicken, Rome by name, and the eunuch, comprehending his words, said that it was the city of Rome which had perished at the hands of Alaric, and the emperor, with a sigh of relief, answered quickly, "But I thought that my foul Rome had perished." So great, they say, was the folly with which this emperor was possessed. And with that, we reach the end of the sack of Rome. Now, I would go on about what happened next, but there's quite a lot that happened with the Goths afterwards, which I've already covered in my video about the Visigoths. I'm sure if you search up, you'll be able to find it somewhere. So, I will thank my top-tier supporters and patrons: Dark, Gary, Kimberly, Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Erin, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stark Factory, Wendy, Jaden, Sherry, and Jessica. Thank you very much for your support, and I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next exciting video. Lots of love to you all, and good night.